October or November of last year.
Thank you, Dean.
Of course, of course. What's going on, Demon C? Do you support Trump?
I was up here before. I asked you if you would debate my mom. She is here now.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yo, put the mother on the mic. By the way, what is your name?
I am Devin. I was up here before. I said I wanted you to debate her on my birthday. It's my birthday today.
Oh, happy
Well, first
birthday.
of all, happy birthday, man. And sure, let's speak to your mom.
But I'm gonna have to send a request, drop because my phone is being weird. I can barely hear you.
Okay, all right. I'll keep an eye out for you, Parker. Help me keep an eye out for them, okay?
I'll look.
All right.
I'll look.
All right, we're gonna keep an eye out for you, man. We're gonna keep an eye out for you, man. Because we love to talk to your mom. We'd love to do it. We'd love to do it. Absolutely love to. Let's go to get the next guest up in the box right now. Real quick, Ken, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Shout out, Ken. Ken says, teaching MAGA every day. Unfortunately, they're slow at learning. I agree, but I love what I do nonetheless. And Ken, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Let's show some love to Ken down below in that comment section, as well as Michelle with the $20 saying, Dean, I love you and everything that you've been doing here trying to educate these ignorant MAGA morons. Keep cooking. I'll never stop cooking, Michelle. Thank you for your kindness and the $20 donation. As well as Zachary with the $10 saying, I used to be conservative, but then my brain started developing. Base W Zachary? I really appreciate you guys. If you're watching and you want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal can be found in the link tree in my bio, as well as in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream. I keep 100% of those proceeds. And if you send something and attach a message, I'll read it off on live. Ain't that the truth? What's going on, CRH? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I just had a quick question about your sentience view. I feel like there's a contradiction.
Real quick, how old are you?
28.
28. You want to address my pro-choice view? Okay. Sure. I mean, I guess say something, but we're more so looking for people to tell us why they support Trump. I mean, if abortion comes up, it comes up, and we could have a back and forth. But
is that your reason for voting for Donald Trump?
No, it's not my sole reason, but I did vote for him. So.
Okay. Well, maybe you could ask at the very end of this question first, like what specifically is like the motivating reason as to why you voted for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess there's a lot of them, but abortion probably would be an important one. I just had a quick question about your sentience view.
Yeah, whatever. Feel free to ask it.
Okay. Maybe you could just clarify it. So you're saying you don't value a fetus until it has the capacity for sentience, right?
I do not begin valuing a fetus until it has the ability to deploy subjective experiences, any level of them.
So yeah, right. So you don't care like if it's unalive before that because...
Well, I guess what I should say is that I don't think it's wrong to kill the fetus before that point, not only because it doesn't have the capacity to deploy subjective experiences, but also because it is ingressing upon the mother's bodily autonomy.
Okay, so I guess my question is, so let's just say like you and your girlfriend, your wife, or whatever, when you plan to have kids, so like when she gets pregnant, and check and correct me if I'm wrong, usually you can find out like what, 1 month, 2 months, something like that. So, and you're both wanting to have kids, are you upset if, like, what's your emotional state? She tells you you're pregnant. She tells you you're...
Okay, she tells me that she's pregnant. Were we planning on it?
Yes.
I'll be very happy.
But why?
Because she got pregnant and we planned on her getting pregnant.
But
Woo, celebrate!
Would you be happy once it reaches sentience? Like that's kind of what I'm...
No, wait, let me clarify this. My car in my garage makes me a very, very happy man. I love my car. Does my car have moral value? No, because I place extrinsic value on it.
Right.
So if my girlfriend got pregnant, I would be celebrating from the moment of conception. I'd be as happy as is, and I would probably place a lot of extrinsic value on that fetus, just like I place extrinsic value on my car.
But why? Like, that's my question. Why would you?
Like similar motivations to why I'd place extrinsic value on my car. Just my preferences, the fact that this is something that we had planned for, the fact that this is something that we had wanted, maybe like a future in which we could see. There's going to be a multiplicity of reasons why I place external value on the life of the fetus before it has the ability to possess internal value. For the same reason that there is a multiplicity of reasons that I place external value on my vehicle, on my car. Like think about it. How happy do you think a 80-year-old professor of art would be if he got to personally touch, see, and have the Mona Lisa for 24 hours?
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean,
he'd be very happy, right? Yeah. Now, does the Mona Lisa have any any like intrinsic moral value?
I would say no.
No. But that professor is placing a buttload of extrinsic value onto the Mona Lisa for like a plethora of reasons relating to his priors, his expectations, his goals, his preferences, etc. Okay, well, now we understand why me and my girlfriend, if she was planning to get pregnant and she did, would place buttloads of extrinsic value onto the life of a fetus, even though it doesn't possess intrinsic moral value, such as the Mona Lisa or a car. Yeah.
But you say that humans do have intrinsic value only when they reach sentience. So you'd be happy if you were
what would have value would be rooted within my conjunctive value related to subjective experiences. Not
Exactly.
humanity on
So-
its own.
Yeah, we're saying we have value in the concept of the fact that like there's a planned pregnancy, right? That in
But
the future that like this couple is going to have right a kid together. That's
Right.
like the same way that like you'd be happy about getting married or planning to get married before you get married.
right.
Right. Or like if I spend like 3 months trying to like paint a painting and I finish the painting, jumping for joy. Does that painting have the right to life? Should I go to prison if I rip it into shreds? No.
No, but we're just specifically talking about human life and
Oh, okay. So are you done with your line of questioning related to my stance, or do you have any more questions?
yeah, no, that's all I had. Thanks.
Okay. So why do you support Trump?
Oh, I didn't mean to get into that. You can bring up that other kid.
Bro,
Boo, lame. But
there's
you told
no
us.
way.
You told us that you support Trump. Come on, don't back out now.
No, I gotta go eat dinner, so
No.
That's
I let you get into my view. I let you explore. I let you ask your questions, and I was
Sorry,
very
I'll-
hesitant to do so, but I did nonetheless because you told us that you support Trump and you have reasons. Come on, you can't run away now. It's gonna be very bad look. Very bad look indeed.
I mean, we could just go in the topic of abortion, but I feel like that would kind of get us nowhere.
Okay, well then go for it. Give us the position then at least. That relates to you voting for Donald Trump.
I really gotta go though.
Yeah, whatever. Have a good day.
Okay.
Yeah, you too.
Too Fresh 21, unmute that mic. I sent you an invite to unmute that mic. Too Fresh 21. You're on the live. Okay.
All right, give it a second, everyone. Do tap the screen on TikTok. Let's get to 2 fucking million likes, chat. Let's get to 2 million. likes.
Let's get that next guest loaded into the live right now. Chat right now, everybody. We're gonna get that next guest loaded in. Mr. John, are you MAGA?
Yes. Kind of.
Child,
It is.
Charlie, are you MAGA?
Yeah, you changed my mind on the immigration, but I want to change your mind on abortion.
Good luck, buddy.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I voted for Donald Trump.
Okay. What are your motivating reasons?
Yeah, so I think
Good
that
luck, buddy. Make me pro-life right now. Do it in front of how many people do we got in here? 3,000, 12,000, like 15,000 people. Change my mind. Why should I be pro-life?
Oh wait, can you give me like 15 seconds? I gotta go plug in my phone.
No, you got to do it right now. Or I'm gonna kick you and banish you forever.
Okay,
I'm just kidding.
I'm coming to my room.
Wait, it's just you.
Yeah, it's just me.
No, it's you. You're the same guy that requests it like every fucking day.
Yeah, I talk to this person every day.
What?
I swear.
No, no, you said
Get out of here.
He's like the person I'm like,
Boo!
dude, we've talked to this person all the time. And then he's like, dude,
Hey,
no,
how's
I
it
haven't
going?
talked to you, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's like
He
I mean, to be
gaslights?
fair, like I actually have half decent discussions with him, but I've just talked to you like a billion times. What's up, Cardinal? You support Trump?
Hell yeah, I do. I just wanted to say, Nick Fuentes beat you in that debate. And
That is
Cookie King actually
disgusting. What the
mods
fuck? Well, on what? On
Cookie
what? The
King
point where he
mods
said that he would pick Hitler over any
on
woman as a leader?
everything.
He's gonna say yeah.
Hell fucking yeah. Hell
Oh,
fucking
so yeah, so
And
you
Cookie
think you
King-
think Hitler is a better leader than any woman? That's a fucking insane view.
Don't give him. Don't give him.
That's so
don't give him.
disgusting. That's like
No,
actually
no, no,
disgusting.
I learned that after I debated Nick. Okay, they love it when you freak out because they like Hitler. They love it. They love it so much. They're like, oh,
But
you.
I'm not pointing it
you're-
out for them. I'm pointing it out for the people in the chat to see how insane their positions are, because I think that needs to be seen.
It does. But it's just like they love it. It satisfies them so much for whatever reason when people freak out when they talk about how much they're like, oh yeah. It's so weird. But no, like obviously those views are crazy, guys. Don't hold to those views. They're insane. What's up, Chloe? Are you MAGA?
Hello, Dean. So my views align with both, okay, like both candidates.
That's
But I
just
wanted
impossible.
to kind of debate you about like pro-choice, like.
Are we sure this
the
isn't a
abortion.
fetus?
Oh no, okay.
Lila, how old are you?
I'm 18.
Lila.
What is going on?
I'm sorry. I have a question though.
Is it Fetus Friday?
I guess so.
Yo,
how,
Dean.
How old are you?
I have a very important thing to ask you.
Yeah, just
Wait,
like the
wait,
last,
wait, wait, wait,
just
wait,
like the
listen.
last 3 children, right?
Wait, no, listen, please.
Get the fuck out! Fetus Friday! Stop it all. Just stop it. Stop this nonsense.
What is going on?
Stop this nonsense, bro. Stop it all. Brooke, thank you for the $8 over our Venmo. Saying, Dean, I'm curious why you don't run more arguments about how the life of the mother and not caring about women. Not caring about a fetus isn't pro-life. It's just anti-woman. Well, like they're convinced that the view is like pro-life, like they're caring about the life of the fetus. But now, when we do have people that will come up here and like run a pro-life argument that isn't related to the value of the fetus, but like rather to like an obligation that the mother has because she decided to engage in intercourse, then of course I run that view. In fact, I love it when I'm able to dunk on people about that. Kevin, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, 20?
20. You support like the worst president ever, dude? Donald J. Trump?
No, I don't. I actually
bitch.
appreciate all you guys do.
Oh,
I don't support.
I'm sorry, man. I gotta kick you because we're only looking for debates. But just know that you're based. All right. We're gonna get that next guest, Kenneth, up in the box. Kenneth up in the box. That's right.
J Hat, thank you
As
for
well
the $5. You should go for Mexican food.
As well as Odur, thank you for the 3,000 ISK saying, "Yo, Dean, 2.1 million people live in Gaza, not 1.2 million." Just heads up. Thank you so much, Odur. I appreciate that correction. Yo, Kenneth, are you driving, bro?
I love you guys. Can you hear me?
Appreciate you for the love. Okay. All right, we're going to try something new. So we need to reestablish the rules because we've gone soft, everybody. We're a soft woke liberal, okay? A soft woke so boy, not upholding the rules. So, yeah, we're now going to be tough on crime. If you're in that queue and you are not at least 18 years old and you support Trump and you're not from America, I'm going to ban you, okay? All right? If you're, like, spamming in that chat and, you try to come up and you do come up on the live and you're not at least an 18-year-old from America that supports Trump, I'm going to ban you. Follow the goddamn rules, okay? We are now harsh Republican
Yo, Cookie
conservatives.
King mogs you.
Very
Cookie
tough
King
on
mogs you, bro.
crime.
Cookie King mogs
Get
you.
a job. And, oh, that's true. Oh, by the way, Parker, when we started her live, Cookie King actually came up for a little bit.
Are you serious? Why?
Well, I don't know. I don't know why. He just did. He just
What
did.
happened?
I don't know. He's just kind of saying some weird shit. But then he was like, hey, man, I appreciate what you do. I think it's cool. Well, I just want the war to be over. Okay, war to be over. What's up, Lily? Do you support Trump?
I'm currently in the military, so I cannot say that I support any part of the party, but I do have a question.
Okay. Well, how could I debate you if you can't say you support Trump?
Well, so it's more of a question because I'm currently having a crisis within my unit right now. I'm currently stationed in Kuwait, and you have a really wide mindset, so I was wondering if I could get your opinion on it.
Yeah, let me listen. Run the crisis. Let's see. See if I have a
So,
solution.
so currently there is a person in my unit who not only thinks that slavery should be brought back and is well deserved, but it's crazy. I can't say anything about it, but he does want it to come back, and I also wanted your opinion of having trans and LGBTQ plus people into the military.
I don't see any reason why trans individuals or gay individuals shouldn't be able to serve in the military. Like, what the hell? And then about the first
Are
part,
you
I think
tracking that it's
slavery.
not allowed, or are you tracking that they are currently in a movement to remove them from the military?
Yeah. Do you think that's okay?
Obviously not. I'm not really supposed to say much though.
Yeah, bro. We're gonna hold you to the hat check so you don't get condemned. But listen, man, there's not much you can say to people that just like full-heartedly support slavery. Like, I don't know. Like, if
That's
there's any
actually
way to get them
crazy.
removed from the military. You know, like I don't know. Like I don't know what to do in that situation. I don't know. Beat them up. I think it's gonna be like violent to Nazis and shit. You know,
Hey, guys,
rough them around a little bit. What's up, Will? How old are you?
I'm 19.
You support Trump, Will?
Nah, I actually don't. I just want to come up here and say I support everything you guys do. I hope you guys.
Well, appreciate you for the love, man.
Appreciate you. Guys,
Moving
thank you
on.
to 2 people real quick. Kelly, thank you so much for the
Yeah.
$20. Thank you so much on Cash App. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kelly. I really appreciate that. And Jordan
What's
with the
up, brother?
$25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Jordan.
Yo, man. Connor, you MAGA?
I am a Trump supporter.
Oh, ew.
Why? I'm curious on what you want to have a debate on.
Ah, why, any reason that you possess that makes you a Trump supporter? Tell me, man. Why?
Like, what's
Why
the
do you
main
support Trump?
motivation? What's the main motivation that you have?
So I'm from Utah. So I live in southern Utah. I live in St. George. So it's primarily
Mormon.
Republican. I'm not Mormon, actually.
Oh, surprising.
It's
The
actually,
outcast.
yeah, I am actually. It's kind of crazy. But I live in a primarily, like, just for reference, for every person that lives in Utah, there's 3 guns per person. So I live in a very, very, very Second Amendment driven economy, and our gun violence rates here are like 0 to none. Like, there's just as many stabbings as there is shootings, and that's kind of my whole standpoint. Is I feel like it's culture, not. I think culture is created. That's my opinion on it.
I hate to do this to you, but I'm about to like just put your perspective of reality. I'm gonna flip it upside down if you're a genuine good faith actor. Okay?
I am ready to listen. I'm open-minded.
Listen. Parker just asked you for your main motivation insofar as why you support Trump. And then you say, well, we have lots of guns. There's not much gun violence. So here's the deal. There is this research center called Everytown. And Everytown has done extensive research on levels of gun violence proportionate to every 100,000 residents, proportionate to the amount of gun control that area has. Consistently across all 50 states, the less gun control an area has, the more gun violence they have.
Okay.
The more gun control an area has, the less gun violence they have. And now this is, I don't know.
What about the state of California, with how much gang affiliations in California, with how much, violence that goes on in California, school shootings that go on in California, and they're one of the strictest states when it comes to.
Do you have any like per capita data that you're referencing?
I don't, and see, like,
Okay.
you guys will be when it comes to specific stats every single time.
I mean, I don't know. In terms of California as a whole, I don't think there's any good evidence to indicate it's like a super, like high violent crime per capita comparative to the rest of the nation. I'd have to look though.
I mean,
is there any evidence you have to indicate that, or are you just like assuming that to be the case?
Let's see here. Let's see here. So if we, I'm actually on Everytown gun research right now. So California ranks number 1 for the amount of gun law strength. Okay, and they're the 8th safest state insofar as gun violence. Right?
Oh, okay. So Connor, how do you feel about that one?
Right, like, and I'll give you some examples here. So like Louisiana. Okay, very weak gun control. Meanwhile, Louisiana is the 30th safest state. Let's see here. Even Utah. There's more gun violence in Utah, proportionate to their citizens.
There's
compared
no
to California.
The county I live in has maybe 1 homicide a year.
Okay, well that's your county. About the state, on the state level, Utah is less safe related to gun violence than California.
Let me ask you this, okay? You're saying it's my county alone. My county has almost, 1 million people in it, okay? And my county is a red county. Just statistically, when you look at like who votes blue, who votes red, right? When you look at the area maps, Salt Lake, our capital, Salt Lake City, is the biggest county. It's Utah County is the largest county, and that's where the primary gun violence come from. It's in a blue county.
Even looking at it here, so there's actually more gun violence in Utah than the national average. So the national average here is
so it's worse in Utah than it is in California. So then
100,000 residents. Meanwhile,
maybe local government's really good at suppressing it, but genuinely, like I said, I'm here to have like an open conversation.
So then, Connor, I have a question. Given the level of gun violence in California versus Utah, which policies would you prefer? The policies of California's or the policies of Utah's?
The policies of Utah, in my
even though it leads to more death, even though it leads to more violent crime.
Listen, I haven't ever had to understand California's gun laws because, like, for reference,
no, but I'm just saying in comparison, like, clearly if there's more gun control but lower violent crime, you'd be okay with it, right?
I genuinely am having a hard time, and I'm not trying to argue. If you see it online, that's great. I don't know. I'm not seeing it with you. I'm not saying you're wrong. What I'm saying is the amount of gun violence, the amount of problems you genuinely hear come out of California, like, unless my local government or my local news media stations are really good at suppressing what's going on, I don't hear about it. I really, 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 like, you don't hear about it.
Okay, listen, man. I don't really hear about gun violence in my town of Grand Junction, Colorado, either.
Oh, we're neighbors, brother. We're not far apart.
I know. We're awfully
Colorado.
close.
Colorado has it. See, but I'm not like this
Right?
crazy wear my armor
then,
plate carrier to go
but then
fishing.
even in Grand Junction, Colorado, it is the case that there's a lot of gun violence here. And listen, man, especially in Utah, Utah's very good at suppressing the crimes that happens in the state.
Very good at suppressing everything.
I actually just don't think that any of this, I'm going to be honest, the conversation that we're having doesn't matter because the facts.
We can talk about oil. We can talk about
the facts.
manufacturing.
I just wanted to say that the facts are the only thing that matters.
Correct.
And the facts tell us that on the scale of the totality of the state, there is more gun deaths per 100,000 residents in the state of Utah than there is in the state of California.
There's like 2 million people in this.
Connor, I just want to clarify. Just because you haven't learned about something in the particular area they're in, or you haven't heard about it, doesn't mean that like it's not true.
All right.
Right. So, but I guess my question is to you. So, you guys' whole entire point. I mean, I brought up gun violence. I brought up Second Amendment rights. I'm the one who brought these points to play. My question is what are your genuine standpoints on them? You think that American residents shouldn't be allowed to bear arms? Like, do you think the Second Amendment's invalid? And why are we arguing this?
I think if we can determine a piece of gun control legislation will lead to less deaths, then I would be okay with it. Right, given that we have other means of self-defense.
Do you guys own guns? Do you guys own guns?
I don't know.
I'm in the process of getting strapped right now.
Getting strapped? That's cool.
Yeah.
You're talking. That's a California slang, or that's that damn Colorado slang, brother.
Connor. So like again, the point is that we're not against your like right to self-defense. We're saying that if it's not necessary for your self-defense by any means, or even like going to be necessarily pretty useful, right? I don't see it to be like a good enough reason as to why you would justify like more people dying or there being higher rates of gun violence.
I think violence in general. I think we live in such a modern world that I think violence by weapon and military standpoint, personal standpoint, and all standpoint is just absolutely outrageous. I agree with you guys. I just don't think there should be as much violence. I think evil will. I think
so Connor, if there was a piece of gun control legislation that didn't get rid of your guns, but it did reduce violent crime, would you be in support of it?
It just depends on how much my rights are affected by it. Like, I don't believe that like, I genuinely feel like I'm a decent human. I go hunt. I'm just a hunter. I'm not like this. Like I said, I'm not this crazy, gung ho. I need to have all my crazy this. And I do enjoy my guns. I do enjoy sporting with them. And
Listen, man. Oh wait, this guest is joining. Connor,
Listen, man. Oh wait, this guest is joining.
You need to mute him.
Never mind, they have an echo. So Connor, real quick, man. Here's the thing. You and me are probably inclined to have more agreements than disagreements as it relates to your personal perspective on how cool guns are and my personal perspective on how cool guns are. All right? I think guns can be cool. I think it can be really important for a lot of people to be a gun owner. I think it can be really important for a lot of people to even have like a CCW, concealed carry permit, right? And that might surprise a lot of the people watching, but that's how I feel. Now, how does this relate to my stance on the policy? I think that it's fine for good actors to own guns for self-defense, to keep themselves safe, to protect their households, in some circumstance hunting. That's sick, right? But our goal with gun control legislation should be to try to keep guns out of the hands of bad actors who will use those weapons to do bad things. Right? I'd say that the issue of gun control through legislation is one that needs to be treated with loads of delicacy and one that needs to be very important to every single one of us because the leading cause of death in our use is firearms. Right? Well, so that's why I support common sense gun reform. That's why I support ensuring that every time anybody is going to buy a gun, they should have to go through the most extensive background checks, and the person selling the weapons has to go under background checks as well, and have more checkups than fucking restaurants, as well as I would even hypothetically support, if you are going to buy a gun in this country, you have to get a license beforehand to own any firearm, just like you have to get a license to drive on the roadways, right? I feel like with this common sense gun reform, we could ensure that if you're willing to put the work in, if you're a good person and you're motivated to stay a good person, and you're very aware upon what a gun is, the proper usage of a gun, as well as the proper storage of a gun. I think that we should have very strict laws about the proper storage of firearms. That you should be able to buy a gun.
How would you
And-
enforce
and
that?
I don't
How
understand.
would they enforce that? Invasion of privacy coming into your home?
Enforce what?
And proper storage of weapons. How could you enforce that genuinely? Are they going to come do house checks on every single person that owns a gun? Think about like the logistics of that. Doing emissions on cars is already a very hard thing to do, and that's just standard emissions. Now you're trying to talk about coming into people's homes to do proper safety and welfare checks on how they're properly storing their guns. So give me a resolution for how you would do that, because I'm a business person. I don't see how that would work out well from the standpoint of just logistics and logistically. Like, I just don't see that working.
I mean, like, listen, like, we can't enforce everybody on the roads to use their turn signals. But do a vast majority of the people on the roads use their turn signals simply because it's illegal not to?
Correct.
Right. So, I mean, I think that just merely enforcing legal standards for the correct containment of firearms alongside educating individuals that are firearm owners on what those legal standards are in accordance with some licensing requirements would, for the most part, take care of the issue of improper control and containment of firearms. Now, for, maybe the last push to ensure that the 10% of people that don't abide by the law set forth are like correctly containing their guns, I'd have to probably put some more thought into what proper containment would look like and how we would enforce that.
Right. And it stems from education. Like, it may sound crazy to some people. I'm vaping too, brother. I've seen that.
I don't vape.
That's an
You don't
anxiety pen.
vape?
It's an anxiety
Oh,
pen.
it's your inhaler? Me too.
No,
I hit that
it's an anxiety pen.
And what is it, actually?
It's an
Curious.
anxiety pen.
It's an anxiety pen.
You can ask what flavor it is, though.
What flavor is your anxiety? Oh, I see. We don't.
Lavender,
Okay, yeah, I got you. Any Hooser. My whole entire point of voting for Trump, to be honest with you, that's just always the biggest Republican versus Democrat debate.
Okay,
is-
so I've actually just kind of entertained the conversation about guns because I don't know. I'm in a good mood today. I want to explore my thoughts on different things, and you'd be surprised by how much these debates could help me hone in my own positions. But at the end of the day, I'm just going to hit you with a gotcha. Out of the last two administrations, what's the only administration to pass gun reform?
A Republican, correct?
Right. Trump. What's the only administration in the last two administrations, not just to pass gun reform, but unconstitutional gun reform?
The last administration tried to do an unconstitutional change upon. Have you ever heard of rare breed triggers, an FRT?
No.
It went,
Have you
it
ever-
went to Supreme Court. They actually put a cease and desist on their company over it. It was a whole thing.
What did the Biden administration did this? What did the Biden administration?
The Biden administration didn't pass anything that then later was shot down by the Supreme Court. Donald Trump did pass something that was then later shot down by the Supreme Court.
All right.
We're particularly talking about the bump stocks.
Yeah, like Donald Trump passed a bump stock ban that was later shot down by the Supreme Court as it was in violation of your Second Amendment, right? So Donald Trump has literally violated your Second Amendment. And also, I just want to
I actually think that's an example of a good ban. Like, I actually think that should be banned, and the Supreme Court, right, did something wrong there. But
I mean, I just think that if you're not going to allow full auto, but you are going to allow bump stock, like, Jesus Christ, like, get your shit together. But
Bump stock's crazy too, because like I have an AR that's I built. It's just I built it by all the practical standards of Utah that are legal to my state laws and regulations, and it has like a 3-ounce trigger on it, and I can get it to bump fire with a standard stock, standard barrel length, standard. I am allowed a 50-round mag from a Glock mag. It's a stick, as the young generation would call it, correct? Like. So,
Okay.
like, the thing is, there's work.
Okay, wait. How does this inform the reasons why you voted for Trump?
That's the point. Is I actually want to touch back to that. I just wanted to get into a silly debate based off Republican versus Democrat.
No, I get it. I guess I don't do
for
that.
Trump because I want to bring manufacturing back to America. I want to bring money back into our states. I actually want to decentralize the dollar bill. I think it should happen. I think that we should go towards more of a universal form of payment. I personally do believe we should bring oil back to America. Like Donald Trump specifically came to Utah and bought up the government came and bought up a bunch of land. And I'm a hunter. That's my BLM land that I had access to hunting. If anybody should be offended, it should be me. But they bought it up for oil reserves for, fossil fuels. And I think it's great. I personally.
I'm sorry, we get it. I'm sorry for interrupting you. You're kind of starting to yap. But you're a nice guy, so I say that politely.
You're good.
So the first point that you made, was investment in American industries and bringing more money back to America. So here's a graph from the FRED, Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis, sourced from the U.S. Bureau of Economic Analysis. This graph would indicate levels of business investment in American manufacturing.
Courtney.
So under Donald Trump's first term is relatively stagnant. Under the Biden-Harris administration, it went boom! It exploded, all-time highs because of how good they were for the American economy. Donald Trump wins the election November of last year. Then he has the first financial quarter of 2025 under his belt, under his presidency since his inauguration. And guess what? Investment in business went stagnant. So seemingly, Donald Trump is actually not as good for the American economy or putting money into the American economy through investment in American manufacturing as you paint him to be.
Do you not recognize the stock market bull run that happened right after COVID when Biden administration came into office? Do you not recognize that to be a little bit?
Are you saying that like the boom in business investment under Biden was just like
I'm not saying it was
pandemic?
I'm not saying it was all a fluke or all an accident, but I do believe that some of the social statistics on business do come from what happened with COVID.
Well, I mean, okay, how would COVID cause like a super like okay, why would this boom stop when Donald Trump won the election? Why would this boom stop when Donald Trump gains the presidency?
I think with everything.
And then why would this bull run represent a bull run that we've just simply never seen before?
Yeah, you got me there. I have no clue.
What caused the new trend?
Honestly, I don't have an answer to that question, to be honest with you.
It's because he's not that good for the economy. His economic policy is shit. And guess what?
So what do you think his goals are? Like, you tell me.
Listen, actually, I want to cook real quick. His economic policies are shit. And like, I finally feel, oh my God, I feel so vindicated. Because before the election, I was talking about how shit his economic policy was, how bad it was for the average American, and how much it would cost for a national debt. And guess what? Yesterday, Elon Musk vindicated the hell out of me because he recognized everything that I've been preaching since last October to be true. He left the Trump administration, then called Trump's big, beautiful bill absolutely fucking abhorrent, disgusting, dog shit puke, right? Because it redistributes wealth from the poor to the rich. It reduces the after-tax income for 80% of Americans, and it's going to cost our government $3.8 trillion to do so. And this is Donald Trump's big economic accomplishment. I think that this shows that Donald Trump is an absolutely incompetent leader, right? And if this doesn't prove it, I mean, hopefully him like 3 days ago saying that Biden got executed in 2020 and replaced with a robotic clone proved it to you.
Yeah, I don't know about all that.
That's crazy, right?
The robotic shit. I mean, don't get me wrong, but was Biden like severely declining as like just cognitively as a person? Sure, maybe. But as we all know, he doesn't get to make.
Can we agree that it's like fucking nuts to say that Biden was executed and then replaced with a robotic clone?
It's the whole Kanye stuff and the Diddy stuff and cloning people.
And like, at what point are you going to draw the line and be like, the guy that is president of the United States is not fit to serve? In the same way that you did so with Biden.
Yeah, but I mean, how long do you give someone to change bills? I mean, the thing is
listen. Trump is nuts. He's absolutely nuts. He has no fucking clue. He's one of the most insane people. He said that windmills were causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. He said we should possibly nuke hurricanes to fight against them. He said we should look into using listen here. He said we should look into using disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. Okay? Are you serious? This guy is completely out of it. You think this guy knows what he's doing?
Yeah, he still thinks he won the 2020 election. Like, okay, Grandpa, thinks that Biden was killed and replaced with a clone. Like, okay,
that's crazy.
All right.
What about
dude?
Conspiracy Grandpa is literally in the position of presidency.
Yeah, like he absolutely, dude. He belongs in the nursing home, Connor.
I mean, Biden belonged in a nursing home long before Trump ever did.
Oh, no.
Dude,
I actually reject that.
A bicycle.
I actually reject that. Wait, whoa. He fell off of his bicycle because he had fucking clips on the end of it, and his foot got caught up and he tripped. My father, damn near professionally rides bicycles, and that's happened to him before. You can't say because his fucking foot got caught in the clip and he fell that he's therefore this incompetent old man with 0 brain cells and no fucking contribution to society. Would be better off pissing and shitting in a diaper for the rest of his life in a nursing home. That's crazy. Stop being so hyperbolic. Oh my God. The partisan brain rot is truly destroying this country.
Let me ask you this.
I mean, Donald Trump did chart in a debate on stage. Did you hear about that?
Can we both agree on this one point? Is the simple fact of in the last 8 years, it has brought more. Whoever is in the right nor the wrong, this has shed more light to the youth to be more active in politics and to take more of a stance on their own beliefs. Can we at least agree on that?
Yes, we actually can. We actually no. I'll say Trump has incentivized and caused so much political involvement of so many more people, particularly within progressive movements. That doesn't mean he's a good president. Holy shit.
I'm just saying we could agree on the fact that at least
in fact, all that
people
political
can stand
involvement is
by our
caused
belief.
because he's so bad.
Yeah, I mean, the point I was trying to make is nonetheless we're at least getting more of the, not we're, as I'm not like saying we're speaking for a party, I'm saying we're as a country are at least dissecting policies. How old are you? Let me ask you. You're 20?
Yeah, I'm 20.
Okay, that's my point. When I was 20, I'm not much older, but when I was 20, it was kind of getting a big deal. But I mean, I could remember when I was like 14, 15, those elections, those years going on, like it didn't even matter. But I could go and talk to a 14, 15-year-old about policies and bills that are being passed, and they actually have some education on it. And so, like, no matter who's wrong nor the right, we can at least.
Okay, is this like the Kumbaya silver lining? Whoop-de-doo, we voted a fascist in
No.
office, but look at this, the youth is getting educated on politics moment. Oh.
No, not at all. I'm just saying, at least I'm just trying to find points we can agree on. That's it.
Oh, yeah, I guess we could. You know what? Yeah.
I'm trying to be open-minded.
Let's
No.
go. Middle of the road. Shake hands. We agree.
Connor, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Would you ever support a candidate that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years as a 50-year-old man?
I mean, when it's said like that, it's very hard to support that. Correct. You're right. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't. So
You
you're
wouldn't.
right.
So you regret like supporting Donald Trump?
No, not at all. I don't regret supporting him.
Okay, well that's isn't that contradictory because Donald Trump did do that. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
Do you have? Can you pull that up? You guys have access to your computer. You can share your screen. I mean, can you pull that up and show me like some like resources on that actually prove that to be valid or true?
You want to hear him say it?
Yeah, play the audio.
Dean, do you want to play it or do you want me to play it?
You want to play it?
I can play it.
I'm sorry. I've been on for 4 hours and 15 minutes. I'm feeling kind of lazy.
You're killing it, bro. 4 hours is a long time to stream. 10,000 views.
I had the
Man,
We Are the
you-
Champions open.
You know, it took me a while to be able to build up to it.
Do you like hunting? Do you want to try to go hunting? Is that why you want guns, or you want guns just for the joy of guns?
I'm not a big hunter, and I want guns for self-defense. The day I turn 21, I'm getting a concealed carry permit.
That's good. You should get your CCW. I want to get mine, but like it's not required in the state of Utah, obviously. I mean,
Bruh, can we agree that there should be permits for that?
for carrying a weapon.
For concealed carry.
Oh yeah, for sure. I don't think you should be able to like. You're not allowed to in the state of Utah. You're not allowed to. If you do not have your CCW, you are not allowed to. Like, say you have a hunting rifle, you can't put it under the back seat of your truck. It has to be exposed and in the open for the officer to see. Say if you do get pulled over. Like legally, you cannot conceal a weapon unless you have that.
Heard making questionable comments about a young girl. Let's listen to that.
Soon. Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
No, that's crazy.
It
That's
came
crazy.
from 1992. So the person spamming AI in the comment section, that AI did not exist at the time.
Also, hey, I just want to thank Jessica. You know, can we all just take a moment, show some love to Jessica for her $3 donation over on Venmo. Jessica, I love you.
What is
Thank
the
you so
joy
much
of
for your
guns?
support.
Guns are fun. They could be fun
Wait,
if,
so before you go into that, so you agree that you wouldn't support someone who did that, right?
if you just want me to tell you that I regret my decision so you could have that, then I mean I could live with
No,
telling
I
you.
want you to get to a point where you realize that the person that you support, the president, right, is a horrible person.
I
Right?
just
And the
don't
things that he's
feel
done are
that.
so bad that you shouldn't support him. They're excessively bad insofar as you shouldn't support him. You
Out of
stand
the
by
two
that?
parties, I just don't know. Like out of the two, I don't think. Do you want me to be honest? I don't think either of them. Either. I didn't think we had any good. Honestly, as a matter of fact, I'm going to backtrack a little bit.
So what did Kamala Harris do that was so bad, that was so
Why
much
did she
worse
get
than
put in
Donald
a
Trump that
position
you
when
think
she
that?
was running over all the other Democrats? Like, why did she get automatically put into that position? Why wasn't
She was
there-
vice president. She stepped down. 80% of the Democratic Party wanted her as the nominee. So of course, if 80% of the Democratic Party wants you as the nominee, and you were the vice president, and the president just stepped down, you would step up.
Let me
That
ask
is
you this,
exactly what would
matter of
happen.
fact, what about the bills that she passed in the state of California to.
Is this a complete pivot?
Wait.
just question,
Also,
'cause
wait.
it's changing my mind.
Wait.
You know the
When
ones
she
that Donald
served as
Trump
a-
supported?
When she served as a senator for the state of California, she didn't pass any legislation.
Let me. Well,
he's
what about?
he's trying to say earlier
Also-
in his career.
No, even earlier in her career, AG and DAs, they don't.
I meant to say her. I didn't mean to say he.
They're not a part of like the state Congress. They don't pass legislation.
Yeah, she didn't pass a bill. She tried to get bills passed and tried to introduce bills and stuff like that, but she didn't, and that's actually a critique that a lot of people have tried to bring up. But like, he's talking about earlier in her career.
I'm talking about using all the inmates from California prison and jails that are there on mere, marijuana charges that it's now legalized and they're still incarcerated for these charges that they were keeping to fight wildland.
Yeah, if you want to respond to that claim, I had to kick him because he said M drug.
Yeah. So is he saying that that's worse? One, Donald Trump actually funded Kamala Harris specifically at that time, right, for like the positions that she was in, right? Actually, he agreed with her. Secondly, I just want to acknowledge that any critique that you would have in terms of Kamala Harris's past does not at all come close to Donald Trump saying you dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years and bragging about walking to the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent or being held civilly liable for sexually abusing women. But JH, how old are you? Hello?
No speaky. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Hey, for everybody watching, how have you guys enjoyed the debates today? Let me get y'all's takes on the live stream. Honestly, I've enjoyed the day. I've enjoyed the day. It's been very fun. It's been very fun. Hello, Landon. Are you MAGA?
Hey, what's going on? Yep.
Oh, how old are you?
I'm 19.
Oh man, why do you support Trump?
What can I say, man? He's just an extremely intelligent individual.
Dude, he said that Biden. Okay, are you joking?
No, I mean serious.
Okay, so do intelligent individuals like say that Biden was executed in 2020 and he was replaced with a robotic clone?
Well, this is the thing about that, right?
Yeah. Tell me the thing, Landon.
Everything's possible, right? Like in the grand scheme of things.
You're trolling. I don't believe you're real.
Okay, if everything's possible in the grand scheme of things, then everybody alive is fucking Einstein because no matter what you say, everything's possible.
Hey, I mean, I'm not going to discount you. I mean, I think anything is possible, but...
Landon, is it possible that you're the dumbest person on the planet?
I mean, yeah. It's true. I mean, nothing's been proven, but... I mean, I would take you up on that.
Yeah. Get the hell out of here, Landon. You're a troll. You're a troll, buddy. Get the hell out of here. We're going to gotta move on to the next guest right now, y'all. Let's go, dude. Holy shit. Let me see here. Alexia, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo. Oh, they say first time listening while driving home. Don't recommend Denver traffic plus Trumpers talking equals crash out. Oh, that Denver traffic is crazy, Alexia. I feel so bad for you. Thank you for the $20 $5 donation. As well as S, thank you for the $25 over on Venmo. Allie with a 10. And Jessica with another 15. Thank you for the love, Jessica. Jessica says, I love your debate lives and your personality is cool too. Hey, Jessica, I appreciate that. You're a boss. Shout out to Jessica down below in that chat. And Carl, Karklye, thank you for the $3. You guys are the best.
Can I say thank you to two people real quick? Lovey, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo. I really appreciate it, Lovey. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Of course, Lovey. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it as always. As well as Sid with $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now for the $100 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Sid. As always, it's always good to see you. She said, hi, y'all. Happy Wednesday. Good to see you as per usual. Of course. Always good to see you, Sid.
All right, guys, we're going to get that next and last Trump supporter. This next guest will be the last guest of the day, and then I'm going to hop off.
What's up, Christian?
Let's try to get that next guest up here. Yo, what's going on? You MAGA?
Okay.
You're light? You're a billion light?
I can't hear your audio.
Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Was that the future city? Oh, thank you so much.
Julia, you MAGA?
No, I just wanted to respond to that earlier comment about Kamala and her time as AG in California. She had like a large rate as far as conviction, but she never actually sent most of the people she convicted to jail for weed charges.
Julia, I hope that was all that you had to say, because I have to kick you for the same reason I kicked that guy, because you guys both said M-Jug or W-E-E-D. Yeah, no, you're right. I think that she had like over 600 sentences, but only 45 individuals were incarcerated. Let's go to get that next guest up in the box. What's going on, Mox? Are you MAGA? Looks like Mox backed out as well. So we're going to go to get that next guest up here right now. Jessica, thank you for the $2 over on PayPal. Thank you. Thank you, Jessica. Very kind indeed. As well as Caitlin,
what's
the
up,
$1
guys?
over
How
on
you
Venmo. Jeremy, what's up? Are you MAGA?
No, but I do have one thing I'd like to ask. I'll keep it short.
Get out of here. And
We're just looking for a
Karani.
debate, everyone.
That is Kerani. Thank you for the $15 over on Venmo. Hi, Alana. How old are you?
I am 19.
What year were you born in?
2005.
Are you MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Can you go into a different room?
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry.
Karani says, love watching your lives and laughing at dumb trumpet supporters. I wish that there was a way to let us know what time you're going live so we don't miss it. Also, thanks for finally going on Spotify. Hell yeah, we finally got set up over on Spotify. Yeah, that's
You did?
right. For the Dean Withers Show, weekly uploads of all the debates. That's right. So, yeah, Alana, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I support Trump because of his ban of abortion. I really support that whole factor of it.
Bruh, why?
Well, I was listening to your debate earlier about how you said that fetuses have no moral value. Is that what you said? I don't really remember.
I said that they don't have the right to life. They don't have enough moral value to give them the right to life.
So you're saying that if you don't have an opinion, because isn't that what morals is, basically opinion?
Morals or opinions? Well, I mean, so I don't want to have a meta-ethical discussion. Don't worry about it. Continue on with what you're going to say.
Yeah,
it's just going to get unnecessarily complicated if where I tell you morals are derived from. So go ahead.
Okay. Well, basically what I'm trying to say is that I feel like abortion is wrong because you're taking away a life that hasn't even lived yet. And I know that some people say that an embryo or a fetus is not considered a life because it can't breathe or have consciousness or do things that we can do, but it is still made up of human DNA, which are cells, which are organisms, which are living organisms. So I feel like it is considered a living thing and it will grow into a living thing just like you and me. So I feel like it should be able to have that chance in life to grow just as we did.
So you think it's wrong to kill it because it has human DNA?
Yes, but I don't want to specifically put that standpoint on it and just be like, that is the only reason why it's wrong. It's wrong also because
excuse me.
The person hasn't had a chance to live yet, and it's not their fault that they were conceived.
Okay, so if they haven't had a chance to live yet and they have human DNA, it's wrong to kill them. If there's a brain dead baby that hasn't had the chance to live yet and they have human DNA, is it wrong and murder to pull the plug on them?
No, it is not, because brain dead is irreversible. The fetus is able to come out of the womb and survive like us, but brain dead, you can't go back from that. So parents have rights.
So then so the argument's centered around like the potentiality for future sentience.
Yes, it has value because it's potential value.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So if there's a woman that's pregnant with a fetus
Yes.
that will never be that will be sentient for 1 picosecond upon birth and then stop being sentient, do you think it'd be wrong for her to get an abortion?
I don't see a reason why she would get an abortion if the baby's just gonna die.
Yeah, the
why she wouldn't.
The baby's going to be born, and it's going to have a picosecond of sentience, and then it's going to be brain dead.
But can I ask you a question?
Life.
Why do you?
No, because I want you to answer my question.
Okay. I feel like it's not wrong because the baby doesn't have. If the doctor's clear, but it's only a picosecond.
All right. So how much future sentience does it need in order for it to be morally valuable?
But why do you come up with such crazy scenarios that would never happen to justify my argument?
Because
test my logic, but that's not logic. That's just that's not really reality because that would never happen. So you're testing something that would never happen against my argument.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Did you eat breakfast today?
No, I did not.
Okay. What would you have felt like if you did eat breakfast today?
Probably avocado toast.
No. What would you feel like? You would feel full, correct?
Oh yeah, I thought you said like, what do I feel like eating? I'm
Oh,
sorry.
you're good. But that's a hypothetical that didn't happen, right?
Yeah, I would probably feel full if I ate all of my breakfast.
Exactly, and you can engage in that hypothetical even though it didn't happen.
Right.
Like if you were responding the same way you just did, you would say, "Or that's a ridiculous hypothetical. I didn't eat today."
But that's a reality because I eat every day. Humans eat. It's not a reality for a person to have sentience for 1 picosecond. That's not something that would actually happen. But it would actually happen. It would actually occur that I would eat breakfast because that occurs every morning. You see what I'm saying?
Okay,
so he's basing something
okay.
off that's not going to happen.
So what
Yeah.
you're
Yo, I
saying,
gotta-
you're
I
not
gotta hop in
disputing
here.
its logical possibility. You're just saying that it's not going to happen within our typical like world. Is that all you're
Yeah.
saying? That's
Okay,
not
I
a,
gotta
that's
hop-
not a critique of a hypothetical because he's still demonstrating a concept to you. But go for
So
it.
real quick,
But not a relatable
I'm
concept.
sorry.
Not a concept that
I'm
I
sorry.
can relate to.
I have to have you stop talking. Harrison, over on the YouTube stream, you should right now type in the chat what your TikTok handle is. I'll happily let you onto the live, like literally right now.
Harrison's
Tell us
like
what
12 years old. I'm pretty sure.
How do you know who it is?
They've been trolling me for a while, and Sid, and because they would get mad
Oh,
at
it is
Sid
about that.
donating to me.
It is about that. Okay, I guess they're 12. Oh, and that guy's left. Okay. Let's see here. Jennifer, with the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat, being forced to continue pregnancy when a fetus has absolutely no chance of life is the literal definition of cruel and unusual punishment. That is torture for the mother. I would agree. I would agree. I hope nobody would disagree. I feel that's common sense. Uh-oh. Sorry, turn my flashlight on. Chat, I did not kick her. Don't kick guests unless they slur. Like, really. Okay. All right. Well, I guess it's going to be the end of my streams for the day. How long have we been live on YouTube? Let me see. Yeah, man, we've been live for a minute. We did a longer stream today than we usually do.
Cool. That's nice.
Yeah, so I'm going to hop up. But before we do, College, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, saying this is money that should have been spent on Harrison's daycare, but I want you to have it instead. You guys are some funny motherfuckers. Let me tell you. You guys are some funny motherfuckers. Alexis with a $5 on Super Chat as well. Now Tori's in the chat saying Trump is better. Oh, Lord, get a load of this Joker. Oh my gosh. Okay. What a stream we've had today. Oh, Cyphex with the $20 on Super Chat saying not only that, but the ban of abortion is also a ban of making that choice for ourselves. It is. Indeed. Okay. Devin and his mom. Yeah, I was looking in that queue for Devin. I never saw him again after he came up on that live the first time.
Yeah, Devin, you can pop up into my stream. If you do, I'll probably see you in the box.
All right, as well as Bandy. Thank you for the $5 on Venmo. I read your message there. You're very kind. All right. I'm going to go ahead and hop off for the evening. For the 9,000 people in here, if you're still fiending for some debates, I obviously won't be able to deliver them to you. I am hungry and I have a migraine and I need to get off. So Parker down here, he's going to go ahead and continue the live. He might even be live on my account, given that I could figure out the login. We'll have to.
If I could
we'll have to-
FaceTime you right now, I could do it right now because you could do
Okay.
like the little like the QR thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Is that I'll just have you sign in with the use of the QR.
We can just do that for tomorrow, or if you want to do that like right now, we can.
Well, I mean, do you want to go live on that account right now or tomorrow?
I would, but like I mean, if it would be hard for you to do it like right now, it's fine.
No, I don't mind just setting it up real quick.
Yeah, I can just FaceTime you right now, and I can just log in.
Okay, all right. So for everybody watching, Parker's going to be live on TikTok on @DNCDean. So he's going to be live on my second account @DNCDean, as well as for everybody over on YouTube. He is on @ParkerGetAJob. So I love you all. I appreciate everyone so much for tuning in. Before you head off on YouTube, make sure you drop a sub and drop a like. It really helps push the streams here out after I end. Thank you, Didn't Take Care. Yo, Christian, oh man, you take care as well. You take care as well. I've been thinking about you a lot recently, Christian. You were very kind the other day. You know what I'm talking about. I appreciate you for the love. Now, everybody on TikTok, head over to @DNCDean. Parker will probably take a minute before he's live over there. I got to get him signed into the account and whatnot.
So
But it's
go over to my YouTube.
DNCDean. Goodbye, everybody. Good evening. Goodbye. Good night.
I'll call you right now, bro.
Good night. I just said good night.
That's
Jesus Christ.
crazy.
Okay. Bye.
All right, chat. What's up? Yeah, you just scan it. Got you. Give him a second, everyone. Dean and I are starting it up. Harrison's a troll. Harrison's totally trolling. Alrighty, everyone. Yo, Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Between debates, interacting with each other in the chat, very genuine. Watching y'all. Oh, my call failed. Watching y'all defend progress. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Alyssa. Thank you. And Brian with $100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Brian with $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Brian. I appreciate it. I absolutely do wish we did. Oh my gosh. That's so horrible. I'm actually gonna bring stuff up for that so that I can look more into that. But yo, thank you so much, Brian. I appreciate it. Put some W's for Brian in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Here you go, Dean, by the way. There we go. Bro, thanks, bro. I hope this fucking works, bro. I really hope this shit works. You think it will? Alright, bro. Thanks, man. W Dean in the chat, everyone. Fucking W Dean's in the chat. Appreciate you, bro. Alright, everyone. This is gonna be wild. This is gonna be wild. Let's see how this works, everyone. Let's see how this works. Video quality is so much better on YouTube. I know, right? Dylan, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Came from Dean's YouTube stream. Always see you there and on his TikTok streams. Never really had a chance to listen in, but it's looking like a slow night at work. Hey, nice. Well, welcome in. Welcome in. You do have a time to listen in now. Don't worry. We're going to be able to get some debates right now. And we're going to be on Dean's account too, because he's been incredibly nice in allowing us to use his account, his second account. Like, this is actually, I hope it sends out because that would be incredible. That'd be incredible. Let me ask him if he can swap his, hey, could you swap? Yeah. Thanks, bro. Yo, W Dean. W Dean. Dean's such a W. Can we get some W Deans in the chat, everyone? W Deans in the chat. What's up, everyone joining up the TikTok live right now? How's everyone doing today? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. Hopefully we can get some debates in here today. Is there an echo? There shouldn't be an echo. Let me make sure everything's fine. Everything sound good? Everything sound good? It sounds good. It sounds good. Great to hear. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, everyone. Good to hear everyone. Good to hear everyone. Or hear everyone. See everyone. Jeez, bro. I did do some people were asking about like the religious stuff I promised for today. I was going to tell everyone it was just recorded today. Let's just say it was pretty crazy, insufferable. Got caught off guard with a topic that I didn't expect was going to be there. I don't know if I can fully talk. I think I can. I think I can talk about it. Well, if I can't, fuck it. I went on Piers Morgan and I debated Christians with Danny. It was me and Danny versus two Christians. So we debated there, and that will be there. Some of the debates weren't even related to that. They literally like randomly put in a topic they didn't even tell us was going to be there, and I'm kind of fucking pissed off at them because I think it was incredibly fucked up, especially like what was said too. Like the people we debated are totally fucking insufferable people, totally horrible people. So it is a huge, platform to get on. That's why I thought it was important to go. But the people I debated were, very insufferable and horrible. Felonious, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. We won't get it banned. I hope not, at least. All right, everyone. Brianna, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Always good to see you. I just got elevated now. I'm going to a Mexican restaurant. Hopefully, you'll still be live when I get back. I should be. Corey, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Appreciate it. We're going to start getting some debates up right now. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Everyone do tap that screen, share the live. It will help get it out to more people. Let's start getting some debates up real quick, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
How old are you?
22.
What's your birth year?
2002.
22, 2002. What month?
July 29th. Like the date, July 29th.
For sure. Okay. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why so?
I don't support him as an individual, but I supported him more than Kamala Harris.
Kamala.
I think that Kamala.
Mhm.
What is it?
Kamala.
Kamala. Okay. Well, I supported him more than Kamala, and I think that he was gonna more directly affect my life than she was. Better, I would say.
Okay. Well, by doing what?
Taking care of immigration laws more, like actually enforcing them.
Okay. Actually enforcing immigration law. What did Kamala Harris or Biden specifically do to not enforce immigration laws?
I mean, we're seeing them being enforced right now, right? Like, I mean, if we're seeing them actually, like these things, not that they should have been done. I don't agree with the taking kids that were born here already, but I don't think that, I don't know. It's just, do you not agree that there's a lot of illegal immigrants coming in? Like people that are coming in and not even going through the process, not even registering themselves. They never file these paperwork. Like, what are we doing about them?
Wait, can you repeat what you just said? I was just responding to Dean. Sorry, you were saying?
Like, what are we doing about the people that are coming into our country, settling here for, let's say, decades, and they're never coming forth with paperwork, but they're working? Like, I mean, if you're working over here, you're earning enough to file for the paperwork. Or not only that, you can save what you can, and if these people are really coming because there's no work over there, you can save what you can and go back,
Okay. So
right?
then,
Or
again, in terms of this, are you saying that undocumented immigrants say are bad to the negatively impacting our economy? They're negatively impacting,
well,
right?
wait,
Like
I
your
wanted to
quality
ask,
of
how
life
do
or anything
they?
else like that?
Oh, well, yeah. So to give you some background, my grandma's an immigrant. My grandpa's an immigrant. All my grandparents, my parents are not. Um, I grew up in LA, so that's a melting pot of just so many different people. But I would say that I was not before I moved states. I was not used to seeing more than two white people in the same room that were not my teachers. So I was pretty like democratic. I was pretty like my teachers. I remember I was still in high school when Donald Trump was running for president. Um, I would say too that I was raised Christian, and I rejected that once I got older. I
All
would
right.
say
Is
teen
there like
years.
a policy you like of Donald Trump's? Maybe.
Uh, I can't say policies, no.
Nope. You can't mention a single policy. So then, like, what are you specifically mentioning with Donald Trump that you like? Is there anything in specific that you could
Like the
relate to?
action that he's taking since he's got into office
Like what?
in terms of immigration, like I just
So
said.
just deportations. So how are immigrants, like undocumented immigrants, specifically harmful to you?
Well, okay, so I'm middle class because I don't even qualify for SNAP or healthcare anymore. So I would say I'm middle class because I can at least take care of my things enough to where, obviously the government doesn't think I need the help. So that being said, though, there's still a lot of people in the middle class that are struggling. Like there's still medical bills, like life happens. So there's been times where I'm going to the food bank, I'm going to um like not housing assistance because I'm not getting my rent paid or like any deduction, but I'm going to these apartment buildings that they are making for quote unquote low income people like me, right? Families like me. But when I go there, I am in line competing with other immigrants. And how do I know they're immigrants? I mean, like if you were raised in America, you would speak English, right?
Okay.
Like the
Okay.
normal
So,
person.
by the way, so you saying that like being raised in America at all would be relevant is kind of ridiculous. You like judging people based on not being able to speak English, I think is ridiculous. This country, right, should be a country where immigrants can come to and feel okay to live at home and be free, right? I don't think that this country should condemn immigrants just for being immigrants.
Okay, but can I clarify? I'm not saying that somebody that doesn't speak English is less intelligent or less educated. They just don't speak English. My problem is that we are now my neighbors are people that I can't communicate with. They're people that come from a different country that have different teachings. My problem is the culture. My problem is also that if we're in debt and if there's already a lack of resources for people like me,
Wait.
why
You
why
okay?
do
So
we
you want to go into less debt and you want more resources and social services for Americans, correct?
I mean, you can
Wait,
you
I'm
can
just
debate
clarifying.
whatever.
No. Just to clarify, you want more.
Okay, okay, yeah.
You want more social services, and you want lower debt, correct?
No, I'm not advocating for more social services because
Um.
I think that what the Democrats tend to do is keep giving people money. They keep giving us services. They keep giving us band-aids technically, but no one is advocating
Okay,
for
so
what's
you want to
going
get rid of
at
social
home.
services for people in need. You want to cut Medicaid and Medicare?
No, no, not healthcare. I don't want to cut any disability. I don't want to cut anything for veterans.
Okay, so then
I don't
how do
want
you
to
feel
cut
about
for
Donald Trump specifically doing $800 billion in Medicaid cuts?
I mean, he cut money off from the food bank too. Like he cut money off from a lot of things. I mean, to be honest, with any person that I would have
Wait, so
selected, I'm
let's
not
clarify.
gonna.
Let's clarify. He
Yeah.
specifically in his big beautiful bill will cut 800 billion of Medicaid, 300 billion of food stamps, right? And you're still supporting him?
Okay, and what Kamala, right? Kamala?
Kamala.
Kamala. Okay, so what makes you think that Kamala would have done exactly what she said if she got into presidency?
I never said that she would do everything she said specifically. I'm just saying that she
Yeah,
would do
but
better specifically than what Donald Trump's done.
Donald Trump isn't doing good. Like I'm gonna admit, Donald Trump is not delivering on what he said he would do. I agree on the Ukraine thing, completely blew it. I don't know why anybody believed he could do anything about that or wanted to. But I mean, my thing is, don't you think on both sides it's rigged? Like, don't you? My thing is, I'm not debating
I don't
about.
think on both sides it's rigged. No, like I don't. What do you mean by that?
Okay, so in terms of them, okay, so let me see. Would you agree that Democrats or liberals tend to argue? Like, let me bring up BLM, right? I feel like whenever I see debates on that, I see Republicans tend to shut it down immediately, like DEI, like shutting down the fact that DEI is good, shutting down the fact that it improved anything, that it is beneficial in any way.
Do you think DEI is not beneficial?
I think it's half and half.
Oh, I don't.
Just like,
I'm confused what you mean.
well, I think when it first was in place, it did open up lots of opportunities. Like me, myself, I'm from an immigrant family, so I look like I've literally been approached. If I wear certain clothes that look athletic and I like wear a hat, I literally get approached like I don't speak English. So I look the way I do, and I did grow up feeling like because people looked white or because they were born into that family, they had more opportunities. So I will say that to a certain extent, that's right, and that DEI did help in incorporating people of color or even people from different backgrounds that are not American um into like workplaces and the same
So you
type of
think DEIA
opportunities.
is good?
DEIA.
Yeah.
Is that like a different thing or it's the same thing?
It's DEIA is just it's diversity, equity, inclusion, and then
But that's what I was just talking about, right?
accessibility.
Like it's not like a extra thing they just came out with.
No,
I mean,
it's always been a part of it. It's just like another word that is making it more inclusive.
I don't think it's
Accessibility.
helping anymore. I think we've got to the point where we need to graduate from it.
You mean that there's no purpose for any like DEIA anymore? Okay, then I'll ask you this question. What about for veterans?
What about for
What about for
veterans?
disabled people?
Uh-huh. Can you tell me the like specific phrase you're
You
asking
don't
me?
think there should be DEI to help out disabled people? DEIA?
No, I do. I just said like I do believe those people still deserve some type of assistance.
Okay, so
Like
then
that is the reason why.
then you do believe in it. Okay, so then give me specific examples where you don't believe in it, because maybe that will then make it clear where our disagreement is.
Well, race. I would say race.
So you disagree
Like
with it in any context as it relates to race?
at this point, yes. At this point, my argument is I understand that there are a lot of social things. I experience it myself, but I feel like whenever I talk to a liberal or a Democrat, they talk to me as if I am on crutches, like as if I see the world at like for me. Like literally, it's crazy that
Wait,
automatically.
how is saying that DEI should exist and that there should be more representation for people, given that there isn't currently representation, at all indicating that, right? Isn't it indicating that we should just make the system better? That's all?
Okay, what are you saying of what I said doesn't mean that I support DEI? What did I say that doesn't indicate that I support it, but I don't support what it has created? It has created more of a social stigma of people should be include, like in a sense, why do we even put our race down on the application?
Okay. I'm confused. You understand that DEI isn't only just specifically for hiring processes, right?
Okay, what is it for? What else? If it's not just for that, what else?
Yeah. So DEI can apply towards many things in life, specifically in terms of DEI, right? Where we could reference any type of social policy that increases access to accessibility, inclusion, equity, or diversity. So investments, right, would be an example of DEIA.
Okay. So what are you saying that I said that doesn't agree? Like what is wrong with what I said?
No, I'm asking you what specifically, like in a specific sense, you disagree with. Because if you don't have a specific thing that you disagree with, well, then we'd have to point to something else specific that you're referencing.
Well, okay, so
that means that,
DEI.
hold up, something else specifically that you're referencing that would mean that you'd like, say, Donald Trump over Kamala Harris.
Okay, so to finish the DEIA thing, specifically, it includes we're mentioning women and people of color in it, right?
Wait, say that one more time. Hello?
DEIA is it involves inclusivity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Of who? Like who are the people protected or who are the people represented under this?
It depends, right? It's not just like one
But
community.
who would you say, like if you had to explain this to me, who is generally protected?
Any marginalized community.
Okay, and what would you describe that to me as if I'm not American? And I don't look at social media.
Are you asking me to like explain what every marginalized
No,
group
I'm
would
just
be in
I want to know
America?
what you're talking about, because for me, I'm talking about why are we including anything regarding gender and race? I have no problem with people with disabilities.
Okay,
I have no
okay,
problem
so
with
to clarify, you don't agree with DEIA when it comes to helping out, right? Like, and there be more diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility for women.
I think we have laws in state for not discriminating people upon that, right?
Wait, that doesn't mean that there isn't disparities or different types of social dynamics that exist that still negatively impact people on those spaces. You know, what's it called? Social stigmas, things like that.
Okay, so can I ask, what do you think causes these disparities?
It would depend on the specific one that we're referencing. Obviously, in many circumstances, it would be the system of the patriarchy when we're referencing specifically misogyny that's going to disenfranchise women.
Okay, and aside from women, because honestly, I feel like besides the presidency, that's where the kind of disconnect from conservatives and Republicans come into play, because it's become a thing of misogyny and racism. I agree, it's become half of that, and there's half of the other half is people like me who we do prefer, I don't know, like certain things that he mentioned, like I said, the immigration thing, but
So you're willing to vote for him in despite of the fact that he's a misogynist racist, right?
I mean,
That was held civilly
directly
liable of sexually
affecting me.
abusing a woman, that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, who said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, who said his daughters said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, right? Like these are
Okay,
that's
would
the
I
type
mean
of guy.
I know, but I mean, I didn't choose him to be the candidate. And at the same time, all of that, if I could prevent things, I would. But what directly affects me is what I mentioned. Like, I'm telling you my experiences. And in a sense, like, if let's say I support Donald Trump, let's say it wasn't him, it was Kamala, and we were letting our open borders are still in that. We're giving people their sorry.
What'd you
We're
say?
giving people their papers. Where would we get the resources when average people like me are struggling? And not only that, you're talking about disparities, right? Like aside from women, I want to talk about race. Like wouldn't you say that now, wouldn't you say that's kind of a disparity that also is being targeted?
In terms of DEI, I'm confused what you're like. I asked you specifically in terms of like
Yeah.
why you support Donald Trump in despite of these particular
Well,
types of
I
things that he
told you
does
that
that are
he was the
horrible,
only
and
other
you instead of
candidate.
addressing, you just said he's the only other candidate, but you understand that Kamala Harris
I mean,
doesn't.
that I agree with. That would directly
So then
affect me.
what do you put in priority over like all of those things that I just mentioned, right? The
My
harm that he
day-to-day
commits
life.
towards what
My day-to-day
specifically?
life.
What about it specifically?
Well, I heard, you know what's funny is I actually been listening to you. So there was one thing that you mentioned where I can't quote it, but I will say around, it was around the topic where someone said, yeah, I assume that because they look of color, because they don't speak English, yes, I assume they're undocumented. And you're like, oh wow, so because someone's
Wait,
not
have I
white.
talked to you before?
No, I listened though.
Oh, you're talking about
And I
me
remember,
talking to someone else, right?
yes, yes.
Okay.
And I remember thinking I used to have that mindset, but like with this new Ukrainians coming in, I'm fine with them coming. Like I'm fine. If anything, I just think it's unfortunate. But when they come, I realize that us Americans, we don't have trade. We don't have trade skills. We have to pay tens of thousands of dollars to be able to get a trade skill. But these people in their regular, like in their day-to-day lives, they build their own homes. They know these things. So when they come
Wait,
here, they get paid.
wait. I'm sorry. What group of
Yes.
people did you just say that don't have trade skills?
Americans, we don't tend to have trade skills. Like this
Well,
is, we have to pay tens of thousands.
So to clarify,
Uh-huh.
then maybe if Americans don't have trade skills, we then give access to trade skills, right, by investing in Americans' access and affordability to that. Isn't that increasing accessibility a part of DEIA? Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility for those that previously did not get access to that type of education, right? So is that an example of
I think,
a
yeah,
DEIA
but
that
it's
you
not-
support?
But I mean, their goal is not directly saying that we're gonna help improve Americans' skills, are we? Like, is that's not what they're promoting. They're promoting equality and more diversity.
Wait, you understand
Right.
that specifically is an example of diversity, equity, inclusion that you support, correct?
Not really, because to know a trade compared to being a doctor, like being a doctor is not a trade. You have to actually go to school for
Wait,
that.
can you like fund both? And also, there are trade schools.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There
Like,
are
clarify the
trade
question?
schools, and you can fund both higher education in terms of college, right, and also trade schools, so that you can have multiple options for social mobility in this country.
Okay. I mean, yeah, like my thing is I'm fine with changing everything to make it better, but my problem is immediate. Like what's going on immediate. If we were to have Kamala, if we were to have her, this problem with me would keep growing. Like I mean, my thing too is I want to know like what's your experience? Like who are you advocating more for? Like when you're leading, when you're talking, who are you advocating for?
Everyone
most?
in
Are
this
you-
country.
Okay, so, but you can't please everyone. Like, wouldn't you like?
I
If
know
you
I
have,
know I can't please every single person, but I'm still advocating for everyone.
okay, so if you're advocating for everyone, though, you're advocating for my interests as well.
Yes.
You have to see so you're advocating for immigration laws being enforced, like the way it's happening right now.
Wait, me saying that I'm advocating for the interest of everyone doesn't mean I agree with every position that you have. It means I'm
Then
advocating
you're not
for
really
things.
advocating.
No, it's not. It means I'm advocating.
Well, okay, but you're not advocating
Listen,
for
hold
my
up.
interests. You're advocating for what you think is within my interests, right?
I am, yes, something that I think is within the interests of everyone, right? So economic policy that benefits everyone, that's within the interests of you because it benefits everyone, right? because you're
Okay, but
part
I
of
would have to
everyone.
say that, okay, well, in that sense, then we would have to say what benefits everyone being fed, having a warm home, you know, having clothes, like what is benefiting? Because I would say that Democrats think that what's benefiting them is all, you know, having more equality, more rights, more basically getting what they want. But it would not be
Equality,
benefiting.
rights, healthcare access, childcare access, food, right? Housing
Yes.
affordability, basic things that we need, right?
Yes, but do you think that
That's
I don't want that?
that's
Like, do you think that,
well, I think that you're
like,
voting for a candidate that explicitly harms those things. Like, for example, in his big beautiful bill, right? He specifically has cuts for Medicaid, literally $800 billion in cuts of Medicaid, and also
yes.
$300 billion in cuts to food stamps. I know you disagree with that.
No, no, no. Okay, but I just told you I know because actually I'm in Oregon, Portland, Oregon, very, very liberal place, and they have lots of food banks. It's nice. It's a very giving place. And I noticed, I saw an article cut like a couple million from the food budget. That's gonna affect me because I go to the food bank to save money on food. I know. But to be honest, what has affected me more on a day to day is competing for jobs, not having access to jobs, having to pay expensive rent. I mean, this is not a problem that
Wait,
any
wait,
you
not
can
having access
really.
to jobs. I just want to let you know, GDP has gone down since Trump got in office. You want to know also, right? Unemployment has
Mhm.
gone up, so it's harder now to get a job, and there's less money in the economy being transacted, right? So please explain to me how the conditions are better for you now that Donald Trump is president.
Okay, can I ask what are the jobs? What are the jobs that we're losing?
What are the jobs we're losing? Or
Yes, are we losing retail jobs? Are we losing farmers? Are we losing
yeah,
doctors, teachers? Like what are we losing
does
specifically a
that
lot
change? Does
of?
that change? I'm saying that you have less jobs in the economy overall. Does it matter what type of job that we're referencing?
Yes, it does actually, because
Why?
part of my problem, like I can't argue terrorism. I'm not arguing any other part because to me it's pointless. To me, you could vote for somebody and they're not going to follow through, whatever. So I'm just going to say tariffs. I'm not educated on that, but nothing changes. Nothing changes for a person when you're actually trying to survive. You're saying that we're going to have to pay more for goods, right? What type of goods? Like, are we paying more for handbags? Are we paying more for like imported pianos? Like, what type of goods are these goods that we need to survive on? Like,
Yes, yes.
uh,
So, yeah, if we talk about the increase in prices specifically, right, that would be food, that would be energy, that would be everything within the economy as we're referencing CPI, average, right, the consumer price index. So it's going to include, a bunch of different things. We can use different indexes to include certain things or to disinclude certain things or to not include certain things. So like okay, in terms of if you want to know specifically like what jobs, I'd recommend specifically to look at the Bureau of Labor Statistics, right? They specifically have like information on all of the set of employment. I don't think it would be effective for me to just go through all of that on the live. I think it would be effective for you to specifically look at if you want to know the specific jobs that are becoming less prevalent or whatnot. Again, the difference in unemployment is about 0.2%. So again, the point I'm making is that like it's not better for you to get access to a job now with Donald Trump in office. So why are we acting explicitly just like because Donald Trump's in office, the conditions are better for people in terms of their access to jobs?
well, I think in general it has to do with what the focus is. The focus is not family. The focus is not. Everything's very commercial in America. So the way I see it is everyone's talking about this is going to get more expensive, but why is America one of the only places that it's more we pay to import things?
What?
It's more expensive in other countries. I know, but
Every
in other
country
countries,
I'm sorry, every country pays to import things.
I
Right?
know, but it's more expensive for them to buy anything American. Why is it more
What?
expensive for us to buy things that are made here?
Be,
American?
because it is the case that our production costs are higher in the United States. Other countries have a comparative advantage for producing particular goods. Right? They might have better
Okay, but
environmental conditions, cultural conditions, social conditions to produce goods more efficiently than we can here.
okay, so why would not creating our like let's say we're
Can,
talking
can I give
about
you an
food
example?
costs
Yeah,
going up.
let's talk about agriculture, right? Certain
Okay, yes,
certain
yes.
countries have better environments and better climates to produce certain agricultural goods than we do here in the United States. So the particular goods
Hmm.
that they produce, not only are they cheaper for them to produce, but they're higher quality. So obviously Americans would rather prefer to buy the agricultural goods from countries around the world as they have a comparative advantage for producing those particular goods based upon the climate in the certain country that they live in comparative to our country.
Okay. I
And then
agree that
when we let them
buying
focus on their comparative advantage, we can focus on our comparative advantage. Now, what is America best at? That's what we can focus on, right? That's how a global economy works. We work together. We do what our skill sets are. We don't force ourselves to do everything.
okay, I'm not, this is obviously like you're just someone debating, but it feels like there's just a bunch of holes poked into a water balloon. There's a bunch of things falling apart. My thing is, are we more focused on getting some delicious avocados? Are we more focused on rebuilding our economy, helping the people that really need it, and then letting the immigrants come in and then being able to
We
help
can do
them
all of these
properly?
things simultaneously. Immigrants help us help everyone. Immigrants provide to the economy. They grow the U.S. economy, and they make the pie bigger for every American. Okay, so
Okay,
this
how
idea
can
that immigrants take from us is a ridiculous concept. They increase specifically aggregate supply and aggregate demand, increasing the productive services in economy and specifically increasing the demand specifically within the economy, therefore creating an incentive for manufacturers, producers, suppliers, and businesses to increase the amount of laborers that they specifically have to account for the increase in demand. So if you have both an increase in productive services and an increase in demand, that grows the economy overall. Also, immigrants are more likely to work than natural-born U.S. citizens. So if we have a greater percentage of our population that is older and a smaller percentage of our population that is younger because of our fertility rates over the past 50 years, it is the case that we're going to have less young people who are working to pay for people who are on Medicare, Social Security, and other sorts of social programs that we think are important to provide for people when they are in retirement. Okay? So if you actually care about the economic stability of this country, you would be okay with immigration. And not being okay with immigration is actively harming our ability to pay all of those particular types of social programs, right, to ensure that people have social services that keep them out of poverty, that make sure food's on the table, that make sure that they have good access and adequate access to healthcare and housing, right? These things are incredibly important. And if you don't think that these things are important, I would ask where your humanity lies, right, specifically within that, because that to me sounds like basic empathy.
Okay, well, it's not basic empathy, but
It is.
regardless, what I would like to ask is, why are we more concerned about people from, like, I'm not saying from other countries, because I'm not against helping countries. But my thing is, why are we complaining about multiple problems within our country, yet we're still trying to help our neighbors? Like, we don't got our stuff together, but we're still trying to help somebody else. We're in debt, but we're still trying to
Why can't we do
send
both?
more money.
Why can't we do both? You understand that immigrants coming to our economy would make our GDP larger, would increase the amount of revenues that we have, and therefore make it easier for us to pay down our debt. So immigrants are going to help us pay down the debt. Why wouldn't you want immigrants to help you pay down the debt? This is like saying, would you want people to help you with your debt? Would you want more people to help you? Absolutely, you would. That
It's
would
not
make more
if
sense.
I would want the debt solved. It's not the morality
Think about it
either.
this
It's
way.
just
Think about it
the
this way.
fact that
If you have a business and that business specifically has a loan, right? And you have more workers to help you at the business, would that be more helpful? Yes, because you're more productive now as a business.
first of all, I would like to argue that we built our economy on a Jenga tower by allowing ourselves to outsource our labor to people that are not documented over our own citizens. So we've created this. No, I'm telling you that they would prefer, and I mean, honestly, like I could say I've seen this in firsthand. Like I told you, trades. People from other countries typically know how to do construction. They typically have driven all these what is it? The big trucks, the diesel ones. Like they already know, they have the experience, so all they got to do is get the license. They come here, they're qualified, they're going to be the most appealing candidate rather than an American that
So you
is
don't
getting
want the
experience.
competition? You don't want the competition?
It's not if I want the competition, it's the fact that I'm American. I was born here. It's more expensive why do I have to move?
You don't.
Be able to afford a life where I was born because people are coming over here, and I'm not gonna say they're taking our jobs.
Wait, where are you
but
referencing? Are you
we-
referencing a certain, like, where are you referencing that you specifically are being priced out because of quote unquote immigrants? Because immigrants would also provide to the productive capacity, right, for our economy, meaning that they wouldn't cause inflation.
Okay, can I ask? Do you think we don't have enough people to work here in America?
Yes.
So you are saying we don't?
I'm saying we need more people. We need immigrants to come to the
I
country.
know,
Absolutely.
but I'm pretty sure we have more than enough people that are able-bodied.
Well,
I'm pretty sure.
because you're not thinking for the next 5 to 10 years what's going to happen specifically to our economy, right? Our birth rates have been below replacement rate for over 50 years. Okay, that means it's inevitable. It's going to happen that we will have a smaller portion of the population younger who is working to pay for people who are older. So if we do not have more people who are younger, right, that are a part of our economy, right, which weren't born, right, so we need to immigrate people to this country in order for that to be able to happen, right, then it is going to be the case that we're going to have less money to be able to provide those social services, right, to the same extent that we provided to previous generations.
Okay,
So this idea that immigrants are stealing your jobs and they're harming you as an American is a total lie that's been manufactured by people like Donald Trump to spread bigotry, racism, and hate in this country, which is horrible and disgusting.
Dude, that's
right?
that's hilarious. I mean, have you ever waited in a food bank line and waited up like after all of these people? I mean, I can't blame them. People get there an hour or two earlier than me. That's cool. But I'm waiting there in line and I'm looking at the people in
These
front
lines
of
wouldn't
me.
exist if Republicans got their way. Okay? So
I
how
mean,
about
dude, you
if
can
you want to
wait,
fund
but-
these processes to make it faster so that people across the board don't have to wait in such lengthy lines because you provide more productive services? Well, we need more people to satisfy that. We need more money to satisfy that. That means we need a greater economy. That means we need immigration. Right? Because
More
immigration is
money,
a
more
fundamental
money,
aspect.
but
Yes,
more
immigrants
money, that's always the
immigrants benefit us
solution,
and they
though.
benefit themselves when they come to this country.
Okay, I don't disagree that they benefit themselves,
And
but
us, and
to-
us. Can you
to say they
concede that?
benefit us, I was born in a family of immigrants. Okay, and to be honest, like I want to
Does
know
your
how much
family benefit
experience
this
you-
country?
No, they did not. No. I'm gonna
Obviously,
be honest with you, no.
your family benefits this country. I think that's a ridiculous
No,
and
like,
absurd
can I tell
thing to
you-
say
can I
that your
tell you?
family
No,
doesn't
can I tell
benefit this
you?
country.
Can I tell you? Like, because I feel like this is a side of that liberals tend to miss. You tend to see, oh, poor immigrants, oh, poor people of color that are not getting the jobs. They are being discriminated against. They're looked at this way, and people are judging them. Social, like all of these stigmas.
Anyone who's
Like,
discriminated against, I think that's bad. Right? I'm
I
not,
do. I
like,
do.
well,
I think that's
I don't know.
unfair.
I don't know. Wait, so I'm confused. You saying specifically your family isn't productive to this to our economy? Was that reason for like your family to not be allowed to this country?
Okay, can I tell you? Can I explain?
Wait, do you
So
think
I
that your
can't say
family
that
should have been
they-
allowed into this country?
I mean, honestly, if I like, let's say I'm the border guard and I know who they were, no, I would not think that they are gonna contribute good to this society, which they didn't. Can I tell you? Like, can I explain? Because typically, where do immigrants come from? Like I mean, honestly, like we could say Ukrainians, they're refugees at this point. I mean, they immigrated, yes, but they're actively under war. Like they can't even fly. So that is completely different than Mexico. That is completely different than Haiti. all these
I'm
places.
sorry. I really can't get over the fact that you just said that you would limit your whole family from coming
Yes,
to the
yes,
country.
yes. So let me explain. So basically, my grandma came from Guatemala. She came from a small village. I don't know, like, definitely did not go to school. Definitely did not have the choice. Of course, with women over there, they are more misogynistic. They do prefer men more. So she even grew up kind of like mean to her own daughters, preferring the more lighter one, preferring the boys. She beat them because that's what she was taught. There was no regulations. There was no police to govern. These people. My family, I'm going to say my family, but if you go to LA, I'm pretty sure I could pull up to one place that looks like I could talk to them. I could ask them a couple questions and we're going to have similar experiences. LA's right next to Mexico. The border is right there. But
Can I ask you a separate question? Do you think that you
Yes.
should be in this country?
I think that I'm here under terms that shouldn't have happened, but I am here. Like, I can't debate on the past.
No. So you think you shouldn't be in this country?
No, like I told you this maybe 20 minutes ago that I don't think people that were born here, that were brought here as a child or as a, immigrant technically because they were born over there, but they were brought here as a little kid.
Yeah, by their parents who
I don't think that
legally,
they should be sent back.
to clarify, by their parents who legally immigrated here.
Okay, by parents who legally immigrated, that's fine.
So,
If you
so
legally
here's my question:
immigrated-
why do you continue to stay in the country then?
My parents did not legally immigrate. My grandma
No,
jumped the
I'm
border.
asking if you think that you shouldn't be in this country. Why do you think you should stay in the country?
No, what I just said was I think I am here under terms that should not have happened. But I said people like me Like my mom, I think people that were brought here as a child and that were born here and this is all they know, I don't think that you could rip them from all they know. But immigrants, a person like an 18-year-old person, typically they're a
Wait,
teenager.
so to
typically-
clarify, would you be okay with your family being deported?
I mean, they have their papers though. Like
I'm saying
they've
right now, like at
gotten-
this point, like would you be okay with them being deported? Autumn, think of the galaxy.
No, but I would
No.
see why it's happening because they came under these
But
terms.
you would understand why they got what if they're citizens?
No, I wouldn't condemn it. Like understanding doesn't
You
mean I
wouldn't condemn it? Wait, do you know what you mean by condemn in that circumstance? Did you mean to say condone?
Condone. But what I'm
Okay.
saying is though they have their papers. They have it. Like
Yeah,
this is
I
already
understand, but if
against
you could
intent.
determine whether or not they got papers, you would say they shouldn't be able to get papers?
Because by rules, I'm not doing it by sentiment. I'm doing it by they didn't come here legally. My grandma kept jumping the border. Like I mean, honestly, too, her. I guess my grandpa, I never met him, but
For a better
he
life,
kept
though, right?
taking-
For a better life, right?
Yeah, but she didn't.
Wait.
produce a better life.
If it takes so long to get into this country, right, and someone came for a better life, and they're not a bad person, do you think that they should be able to stay?
I mean, it depends why.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Depends on what? They're not a bad
Well, I would
person. What's the
think
reason
that
to restrict them?
Ukrainian has a better argument.
What's a reason to restrict a good person from coming to the country?
Well, it depends. It depends because people are not
On
like
what?
they could be a good person. Good person as in how?
Like, wait, you know what a good person is, right?
I would argue that a good person, like, okay, can I say this? I'm not a Christian, but I could say that a Christian would argue that a good person is someone with Christian values.
Yeah, I understand. I'm talking under your own perspective, in your own
Uh-huh.
sense, under your own understanding.
Yeah, but you're
A
asking me
good
my
person.
definition, but
I'm
I don't
asking
know if
under
your
your own
definition
understanding.
matches.
I'm asking you under your own understanding, like understanding, like what is a reason to restrict a good person under your own perspective, right, from coming into the country?
If they don't meet the qualifications, I guess.
Wait,
whatever the
they're a good person.
qualifications
What
are.
qualifications do they not meet?
Well, whatever the qualifications are to be able to immigrate
I'm asking
here.
you what qualifications should there be?
Well, I mean, I do think we should be able to look into their background. We should obviously get the right to ask them why they're here, what are they gonna do, what is the plan. I do think we should more ask who is coming, get to know the people that are coming in, and do background checks. Make sure the families are actually together. I mean, I'm just saying, like, one thing too, I don't like that the Democrat side does is they I don't see no one talking about, come on, like you can't say that out of all the people that came here that there were not children brought here because the circumstances were so easy. And like I was gonna say, my grandma actually jumped the border several times years ago. My mom's like 40 something at this point, but she jumped the border several times with my mom as a 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old girl. Like what if she was being trafficked in Guatemala and brought back? And she got to do this easily. Like she did get, she did have things
So
happen.
if you want to reduce the likelihood of
their
there being trafficking or people who, engage in this particular behavior, then why wouldn't you want to make the immigration system go significantly faster? And instead of, right, say that people who are doing this are so bad, how about you acknowledge the system that's existed that's forced people into the conditions where they have to do this in order to be able to provide for their families to the degree that they see necessary, right? Is the problem in the first place. The fact that the system forced them into those set of circumstances, and yet you'd blame them. Would you argue that your grandma should have been deported, right, when she came into the country
Honestly,
undocumented?
I mean, she had several CPS things and she didn't have her papers yet. Like, I know these stories, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things where these people do crimes and they're let off because, police, whatever.
Wait. So to clarify,
yes.
Can I ask you a question? Would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman legally immigrate into the country?
No.
No?
I don't think they should.
Okay,
No.
so you wouldn't
No.
let them legally immigrate into the country, but you would let them literally be the president of the United States.
Well, I mean, since I already knew you were probably going to bring this up because this is your thing with everything, but I would argue that I don't, okay, I read the case. I read a little bit. I can't say I know everything. Her name's E.G. Carroll, right? E.G. Carroll?
E. Jean Carroll.
E. Jean Carroll, okay. Well, I read it and I'm not I guess I would want to ask your opinion on something too, but I'm not saying that this didn't happen.
What
I'll
are
say
you
it in a
saying?
moment, but But I'm just saying, like, why don't I hear, like, let's say that this is happening. I'm trying to picture myself in this. She's saying she's trying to push him off. Like, did she state that she was yelling, that she was violently, like...
Wait, I'm sorry.
Like,
Are you saying someone doesn't get they didn't get sexually assaulted if they didn't yell?
no, that is sexual assault. That's sexual abuse, because that's abusing a boundary that is sexual.
Wait,
That
wait.
I'm-
She was forcefully penetrated against her will, right? Do you agree that's rape?
Yes.
Okay, then.
Yes.
Okay, so you would agree that's not her fault, right?
No.
Oh,
But,
like you
like
agree,
I just-
you agree it's not her fault, right?
Not her fault?
Yeah.
Well, no, because if he did do it, then he did do it. Yes.
Yeah,
if
that's
it is
his fault,
fingers-
correct? It's only his
Yes,
fault. Okay.
yes,
So then why are
yes.
we blaming her because she didn't scream?
I am not blaming her, but I feel like there are situations where women get into where it's unfortunate, but you, in a sense, I feel like if she were to start screaming, if she were to start pushing him, people would have ran up there.
Well,
It would
what's
have
the
been
point
like,
of
"What
you
did
saying that
just
in
do?"
response to me acknowledging that someone got raped?
Well, okay, because you're trying to say
Because
rape
to me
as
that
if he
sounds like you're
tackled her.
blaming the victim for getting sexually assaulted because they
Okay,
didn't
can I ask-
respond
so
in a
this is
way
where I
that
wanted to
you
ask your
think would
opinion.
be the way to respond to it.
Okay, can I ask your opinion on something then? Like, I'm actually like torn on this because this reminds me of a situation that I had a friend go through where my friend, she was going through a phase, broke up with her boyfriend, she's meeting up with guys, and she said that she brought this guy back to her house and she ended up feeling pressured into having intercourse. And basically she said, no, I don't really want to. And he basically convinced her. And my thing is, when I asked her, I was like, so, like, I literally asked her what happened. Like, because she called me crying. She literally was, like, so angry. Like, she literally, like, tore her sheets, washing her mattress. And I'm asking what happened. And I told her, you should go to the police. Like, if you're saying you just got assaulted, like, go to the police. Because she basically told me she got raped. And she didn't do it. Why? Because even though he did technically sexually abuse her, I would say it is assault. My thing is, I
just want to. By the way,
yeah.
Is this even your story to tell right now? Like, did she even consent to you saying this on a live in front of thousands of people?
I mean, I'm not saying who it is, but she said it on her own story, so she advocates herself.
Regardless, did she consent to this being said on the stream? No, she didn't. So I just want to clarify, right? That was her getting assaulted, right? I have to acknowledge this because it is the case that you've said this on the stream. You should not demean that. You should make sure that your friend is okay, right? Make sure that you're there for your friend, right? That is absolutely sexual assault. That's absolutely rape. Okay, like consent.
Yeah,
If someone says no,
if
they
she
don't want to
told
do this.
him yes.
Point blank. Period. That's it. They don't want to do this.
My thing though, yes, she said no. And then he said whatever. And then she said okay. And my thing is, like, when she has to make this report.
Okay, so
what she
coercion
has
is
to
not
tell the
consent.
police-
Let's be clear. Coercion is not consent. Someone specifically coercing another person into consenting, right, is not that person consenting because they were pressured and forced into that set of condition.
I know,
clearly
but
indicated
what
that
is
she didn't want to.
consenting then?
Well,
How do
okay.
you consent?
How do you consent? Well, consent.
Yes.
Consent.
How would you know if I consented to you? Like, let's say that you're going to give my number to somebody. Let's say we know somebody and you're like, hey, can I give your number? How would you know that I consented?
Yeah, to give your number to someone by them
Yeah, like,
saying
if
it
you
to
ask
you
me
that
this
they
question-
them saying it to you explicitly, right? That's what they want and affirming it to be the case without indicating that they didn't want to otherwise. In this specific example that you provided, right? They literally did not indicate that they wanted to. They indicated otherwise that they did not want to. That should have been very clear at that point. The point that he tried to then say whatever and then tried to convince her later on is the exact issue, right?
Okay, but like I just said, how would I consent? How do you know somebody consented? What do you say when you consent? That's what I just asked. Like, if you told me, hey, let's say Dean, like, just because you know Dean, let's say he's like, hey,
I'm sorry. You don't understand consent. Like someone indicates yes, an enthusiastic yes. It's continual throughout the entirety of it, right? And at any point, it can be revoked. An explicit acknowledgement of it. Okay, that is what consent is. And here's another issue that I have: the fact that I have to explain this on a live, and that this isn't already commonly understood, is an issue in and of itself. And
What do I not understand? That what consent is?
yeah, you were asking me in a genuine way.
I know, but I
what
want to
consent is.
know what your definition is, because what I'm saying is, if when I struggled to help her file a police report, we have to say what was said. You have to say exactly what was said. And literally, she agreed. She said, okay. She said the words, okay. So I understand that she herself was not consenting. She was pressured. I don't know. I wish I could reverse that happening to her.
You understand that she indicated otherwise, that she was not consenting. So that's clearly coercion. So if someone says okay after coercion, that's not consent. Because they were coerced into doing that.
Look, she could have a case to explain that she was assaulted.
I genuinely don't think that this is effective at this point, and I am just gonna go on to the next person. I really hope
Okay.
I would genuinely recommend you to like go onto my YouTube and watch back this conversation, because I do think that it would open your eyes up to specifically like everything that we talked about in a way in which you probably aren't opened up to seeing right now, specifically in the moment, right? Given that everything's happening. So I would just recommend to specifically go and watch back this debate.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let me catch up because I am super far behind. Geez, that was wild. Sid, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. They said, Harrison, I'm an educator. I work with kids your age. Please put your mom's credit card away. She's going to be real mad after the later, kiddo. That's crazy. Sid, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50. Thank you. Brian, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I got you definitely sometime. Nina, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's crazy. That's so crazy, Nina. Rachel, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Jen, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yes, I would have asked that. Tay, thank you for the $5 and the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Tyler, thank you for the $5. Ariana, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm not caught up at all. Pirate, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Bannon, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Key, thank you so much for the $10 or $5. I really appreciate it. Lovey, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely, absolutely. Literally, I don't know why people always blame people for not coming out right away. It's so crazy. Carla, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Lovey, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. They said some of us feel as though the police won't help us. Some of us don't feel as though we are safe enough to report. I know I didn't. Please stop saying she should have reported because because she shouldn't have done. Yeah, literally, I think it's ridiculous for people to blame the victim and be like, because they didn't report that, like it's indicative that they didn't do that didn't happen or crazy shit like that. I think it's incredibly harmful to victims, especially those that are like in a position where they might like come out with their story. It definitely harms that, especially voting for a guy held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman and supporting them. Isis, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Jeanette, thank you so much for the $5. Nalia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I did not. I just wanted to point out that she is an absolute retard.
Oh my God, don't use that term. That's disgusting that you just used that term. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? How old are you? I can't hear you. Hello?
Hello?
Oh, they said hello as soon as I kicked them. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It helps get it out to more people. I would really appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. We are on Dean's account right now because we're trying to test out the push to see if it kind of works. It is kind of working a little bit, but like it's honestly not much different than my other account. I do think it's probably more or less related to other factors other than just account. Astro, think of the $5. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. I love Astro. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Jasmine, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Hello.
Of course, Jasmine. Thank you so much. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Lauren, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, it took me 19 years to come forward because I thought coercion was consent. Continuing educating. Please, 2 years into therapy, I still struggle with accepting he was wrong and I didn't consent. Thank you so much, Lauren. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. I'm so sorry to hear that you went through that. I'm so sorry to hear you went through that. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream for the 2.1 thousand people who are on the YouTube stream. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Cookie King Mogs you, bro. Cookie King Mogs you.
Not at all, dude. Not at all. That's crazy. That's a crazy take, actually. That is a diabolically crazy take. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
For sure. What's your birth year?
2003.
2003, and you said you're how old?
21. I turned 22 in August.
Okay. What state do you live in?
I live in Washington, D.C.
That's not a state. I said, what state do you live in? Okay. That's crazy. I live in Washington, D.C. Not a state quite yet. You can thank Republicans for that one, too. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a faggot. You're a faggot. You're a faggot.
You're a disgusting person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2005.
What month?
November.
For sure. So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Mainly immigration and abortion.
Okay. What about immigration?
So immigration, I think a lot of people, I guess, okay, my question for you would be, do you think it's bad for like Canadian immigrants to come in illegally?
I think that if undocumented immigrants specifically come from Canada, and it is the case that they are trying to go through the process, they haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime, they should be given a pathway to citizenship. Absolutely.
But do you think it's bad that they came here illegally? Like, I understand about giving them a pathway to residency later, but should there be a consequence for them coming here illegally?
No.
So no consequences for breaking the law?
No, not for that particular breaking of the law, given that they haven't committed a violent crime or a bad crime.
Okay, so then do you think that immigrants like coming into the country bringing drugs, do you think deporting them reduces drug rates and crime?
Well, I just want to let you know most people who are bringing DRUGS into the country are like over 90% are U.S. citizens. So for the small percentage specifically that are related to immigrants, right? What was your question to clarify? Your question was like,
do you think deporting them reduces
do I think it's
crime?
okay to deport undocumented immigrants that have brought? Sure, if they've okay. It depends on the drug.
Okay, so wouldn't you think that Donald Trump being in the process of deporting those people is a good thing?
Only if it's like a really, really bad drug. Like if it's like the elevation thing, then hell no. If it's most of, DRUGS, no. But if it's like an extremely harmful one, like the F drug, maybe yeah.
Okay, so you would say that there is some good things that Trump has done.
Sure. Like Trump supports some level of Medicare, but that doesn't mean that I'm gonna be like he's better than the other side, because the other side also supports that same aspect of Medicare and also wants to expand it further, right? In terms of Donald Trump explicitly, right? He, through his big beautiful bill, will cut Medicaid by 800 billion and 300 billion cut to food stamps, right?
But isn't
Specifically
he
through
also
his big beautiful bill. Go ahead.
isn't in that bill he's also taking away tax on tips and tax on overtime?
No, not all tax on tips. It's specifically a deduction only for cash aspects of tips, which people already don't report. And then specifically for overtime, it's only a percentage of the overtime. And if he specifically changes the work week to 32 weeks, they can just hire you for 32 weeks and not pay you overtime by hiring someone else.
And it says that in the bill.
Well, no, that's just allowed economically speaking.
No, but
there's
I mean,
no
the
other set
tax-
of condition
tax
to
on
it.
tips.
What's up?
That says it in the bill. No tax on tips, like that specific provision that
Yeah,
you were
the,
saying
the
about cash.
25,000 for cash, yes.
Okay. All right. Well.
So,
okay.
Given that that's the tax policy, right? Would you be in support of it?
That what's the tax policy? No
I
tax
ju-
on
the-
tips.
The ones I just mentioned, like that it disproportionately. I'll go throughout the entire thing. 80% of taxes will increase, or 80% of people's taxes will increase. Only the top 20% will receive a decrease. Specifically, most for people who are extraordinarily rich. And then in terms of specifically people that are lower income, the lower income you are, the more you will pay.
And this is laid out in the bill.
Yeah.
This isn't just an
It's
interpretation of the bill.
No, it's from the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities.
So
Who
who
looked
funds
over
that?
the
And, like,
bill.
why am I trusting that one source over, like?
Why are you trusting
everything
a
else?
source that evaluated it?
Well, yeah, that one specific source, or are there other sources that have also evaluated it in that way?
Because they're like they have professionality aspects of the that relate to this that would then allow for them to look over the provisions, right, to a better degree than you.
But you'd think that they're not biased at all.
I don't think that you're able to indicate a bias. Could you indicate one?
I mean, as I'll have to look over it, but as long as what they're saying is completely accurate, and I could also say too that that's outlined in the bill versus just predictions and projections, because
No, we're
like,
saying what's in the bill. Yeah, what's coming from in the bill. Yeah.
so like, the average American could read that and say that that's the case.
If they can go to someone who can interpret it, because not the average American doesn't have time to read the bill.
Okay, so if like a Republican interpreted it, it would have the exact same interpretation as the site that you're using.
I'm confused why having the exact same interpretation, right, would mean anything, as I could have a different interpretation from someone else. That doesn't change the results specifically from the center and from budget priorities and policy priorities.
Okay, I just mean like in order to check bias, like I just think it's important that people do that instead of just
You
accepting
should be
it.
able to evaluate specifically that the bias is indicative of too much insofar as that you wouldn't accept the results, as every single fact, if identified by a human being, there would be bias in identifying that fact, as every human being has bias. Okay,
Right, so that's why I
we
think it's a
reduce
good
bias
idea.
by specifically having certain types of mechanisms that they relate to within the context of the center and budget and policy priorities that we wouldn't specifically be able to identify just ourselves because we don't have time to look over the bill to that degree.
Right, I just think that's why like diversifying sources is important, so that you're not
Do
taking
you
all the
have a
information.
source?
Well, do you have another source besides that one?
Do you have any source? I can
I
send
haven't
you
looked
AP
into it.
News and NPR.
Okay, both liberal sites.
AP News is independent.
It's still liberal bias. If you look on the scale, there's this one website where you can check to see. It's like I learned about it in my political science class, and you can look at it and you can check the amount of bias.
Yeah,
like for news
yeah.
site and AP
Why
has an
why should I
extremely different
accept? Yeah. So in terms of this, where does it show that it's left leaning?
Do you want me to go pull up the source really quick?
Go ahead.
Okay, 1 second.
But you can also look at NPR, Reuters, PBS, AP News, like all of them. Matt knows the chart. Lol. That's funny. All right, everyone. In the meantime, make sure to like the stream if you're on YouTube. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. We're on Dean's account today. Everyone, he's letting us use the account to just test and see if it's either the account or if it's just related to some other fact. I think it could be some other fact because we were getting similar viewers to what we were getting on the other accounts.
Okay, so League of Women's Voters and all sides on the media bias chart say that AP News leans left, as well as NPR.
What is it called?
All sides media bias chart, as well as League of Women's Voters.
Media bias chart. All right, let's read this. Allsides.com. Does allsides.com have a media bias themselves?
No, I'm actually not sure. I don't know. I don't know who funds it.
Okay, would you accept any of them on the right or in the center? So would you accept Reuters?
Is that completely moderate? Then yes.
It's in the center on that same media bias chart.
Yeah, I'd accept that.
Okay, well Reuters will say the same thing.
Or you have
By the way, I just want to clarify. They have the Hill as center and they have AP News as far left. That's a ridiculous standard.
Well, I would
NPR
say-
is lean left.
yeah. So both are left.
Yeah, that's actually wild that they said that, by the way. They have ABC, Bloomberg,
Mhm.
CBS, CNBC, and CNN as less left-leaning than AP News. That's insane.
That that is a little crazy. But I don't know. Like that's just like I genuinely when I look at it's not like I'm like trying to defend that position with no sources. That's just when I look up is AP News liberal or is
Sure,
whatever.
then
no
accept Reuters. Then it's in the middle for you. Then
Okay. And there is an article in Reuters that says that this big bill is bad.
there you can go find an article on Reuters that will talk about the big beautiful bill, and will show you things about the bill that you would consider bad. Absolutely,
Would they show me things about the bill that would be considered good?
yes,
Okay. So you're just saying the bad outweighs the good in the bill.
absolutely. And you know
Okay.
who also says that?
Elon Musk.
Yep. And do you like Elon Musk?
No, since when did we trust Elon Musk?
But you do agree that Elon Musk is not biased though against Donald Trump. If anything, he's biased towards Donald Trump.
No, I don't trust him with anything. I think he's a grifter.
Really? So why did Donald Trump put him on his? Why did he put a grifter on his administration?
Because he was his friend, and it's not like he had an actual position in
So
government.
why is he a friend with a grifter? A grifter's friends with
I don't know.
grifters.
People are friends with a lot of stupid people.
But would you be friends with a grifter?
I wouldn't.
Okay, well then, do you think that it's cool that he's friends with a grifter as president of the United States, and then also puts him in front of a bunch of people as a grifter?
I think if I was in Donald Trump's position, I would. I'm not so sure they're actually like best
how do
friends,
you
like,
feel
they're
that
going-
Donald Trump legitimized a grifter?
What, Elon?
Yeah.
Well, it's not like he actually put him in government. Doge is a made-up position. He didn't actually have a job for the U.S. government.
Oh, this is so funny because Republicans and Trump supporters were not saying this shit. Like
Oh, well,
literally a
screw
month
it.
ago. About a month or two ago, Republicans, right, and Trump supporters loved Musk. Now they're anti-Musk. Right now,
just like they said-
now
yeah, you
you're
can change
totally
your position on
fine.
people.
You have no issue with holding an anti-Musk position. If
Well, in the same way that Democrats loved Elon Musk like 5 years or whenever he came out with Tesla because he was doing stuff for the environment, and now they don't. You can change your position on someone once they like. It's not like you can't change your position on someone like once they do something that you disagree with. That's like the idea of cultist behavior. I am going to change my position on someone once they do something that I disagree with.
Harrison, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. Again, so that is claimed, but you didn't disagree with like him when he did a Nazi salute. And now it's the point in which you like identify that.
I genuinely like, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way at all. I think that Elon Musk probably like I work as an OT, and I think that Elon Musk, I would like classify him as having social autism, and I don't think he knew what he was doing when he did that.
Okay. So one, I don't think that there's any good evidence specifically to indicate what you're saying, and I would refrain away from like diagnosing people within that particular context. Do you have the credentials to diagnose?
Yeah, I'm an occupational therapist, so I can diagnose people through the DSM-5.
So you do have the credentials to diagnose.
Yes, I would just say based off of what I've seen, the way he talks, the way he acts, he presents pretty much all of the what we would like put as a necessity for saying that he would have like I would say high function.
I just want to clarify. Do you think that someone having autism would then make them do a Nazi salute as Elon did, and then respond specifically to that Nazi salute by making a joke, claiming he did what everyone was saying he was doing?
I think that he has trouble understanding the social signals, and I don't think that he did that hand wave as part of a Nazi salute. And I think that even if he did, it would be more realistic to say that he would not, as a joke and unironically,
Do
support
you
that
think he was
did.
just giving his heart out to the crowd?
I don't know what he was doing, but I think if someone's doing a Nazi salute, you're committing to something that is literally like, that that could affect your reputation so much that if you're doing that, like it would make so much sense for him to afterwards be like, yep, that's it, I'm a Nazi now, and actually commit to it. You don't just do a Nazi salute and then go back on it and say,
Isn't it
just
like a
kidding.
test? Well, it could be a test. Well, he could claim specifically that he didn't know he was doing it so that he could just test out the waters.
Well, okay, so he tested out the waters. Now what? What's happened since then? Nothing. He hasn't gone and supported Nazis. Since then.
Yeah, obviously, because well, actually, he did give funding and supports the AfD specifically within Germany, the far right party within Germany.
Are they Nazis or are they just a far right party in Germany?
You understand, like the far right party in Germany, right, is leaning towards that particular type of ideology.
Well, I'd say it was in the 1940s. Is that still the case now?
You understand that it's specifically leaning towards the ideology, although they're not Nazis in of itself necessarily defined in an exact, identical, logically sort of manner, right? It is the case that we can very clearly identify that like they are a far right party.
Like what fact? Yeah, far right party. Anyone? Yeah, but
So
far right, I wouldn't
clearly,
consider
but, like,
Nazi. Like which
But
factors?
you understand specifically, right? Like that would be a very important element towards us being able to identify that. I think this is incredibly obtuse, given that like the far right is specifically the side in which Nazis are on, right? Like I think we can acknowledge that, and we can acknowledge that it's in more of their interest to support candidates that are on that far right. It's not just like a center-right party in Germany. We're talking about the far-right party explicitly. And then in terms of Elon Musk, right? You do you think that like he was, like what do you think he was doing explicitly?
I think that he was waving to the crowd and he probably stretched out his arm in a way that he
Why
didn't
did he
mean
have
to,
his
and-
Why do you have his fingers together?
I don't know, dude. I don't know the way that he controls his arm movements. Like, I don't. If he was actually doing it, then I think he would be doing other things to to support the Nazi Party, other than like a mistaken Nazi. I truly don't think that was his intention.
Okay, then why do you do it a second time?
He did it a second time. When?
Right after.
Oh, well, again, I really, if I'm walking out in a crowd and in the heat of the moment and I like am not paying attention to my body language, like everyone's going to zoom, when someone's on camera, you're going to hyper focus on every single thing
I would
they do.
understand, but it would still look, it would still look like he's doing a wave, or he would wave right after, right? That would be very clear that it's not. If it looks the exact same, and it clearly looks like a Nazi salute in both scenarios, and it doesn't look like he's waving, well, then I wouldn't necessarily believe that. But like, again,
I just think we'd see him come up with other things.
People will give examples of Democrats, right? And they're clearly waving in those examples, right? Or they're waving right after, right? So like that will be like that in that scenario, you have good reason to be like, okay, that probably wasn't intentional. But with Elon Musk, it looks pretty fucking intentional, especially because in other circumstances, when he was giving his heart out to the crowd, it was the case that he went like this.
Okay, I can see how that in other circumstances, but can't we say, could you not agree that this is speculation?
By the way, some people are saying in the chat that OTs can't diagnose. Is that true?
No, we can't diagnose in the psychological setting as if to provide medication, but we can, like, when we're working with a patient, we're able to we're not able to officially diagnose them, but we're able to.
Okay, so you lied to me. You fucking lied to me. You said you were able to. You said that you had the credentials to officially diagnose people, and then now you're moving back on that, and you're saying that that's not the case, that you have the ability to.
I have the credentials in that I understand what are the criteria in the DSM-5, but I can't diagnose in the sense of giving them medication like a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
So you can't officially diagnose him?
Not on paper, no.
Okay,
but I can.
So then why are you lying?
How am I lying?
You said you could officially diagnose him.
I didn't mean to say that. I can't legally I can't diagnose him, but I can, based on the criteria that I'm aware of, I think I have.
So to clarify, do you have a degree in anything?
Yeah, in poli-sci and psychology.
Poli-sci and psychology? Is it a minor in psychology?
No, it's a major. It's a double major.
Double major? Good for you. Double major. Okay. So then why would you misrepresent this and say that you had the qualifications and the certifications to diagnose people when you can't?
Because when I said that, I meant I have the qualifications and certifications, and that I can
Wait, how old are you?
I'm 19.
And you already graduated?
Yeah, I graduated high school at 15.
With a double major?
No, I graduated high school at 15, then I went to college, and I just graduated at 19.
With a double major?
Yes.
Push the journal. That's good, really good for you. I know someone who's done that, so I know that it's possible. But like,
I've been homeschooled, so it's like the kind of accelerated thing where you get done super early with high school and all that, and then like I think there's people that have graduated college at like 13 or something crazy.
and to clarify, you're a Trump supporter.
Yes, like I'd say libertarian, but
Libertarian? I don't. So you're like the conservative version of libertarian. You're not actually libertarian.
yeah, I wouldn't like say I'm with any specific political affiliation, but I'd say my views are holding like somewhat conservative, somewhat libertarian.
So conservative. So could you be clear with maybe what? Actually, I'll ask you this question. Would one of your conservative values be that like you would support candidates that were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman and that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because they quote unquote own the place to inspect them without their consent, or who said they would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
So I'm gonna separate the policy from the person. I think that all politicians have done bad things.
Okay.
And
if Hitler had Donald Trump's policy, would you support him?
if he hadn't done the Holocaust.
No, given that he did do the Holocaust.
Oh well, no, of course not, because he had done the
I
Holocaust.
thought you quote unquote
Trump done
separated
the
the. I
Holocaust?
thought you quote unquote separated the person from the policy.
Yeah, but when Hitler was in power, his policy was eliminating all Jews.
Wait, but we're talking about the policy he's advocating for now, right? Not the person.
Yeah, I understand, but when Hitler was in power, that was his policy.
How about
not
this?
what
How
the
about this?
person believed.
How about this? 1 second before the Holocaust occurred, right before it began, would you be okay with supporting Hitler with Donald Trump's policy?
Do I know for certain he won't do the Holocaust?
In the policy, yes. It's the same as Donald Trump's policy.
So will the Holocaust not happen?
We're in a different country. We time traveled Hitler.
Okay, and I know the Holocaust won't happen.
Yes. It will be exactly Donald Trump's policy and exactly how he acts.
And I know for sure the Holocaust won't happen and no one will die because of Hitler being, no Jews will die because of
people are
Hitler.
dying because of Donald Trump, so that's not a 100% comparison. There are genocides literally caused by Donald Trump.
Okay, there's also a bunch of like potential life saved by Donald Trump.
Like what?
Through the abortion policy.
This leaving it up to the states didn't like reduce the amount of abortions very much, or if any, in states that specifically like banned it.
Well, it actually did in the states that banned. When the reason that we see it go up is because in the states that didn't have a full ban on it, it went up. But the states that did have a full ban on it, the abortions did not go up.
Did they go down?
As far as I'm aware, yeah.
Okay, could you provide me what state you're referencing?
The ones with total bans, I think there's 6 or 7 of them.
I'm asking, so in what state specifically did abortions go down?
Can I look it up really quick?
Yeah. For the people on the YouTube stream, do make sure to like this stream. It'll help get it out to more people. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen to get up to 500,000 likes. We're on Dean's account today, everyone, specifically because it is the case that, what's it called? Dean is allowing us to use it to see if it will work. I do just want to acknowledge that, like, you're probably going to bring up a state, what's it called? A one that says reported legal abortions, but of course, reported legal abortions would go down. But we'll see what she comes up with. Ooh, all right, everyone, do give it a minute. Wait, does Florida have the highest abortion rate in the country? That's interesting. Everyone do tap that screen. Everyone do share the live. It'll help get it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It seriously helps out so much for pushing it out to more people. So I would really, really appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Alrighty, we'll give them a second to find the source here real quick, everyone. Give them a second to find the source. Do keep tapping the screen. All right, do give it a little
I
bit.
had the source yesterday. I can't find it now. My phone's at 2%, so I don't want to spend all the time looking for the source. But
do you have the ability to plug in your phone?
I'm not near a charger right now.
Okay.
But I swear I looked it up yesterday because I heard something about it mentioned in your live, and so I looked it up and I saw something along the lines of that.
Yeah, maybe you should look into it and come back.
Yeah, but can I just really quick, since we're talking about abortion, the comparison, like I don't understand how sentience is valued like how that's the point where we value it. Because if we're talking about like, if you're like, oh, well, what about a brain dead person? A brain dead person is biologically
Can I
dead.
ask you a question?
And, yeah.
If we had the technology to put your brain right into a computer, and you were able to experience things within the computer, would you be valuable?
No.
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 You still have an experience.
As a computer, no.
But it's your experience. You still have an experience.
I don't know.
So you think that you should be able to just do whatever you want to that computer that is you experiencing things?
I mean, yeah, I don't care. And also, when is that ever going to be possible?
Okay, so like, have you ever watched Black Mirror?
No, but are you seriously using a Black Mirror hypothetical
You
to justify your
under,
abortion take?
No, I'm giving you a clear acknowledgement that like it's obviously absurd for you to say that, because like if we were to put our consciousness into a computer, we can obviously conceive of that hypothetical, and in that conception of that hypothetical, it very much is clear that we would value our experiences within the context of the computer, even without it having any biological life.
Okay, so. But it's in the same sense. I value humans as a human.
But
so
it's not.
just
It's,
not just
there's no human.
brain.
There's no human cellular life.
What do you? When? Where do you mean? In a fetus? Yes, there is.
No, given that you were put into a computer, you're no longer human anymore.
I know. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it matters. I would not think my experience at all matters. If I'm if my physical.
Would it be okay to torture you infinitely?
In a computer, sure. Is the torture like putting like cookies and ads on me? I don't really care. If it's a computer, I don't care.
If you feel pain.
If okay, you're telling me if as a computer.
If in your experience they simulate and you feel pain, would you be okay with that?
So the only signs of like actual human life that I'm missing is what? The DNA, the blood.
Yeah, because in this simulation, you still have a human body, you still have feelings within the simulation. It's just not a real human body.
Yeah, in this hypothetical, sure, I don't care.
So you think in that hypothetical, it would be totally okay to like torture you?
In this hypothetical, yes. As me as a computer in this hypothetical, sure, Parker. Like, what does that prove?
You don't care about the experiences that you. Okay, I'll just clarify. Would you be okay with someone pulling the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead?
No, brain dead is already biologically dead.
No, biologically and cellularly, they're still alive.
No, they're not. Look it up. Find me a source that proves me wrong. I promise you, every single source, the CDC, the National Institute of Health, every single one says they're legally and biologically dead. And the only thing that's keeping them, quote unquote, cellularly alive is the fact that they have their heart beating through life support. And that's like
She
barely.
just conceded that they're cellularly alive. They're just considered medically dead because they don't
And
have sentient
biologically.
life. So then you would at least no, not in a cellular life. They're not dead. So what cellular life were you just referencing?
Let me find the source, but I promise you right now, look it up. Every single source you find says that you will find says that they are
I
biologically
promise you, I've already looked at them. They all indicate they're cellularly alive, but there's no more sentient life, and it's irreversible in terms of their sentient life. So under your view, it would be murder.
But the only quote, okay, cellular life, but the cellular life can't reproduce, so it's not full cellular life. The only quote, like the only cells that are still alive but can't continue to be living are the ones that are being pumped through a machine, and that can only last a couple days, and it's artificial. So it's not like there's any actual.
Wait. Individuals that are brain dead can last a hell of a lot more than a couple days.
No, they can't.
Yes, they can.
I'm pretty sure it's a couple days.
No, they can last way longer. You just made that
How
up.
long?
You
How
just made
long?
I don't have a specific time. I know it's way longer than 2 days, though.
Okay, well, let me find you the source and I'll read you exactly what it says.
Go ahead, provide me it. By the way, this 2% is really working.
I swear to God, my phone's at 2%.
It's still at 2%.
Yeah, I have the new iPhone, so I just got a new battery. So it does that thing where like after 5% it lasts forever, but then in like 2 years it's gonna be really bad.
Interesting. Well, I hope that it gets worse. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. That was a joke.
After he said that, it went to 1%.
All right, let me see. Thank you. Emily, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oh, it's your birthday? Yo, Oh, Emily, can we get some happy birthday Emily's in the chat right now? Can we get some happy birthday Emily's in the chat? That's so fucking cool. That's so fucking cool. Happy birthday, Emily. Happy birthday. Leah, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. For as someone with a double major in BA and Psych, I just want to say that diagnosing with only a BA in Psych is a violation of ethical and legal depending on state standards. Oh. Priscilla, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Ashley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Saturn, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Jeffrey, thank you so much for the $5. Alana, thank you for the $2. Thank you. They probably are gone now, it seems, Alana.
No, I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about someone else. But go ahead.
Okay. The National Institute of Health says that no, a brain dead person is biologically dead. And sorry, I'm gonna have to switch back and forth so I can read this directly as a quote.
Okay. So the way that they're defining biological life in that context would be sentient life. Look and see if it says cellular life. Then tell me the title. Because that's just a total lie. Oh wait. I guarantee if you look up "are branded individual cellular life," we'll wait for her source. Everyone, just give it a minute. Dun 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 dun. All right, I'll give it a second. Everyone will wait for people to join, or for her to come back with her source. If you have any...
Okay, it's "Are Brain Dead Individuals Actually Dead" by PubMed and the National Institute of Health.
Are brain dead individuals actually dead?
Yeah, on PubMed and then under like the National Institute of Health. My phone is at 1%, guys. I'm stressed.
Do you think dead individuals, cellularly speaking, can grow fingernails?
I don't see why fingernails would matter.
No, I'm just asking.
I'm not sure if is that the case.
It says brain death, cardiac death, and the dead donor rule. Is that what you're referencing? That's not the first thing that comes up. What I looked up exactly.
Brain dead individuals dead grounds for reasonable doubt.
You just contradicted yourself.
What do you mean?
Grounds for reasonable doubt.
Yeah, well, if you look into it, it just says that the functions of cells might mimic bodily functions, but they're not actually alive. So that's where the doubt comes in, but the whole thing is a scientific thesis on it.
Is it lost capacity? It's using a different definition.
What do you mean?
It says, according to the biological definition of death, a human body that has not lost the capacity to hostilely organize itself is the body of a living human individual. Reasonable doubt against the conclusion that it has lost the capacity exists when the body appears to express it and has no evidence to the contrary is sufficient to rule out reasonable doubt against the conclusion that the apparent expression is a true expression. So nothing you're referencing here indicates that they're not cellularly alive.
Didn't you just say though that by definition
totally made
they
that
are
up.
dead?
You just totally made that up. So by definition,
No, I
they are
didn't. What do you-
brain dead, meaning that it is the case that they don't meet the context for sentience. But it is the case that clearly they are still cellularly alive.
No, in that article it says that the cellular life only mimics what looks like human bodily function, but it's not actually alive.
I find this funny, Parker. Read the very last sentence in that abstract for me, please. Like, just look at the abstract and then read the last sentence.
For the people asking in the comments, I did a 3+1 program, so that's how I was able to get my master's in 4 years.
Oh, that's so rough, dude.
Yeah, just read it out loud for everybody in the class.
Do you want to read it? User, do you want to read it?
Oh, wait.
Wait,
wait,
the
so
last
what did
sentence
the last
in the
sentence
abstract say? Yeah, look at the abstract to the article that you cited. What does it say?
I'll go. Let me look really quick.
Yeah, that's kind of rough. But I mean, the point is very clear that like they're still cellularly alive. Like there's nothing in that just disputes that that they're cellularly alive. Like we're just disputing that there's sentient life. Of course, that's literally what the point of this is.
Okay, for the class, I'll just read it. It says, "We therefore see that we have an obligation to treat brain dead patients as if they are living human beings." So even your own source says that they're living. So I don't know what point you're trying to make about that source.
Yeah, but I think that's appealing to emotion. I don't think that's appealing to science. I think that's just because people don't want.
You cited the article. What? You cited the article to make your point
in the
that
article,
it's based in science.
I understand, but the article isn't talking about what biologically, if they're that sentence directly is not talking about the fact they're biologically alive.
Then why did you cite the article when the very first sentence of the whole thing says biological life, and then you're saying that it's not about biological life?
No, I am. I'm saying the sentence that you just referenced is about ethics pertaining to how we should treat the brain dead individual.
Yes, because the whole article is about ethics because it's published in a journal of ethics. If you look at the top of PubMed, which is
it is the Journal of Medicine
you'll see that
and
it's
Philosophy.
an ethics journal.
Are we looking at the same one?
Forum for
Who's the author?
Bioethics and Philosophy of Medicine. Yeah.
Who's the author? I don't think we're looking at the exact same one.
We are looking at the exact same one.
Christian.
Are you sure? Who's the author?
E. Christian. E. Christian. Did you hear?
E. Christian Berger.
Mine's Michael Nair Collins.
What? What are you looking at?
You gave us the title, and it's the exact title that we just read out.
I know, and I don't know if they have multiple titles with that name, but I'm telling you the author is Michael Nair Collins.
Okay, let's go through this now. Michael what?
Nair Collins with 2 L's.
What the fuck?
Are you seeing it?
No.
What? Okay, am I able to share my screen? I don't understand how I can't show you.
No, you are not
this.
able to share your screen.
User, are you in PubMed right now?
Yes. Well, I'm not right now because if I go out, then I can't talk to you
Okay,
guys.
but look at the citation at the top. There's a DOI number. What does that DOI number say?
Yeah, the DOI. Let me go grab it.
Jesus.
This is like what I do for a living, Parker. This is exactly how I would go about asking a student to cite their source. I just say, give me the freaking DOI number.
It's 10.1136.
Can you imagine?
Med ethics.
Can you imagine Rockin' Librarian checking your source at school?
Is he actually a librarian?
Yes, he's actually a librarian.
That's sick. Dude, librarians don't get enough respect. Real talk, though.
They don't. The 1% is going crazy.
I know. I ran to a different room and found a charger. It was literally about to die.
Oh, so she was near a charger.
No, I wasn't. Well, I was in the middle of something that I had to leave.
And you said it was Michael Nair Collins?
Yes.
Okay, yes, she is citing a whole different article. So yeah, she was looking at a whole different thing. So the title that you gave us was wrong because I'm pretty sure that if I play it back, we got the title correct, but I think you clicked on the wrong article because Parker is definitely looking at the exact one that you said.
Okay, I might have clicked on a sublink of one because that's the one that you're reading right now, Matt, is the one that I'm citing.
Okay, because the one that you cited at first it actually disagrees with you, but I haven't read the new one.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Do you have anything else you want to talk about? By the way, Lowen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for Adriana Smith. Terrifying case. Yes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Lovey, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yo! Happy graduation! Happy graduation! Elliot, thank you for the $1. I really appreciate it. Annabelle, thank you for the $5. And Brianna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Go ahead. We can't hear you, by the way.
That there was a record. That there's a record drop in the U.S. trade deficits. Basically all the predictions are wrong.
What is a trade deficit?
What is a trade deficit?
Yeah.
It's when there's like a difference between what you're importing versus what you're exporting.
Okay. All right. And why is that bad?
Is it bad?
Yeah. What? Why
Because aren't deficits negative and we want to be in a positive?
aren't deficits negative and we want to be in?
He's thinking like the negative.
You're thinking of it being negative, right? Because of how the term is used. Just because something is considered a deficit doesn't necessarily mean that it's bad, right? Because the deficit could actually be beneficial to us. For example, I have a trade deficit with my grocery store, right? Yet I still think it's a legitimate trade set of circumstances with my grocery store, because let me explain to you like what a trade deficit is. So it's going to be the case that we are what's it called, importing more products than we are exporting. That's all it means. That just means with a specific country, we buy a lot of goods from them, but they don't buy a lot of goods from us.
Yeah, so wouldn't that mean that we'd have stronger trade if we weren't in a trade deficit?
No, because it is the case that a country could have something that we want and we don't have something that they want. And it's totally fine for us to trade for what we want and for them to go trade with other countries for what they want. That's how trade works. That's how they get the goods specifically to trade with us as well. Tim, thank you
So
for
when
$5.
does a trade
Thank
deficit become bad?
It doesn't.
So it's always good, no matter how deep we go into the deficit.
It's neutral in a sense, right? There's no specific good or bad quality to it necessarily.
So both trade deficits. What's the opposite of a deficit?
Necessarily,
like
I
an increase?
mean, like for example, like we do think that like the relationship in trade with most countries is relatively good, right? And that could be the case that we buy a lot of goods from that country and they don't buy a lot of goods from us. So say a country produces a lot of an agricultural good, but we don't produce anything that they want, right? In terms of materials or goods. Well, that means that we're going to have a trade deficit with them. But is it wrong or is it bad that we have a trade deficit with them? No, because we're getting goods that we want from their country.
Okay, so I get the grocery store thing. Like you're going, and even though you're giving money and you're in a deficit, you're getting something that you want back.
Yes, because think of it in this way. If you were buying it, that means you value the good more than you do the dollars. That's the whole reason why you bought it, right?
But isn't the whole point that the dollar? So like, if I buy a lollipop for $1, that one lollipop is equal to $1 then. So wouldn't there not be a deficit
to you, it's
or-
at least worth $1 or more.
Right. So in that sense, it's a flat line. There's no like I'm not out of anything because it's for the
No,
exact
it's a
same
gain.
amount.
It's a gain. A mutually beneficial voluntary exchange is a gain for you because you prefer the good that you're buying from them more than they preferred it. Does that make sense?
So when we're
And
exporting
that's why
less
they were
stuff,
willing to sell it to you.
So when we're importing less stuff than we're exporting, you're just saying the stuff that we're importing is more valuable.
Because yes, because it is the case that we decided and chose to buy it in the market. So we prefer the imports more than we prefer the money that we spent to get the imports.
Okay.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Just really quick before I go, Matt, I had a question. Is all your sources about, like, because I know whatever you have some sort of bibliography in your bio, or like, do your sources cover like everything that they talk about? 'Cause I'd like to read into those.
Well, no bibliography can cover everything, but I mean,
Yeah,
it
but, like,
depends
the
on the
same
topic.
topics.
So on the vaccine topic, I have over 25 pages, and it's primarily systematic reviews, meta-analyses. It's individual studies sorted by topic and genre. I include the good and the bad. When it comes to other topics, I include both outliers. I include studies that are in the minority opinion. But the whole point of the bibliography is to show the weight of the evidence for our side. Not that we have total evidence, but that the weight of evidence is better.
Mm-hmm. Does it cover like? Do you have sites on like or sources on like abortion too? Because I'd like to look into those.
I do not have a bibliography on abortion, no.
Okay.
Because I have to build like what I want to like do with it, and doing abortion would be okay, but it's not exactly. But it's more like ethical than it is like medical in some certain areas, and so it's not like really attuned to the type of bibliography that I'm building.
Yeah. Dust, thank you so much for the
Okay.
$50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for Dust in the comment section right now? They said, Parker, what do you think about the current student visa appointment halt in preparation for increased social media screening? And supposed to attend Yale. I'm supposed to attend Yale next year, but I might be forced to take a gap year because of it. Is it really temporary, you think? I haven't heard.
Delete.
Go ahead.
Delete your social media from your. If you're going to come over, delete your social media from your phone, from all your devices. Deactivate your accounts, and then once you're here in the country, then you can reactivate them. But anytime that you're coming into the country, I highly recommend that anybody who is not an American citizen or a lawful permanent resident to scrub your phone or to have a burner phone, because they will try to get into it, and they can get into it like under the law, but don't let them. So just don't have it on your phone.
But yeah, Dust, thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
I'm-
I would honestly take that.
I'm gonna head out, but
I actually think some of the screening processes are like a bit wild and crazy. But
They are wild.
obviously, like if we found something on social media that was problematic, where people like could get harmed or something like that, right? Obviously, that would be important to address. I do think that certain things that people post on social media should literally get them put in prison, right? But obviously, that wouldn't be true in like most circumstances. These are very, very rare circumstances. But yeah, some things people say on social media are like violent things, like they're trying to get people to do violent stuff, right? And in that circumstance, that would definitely be reason to put someone in
I
prison.
mean, even by the way, chat, even for people who are citizens and lawful permanent residents, if you're still going out of the country and coming into the country, I still recommend that you scrub your phone at least temporarily, because under law, U.S. citizens can even be searched for this stuff. So under law, like all is fair game in like an airport. So like that's why I even recommend to like have like a burner phone or have like a phone that is like scrubbed of like highly sensitive stuff, because all it takes is one encounter and they'll like get into your phone. So like don't let that happen.
Yo, Carla, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's great. I would love to see those. Thank you so much, Carla. Go ahead. Or you were about to leave. Thank you so much for coming in.
yeah, I was gonna say thanks for the conversation. I'm gonna head
For
out.
sure.
Thanks.
For sure.
Bye bye.
All right, let's go on to the next
All right,
person.
Parker, thanks for having me up.
Of course, man. As always.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Bye, chat.
All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Why are we on Dean's account? Because we're testing out algorithm push. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay.
Barely.
Do you regret voting for him?
No, but it was a hard decision.
Okay, for sure. So I'm gonna think someone. Oh, what just happened? What the fuck? Okay, that was just on my screen. So I'm gonna thank someone, and then we'll get into the debate real quick. Dust, again, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I personally only have WhatsApp and Instagram. Are those messages secure? I've never had any posts or even a profile picture. I believe Rubio said that could be suspicious and seen as evading screening. Should I unfollow democratic institutions? In terms of what's it called, the particular like messages and whatnot, at least from what I heard from Matt, it is the case that like they can be still looked at. I would have to check though. I'm not 100% certain on that, so I would say at least do more research on that, because I don't have all the information on that would be necessary. I think I'll look into it more, and I'll have to check. But yeah. So why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Honestly, it was a lot because I voted
It
Democrat.
seems like you're covering your mic.
My bad. Here, I'll put my AirPod in too. I've voted Democrat every single election up until 24.
So what changed your perspective?
So a lot of it had to do with Biden and not necessarily his policies, but things that were happening that he pretty much didn't do anything to, well, I shouldn't say anything, but he didn't address them, like immigration. I really feel for the people who come here. They want a better life. I get that. We're lucky to have been born here, if you were, but there's a certain point where it's taking up so many resources that could be used elsewhere, and I'm not talking about, the money in general, like, oh, we should give it to the homeless people or whatever. Like the communities that these people are in, especially New York, Chicago, there's a lot of minorities that are American that got left behind from all the funding that went towards people who really shouldn't have been let in the first place, as much as they were.
So what are you saying caused the problems? The immigrants coming to the country?
Well, the problem I saw with Biden is that he really didn't do much to stop the massive flow, like unprecedented. I'm not saying it was
Okay, so again, you're
him.
saying so immigrants, what did they do bad to the economy?
Well, I didn't mention the economy. I mentioned the resources that it was taking away in all these
That
different
would be the
cities.
economy.
Okay, well, part of the economy as well. I'm not
So
saying,
there's no good
with how
evidence that
big
immigrants were taking away resources. Immigrants actually increase the amount of productive resources we have.
let's say New York, for example, New York City. They spent billions and billions of dollars putting these people up in hotels, giving them 3 meals a day, giving them phones, all this stuff that, that kind of money, it may not be big in the aspect of the entire economy here, but if we're focusing on the actual people in these cities who needed those resources, there's
So
a
you're talking
lot
about
of
asylum
minority.
seekers who are in the legal, they're going through the legal process. So if you want about social services that are meant to benefit people, right, then Republicans defunding those social services is harmful. Like through the big beautiful bill, the $800 billion cut to Medicaid and the $300 billion cut to food stamps. That's harmful, right?
So what exactly did the $800 billion cut to Medicaid go towards?
I'm asking, is that good?
It
In general,
honestly,
does it matter?
depends.
Does it matter? Any part of it do you want cut?
Well, yeah, I mean, if there's waste, fraud, and abuse, I
So you
get
think
that
there's $800 billion
immediately.
of waste in Medicaid?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying I thought you're asking, is there any good reason to cut any money from Medicaid? And let me just say something.
It would make sense to
It's
cut it. It would
like,
make sense to reallocate it.
okay, I could see that reallocating it to people who need it.
Yes.
I'm in that tax bracket where I don't make enough to really afford good health care, but I make too much to actually qualify for Medicaid.
Okay. So
I have
let's
two
so let's
daughters.
clarify, right? We think Medicare for all should be provided for everyone. Do you agree with that sentiment?
You mean for everybody in the country?
Every single
I,
person in the country.
in theory, if it worked well, yes, but that's not what would happen.
Okay, well, I
Or,
can point to countries around the world that have universal healthcare systems that have better average health outcomes, and they have almost half the average cost.
yeah, I mean, absolutely. The cost and, better health outcomes, honestly, is not directly associated with having free healthcare. The stuff in this country, I'm sure you're aware that the food that we eat that's legal here, that's not legal in these other countries, our kids are unprecedented in how much overweight, diabetes, we're not
you
really
want our
addressing.
country to be healthier. So if you want our country to be healthier, we have to base it on science, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Donald Trump actively doesn't believe in science. He says the climate's going to start cooling, that science just doesn't know it yet. He put RFK on his administration, who actively undermines science, says that vaccines cause autisms, right? That's insane.
Well,
That's totally anti-science.
let's talk about RFK because that's actually who I supported up until, obviously he had to drop out. But look, let me say this about him. And I would say this about anyone. Joe Biden, Donald Trump, not every single bad thing that they do means that they're, a completely bad candidate, because you're not going to find a perfect candidate. And honestly, you're not going to find a perfect person in life. And, you can respect that, right?
Yeah, but I think that we have a better candidate in Kamala Harris comparative to Donald Trump. I think that we have better candidates and practically any Democrat over Donald Trump. Sage, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So in regards to RFK,
we
let
definitely
me just
need better healthcare. Thank
make
you so
my
much,
point
Sage.
here. He is the only health secretary that has actually tried proactively. He's still new in it, so I shouldn't
Tried
say that
proactively
he's
to what?
completed this. He's talked about pharmaceutical, big pharma, big food. It's,
Big
no
food.
other people. Okay, you know what I mean. I'm not like, as educated as you are in politics or the way you speak about it. But what I'm saying from my perspective as a single dad who's got 2 daughters, who doesn't, I'm not able to afford all the organic food that I want. End up, looking at these products at Food Lion, at all these stores, and I don't want to get it, but
Joey,
I have to.
respectfully, you voted for a guy that's going to make it harder for you to get healthier options because you voted for a guy that wants tariffs, right? You voted for a
So
guy that
what exactly?
actively advocates to cut food stamps because this policy, the big beautiful bill, is so fantastic and great that cuts access to food for plenty of Americans in this country. You understand how
Okay, so
important that would be to Americans, right? And anyone who's trying to help you with groceries, that would be Kamala Harris, the person who actively wanted to decrease your taxes, right? If you're a middle class
So-
American, whereas Donald Trump is going to increase your taxes with a big beautiful bill.
So, in regards to food stamps, because I've grown up in a community where I know a lot of people who are on food stamps, and half of them, at least half of them, shouldn't have them. They sell their food stamps for cash. They're not spending it on their kids. They're going and spending it
So
on.
cut them.
I mean, that's what I'm saying is like there are, I don't know exactly who he's gonna cut. I don't think anybody knows exactly.
So you want to cut
but
them? Because
Yeah,
you know that will lead to
absolutely.
more childhood poverty. That will lead to children being hungry, going to bed hungry. That will lead to literally children like having worse development, worse test scores, right? That harms our society, bro.
I mean, I can see your point, but what I'm saying is I've like these fathers who are not even in their kids' lives, who have food stamps $300-400 a month, and they don't even see their kids. Like, I'm not saying this is a majority of
Ron Tomatoes,
people who are on
thank you for
food
the
stamps.
$5. Thank you. It is very
And I'm
small.
not even.
This is a very small portion that you're saying specifically, quote unquote, don't deserve it. You're acting like this is a ridiculous. Like when you stereotype people getting food stamps like this, it makes it even harder for people in those circumstances who need it to get access to it, right? And
So I wouldn't say that I'm stereotyping
it also
because I said specifically like a group of people I know that, and I specifically said I know this is not all the people on food stamps. So I'm not trying to be stereotypical about food stamps and say that this is
Did
everyone
you
or
just
this
say
is a
people on
majority
food
of them.
stamps?
I'm talking about the people that I know, and that's why I said not a majority of people on food stamps. I know people who
It's not even a
absolutely
large
utilize
type.
food stamps.
It's not even a large
No,
percentage.
but we're talking I'm talking about the cuts to food stamps I don't think these, Republicans come in here and they're like, let's take food stamps away from the people who absolutely need it instead of cutting food stamps from people who don't need it. Or let's, as soon as Medicaid is brought up, as soon as waste, fraud, and abuse in Medicaid, boom, it's immediately the people who need Medicaid are going to be cut from Medicaid. There's no, oh, well, let's see, maybe there's a possibility that there is a lot of money going to Medicaid that is not necessarily fraud, but waste. And I think you can absolutely agree with that.
Yeah, but you're not cutting waste. You're cutting people that need stuff. Okay, you
And,
can't
like,
you can't
how do you
identify
know
that it's
that?
wait.
That's
How do
not-
you know
that
it's waste?
hasn't
How do you
been-
know it's waste?
How do I know it's
Yeah.
waste? You don't think there's waste in
How do you know it's
Medicaid?
waste? Not you don't think. How do you know?
No, okay. Yeah. You mean, how do I know that's what
Yes.
they're cutting?
Yes.
Well, let me ask you, how do you know that it's people who
Wait,
need
wait.
Medicaid
Stop
that's
asking me
cutting?
questions. Answer the damn question.
You don't know. But what my point is, you don't know on the other side either. You have to look at it from both sides. Like I said in the beginning,
Okay.
I'm not a
Okay. Well
super
then,
hardcore Trump
what
person.
percentage do you think would be fraud? Very small percent.
Maybe 5-10%.
A very small percent. So why would you cut
That
800 billion, right? Given that you think 90 to 95%, right, is needed. Everyone, make sure to. Oh my gosh! This whole time, I haven't put in my audio correctly on YouTube. Let me do this real quick. The whole time I didn't do it. Wow, that's ridiculous. Okay, there we are. Wait, there's audio? No. He's not. He's quiet right now. But I meant like I didn't change the audio for my YouTube yet. It was fun. Didn't notice a difference? Yeah, I know because I had it on. The only difference is my voice volume essentially comparative to theirs. That's really it, essentially. Those pants are festive, Parker. I know, and it's not even December. It's literally the other half of the year.
Can you hear me?
Welcome back.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do.
Okay. I guess when I switch apps, it cuts me out.
Yeah.
How much did you say was getting cut to begin with?
800 billion Medicaid, 300 billion food stamps.
You realize the total budget towards Medicaid is 880 billion.
It's over a period of time. Jeez, bro.
Well, the way you were saying it made it sound otherwise. Like I said, I'm not super into politics. I came on here because I did vote for Donald Trump. I'm not saying he's the best candidate in the world, but I don't think Kamala Harris coming in
Kamala.
and continuing, sorry, Kamala, continuing Biden's policies basically is what she said on the campaign
Which
trail.
policies do you think were bad? Maria, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Specifically their policies in the Middle East. I'm half Lebanese. We've watched, tens of thousands of people being absolutely slaughtered, and they didn't do anything. Biden didn't do a single thing. Yes,
So
maybe
you
he
think
cut
that-
weapons off for now.
I'm sorry
but
to- I'm
no,
sorry to-
he had no sway with Netanyahu, none at all. Whereas Trump comes in, he doesn't give a fuck about Netanyahu. Not the way Joe Biden does. He'll do what he wants. He's not gonna just, go with Netanyahu's way and keep
That's
the slaughtering
ridiculous.
going. He actually
That's
came in
insane
and
to say.
tried to make a deal.
Is that a joke?
Why is that?
He explicitly said that he wanted to go in and take Gaza, right, after ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people because he sees it as real estate development.
But
Right?
that's not
And then-
gonna happen, dude.
Okay, wait. So that's what he's indicating he's going to do, right?
He's
That's what
saying- he's
wait,
saying,
Wait,
"Fuck
can I please
Netanyahu."
finish?
He's
He's
not
not.
gonna-
He's not
Yeah,
saying fuck
go ahead.
Netanyahu. That's a ridiculous statement, right? He's given everything Netanyahu wants. Okay, I don't even know what you're
And
talking
Joe
about.
Biden didn't.
I'm not saying that Joe Biden didn't give a lot to Netanyahu. I think Joe Biden gave way too much to Netanyahu than he should have, right? I definitely disagree with the pro-Israel stance specifically of the Democratic Party, right? But I do think that the pro-Israel stance of the Democratic Party is not as pro-Israel or as Donald Trump. I think they're both bad on this issue. I just think that Donald Trump's worse.
So let
So
me
in
ask
terms
you
of
a
the
question.
entirety of the Middle East, do you care about Yemeni children that are being starved and bombed, right? That specifically,
Absolutely.
well, Donald Trump specifically wanted to engage in that, right? And Joe Biden was against that.
I mean, the Democrats are the ones who went into that with Saudi Arabia, said that was okay. Let this go on for.
Wait, didn't Joe Biden literally explicitly run on like getting us out of that and then did, right?
What do you mean he got us out of it?
He explicitly, right, got that to stop, right? He explicitly went out to stop funding Saudi Arabia, right, and specifically in their means of doing that because they were starving and bombing through like a particular
Yes, but
blockade.
that he didn't stop it, and he didn't
Wait,
stop
yes,
funding
he
to
did.
Saudi Arabia. If you look up funding to
Well, I
Saudi
never said
Arabia,
I said he
they
stopped
s-
funding related to that, right? And that's what Donald Trump supported.
Yeah, okay. I'm not saying Donald Trump's position is great on that, but Joe Biden didn't
I'm
stop
not saying.
that.
Wait, I
It's
never.
it went on for
Wait,
4 years that he was in office.
wait.
I'm not saying
I'm referencing explicitly the U.S. right funding things into there explicitly to do that, right? Do you understand what I'm
uh,
saying? He stopped the support that Donald Trump was engaging in. Does that make sense?
I mean, he may have said we stopped the support, but
No,
when
he
you
did. He
send
did.
money to a country, he's not sending it to Saudi Arabia's
But like you understand
defense
that
department.
Donald Trump would have continued to do that support, and more Yemeni children would have been starved and bombed. Do you agree?
In Yemen, yeah, I agree with that. But
Not only that,
this
but
was
also in the context of Gaza and also around the entire Middle East. Donald Trump did 450% more drone strikes in the Middle East.
well, nobody's done more drone strikes than Obama. But that I still
It was
like Obama. It's
450% more than Obama.
So okay. I gotta go soon, but here is the main point of why I voted for Trump instead of Biden. Because I didn't vote until 7 p.m. on election day. I listen, so I'm half Lebanese. I have family in Lebanon. They, half of them got out of the country, but the other half didn't have visas. You can't just get that fast.
We should
They were
make it quicker,
bombing.
correct? We should make that process quicker.
I mean, I'm not talking about visas to the United States. I mean to Cyprus, London, like different
Okay.
places closer in the area. But yeah, because the U.S., I agree, that's gonna take 3 times as long to
Yeah.
get to than
And if it
Cyprus.
was
More than
quicker
that.
to get to the United States, that would be better, right?
Yeah, I think that policy is better. So, I wouldn't agree with Trump on that. But basically, I looked at it like this. I can vote for Kamala Harris and continue everything that was going on in Gaza and Lebanon, or I take a chance and I vote for somebody else and have a hope that something changes.
Do you regret your
And
vote now that you've seen what's happened?
No, not necessarily, because I don't think there would be any difference with Kamala Harris. She wouldn't have done anything differently.
So
But
Kamala Harris would have explicitly said that she wanted to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian people with no right to return, right? And she wanted to take over the Gaza Strip and turn it into Harris Gaza, right? And
okay,
she
so
saw it as real
you
estate
know,
development.
you're a smart
Was
person.
that her
You
view?
know that's not going to happen.
Was
No,
that
but
Harris's
she's
view? I'm just asking the question. Was that Harris's view?
no, it's not.
So
But my
they're
point
they're
is nothing would
actively
have changed.
so you actively just lied, said there are you said there are no differences when you admit yourself right now there are differences.
Yes, there's differences like that. I didn't mean it in that way. What I meant is nothing would have changed from what's happening during Joe
So
Biden.
no
Nothing
change.
would have changed. It would have
Oh
been the
wait.
same
Wait,
thing
wait,
as whatever
wait,
Netanyahu
was Joe
wanted.
Biden better than Donald Trump on this issue?
No, Joe Biden didn't even
Okay.
do any.
Did Joe Biden have the position that he wanted to specifically turn Gaza into Biden Gaza, all right, install Gaza as real estate development for the future, right, after ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people with no right to return. Was that his position?
No, but I don't
No, so then
think
Donald Trump clearly, you
cares
can
about the
acknowledge that there are
people in
differences.
Gaza. Yeah, I
Wait,
don't think he cares as much as Joe Biden did about the actual people in Gaza. But
oh,
he wants a win.
oh my
He wants to
God,
say,
dude.
"Oh, I stopped that war."
He
You
didn't
know,
do
and
he still hasn't done it. He still hasn't done shit. He's specifically advocated to go take it over. The way he wants to end it specifically is by ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people. And the
yeah,
countries
but
around
you
them
say, "Do I
specifically
regret?"
where the countries around them specifically wouldn't go with the ethnic cleansing, right? And that's why Donald Trump couldn't get other countries around them to specifically go through with it, because he doesn't want Palestinians to go to the United States.
Yeah, definitely not. But I'm not saying that I regret voting for him just because of that specific issue. You know, I hate to say this, but once, he was elected and bombing in Lebanon pretty much stopped, Hezbollah stopped bombing Israel. I cared more about that because that was close to my heart. The other
Wasn't there a
things,
ceasefire under Biden?
yeah, the ceasefire with Hezbollah didn't last. It only came into effect and lasted after he was elected. And, I'm not saying that wouldn't have happened under
Did
Biden
Donald
because I
Trump
think that's
get a
an
new
easier
deal done?
issue. Uh, what do you mean a new deal?
Did Donald Trump get a new deal?
You mean like, did he create a
Did
ceasefire?
Yeah, did Donald Trump do anything to limit the conflict from occurring?
I don't think he specifically did, but he
Then
had,
why do you attribute
negotiators who.
why do you attribute everything positive to Trump? Then that makes no sense.
I don't think I ever contributed everything positive to him. I think there's people in his administration who go ahead and do that. I don't think, he's not, he just cares about himself and winning. And I'm not saying he's a good person, but listen,
God, dude, and that's
I'm
the guy you
talking
want as
about people
president.
in
That's the
his
guy you want as president.
people.
Seriously?
I'm willing to take a chance on going back to that than continuing Joe Biden.
Wait, okay, so not to mention the entirety of the Middle East and how disastrous Donald Trump's foreign policy has been on there, and or been over there. But it is also the case that Donald Trump's domestic policy is incredibly disastrous. Do you want to go through that? Can you name me 3 Donald Trump policies in terms of his domestic policy that you think would be beneficial?
Well, he's been in office for 3 months.
He had an
And I'm not
entire
saying
term. So name me 3 policies.
I didn't vote for him then, and I didn't like
Name to me
Trump
3
then.
policies he just supports.
His tax cuts in 2017. I don't know anybody else's taxes, but I have an accountant, and every year he gave me my taxes and my returns from the policy before and the policy after. Yes, he gave tax cuts to the rich, and it's unproportionally to the rich.
Do you think your
But that
taxes were
doesn't
too
mean
high?
we get tax cuts too.
Do you
We
think
still
do you
got
think
our
your
taxes
taxes were
cut, just not as much.
Do you think your taxes were too high under the Biden-Harris administration?
No, they hadn't changed because Trump's tax bill was still in effect.
Okay. So then what specifically are you referencing?
In his tax bill?
Yeah. What do you like? And you also only
No,
mentioned
I
one
don't.
policy.
Yeah. Well,
So mention all of the
I
policies,
don't
then we
think
can talk
he's.
about the provisions, actually.
So his policy on abortion, his policy on cutting taxes, his policy towards the border. I mean, that's 3.
You said his policy on taxes, his policy on the border, and then what else?
Abortion.
So those aren't any specific policies, right?
Oh,
I asked you
yeah,
for
they're
specific
not. Those
policies.
are his.
Could you mention the specific immigration policy or any specific abortion policy that you're referencing?
Well, in regards to immigration, I don't know whatever you would call his policy, whatever bill it was, but he stopped the flow of illegal immigrants coming in. You
How?
can't deny that.
How?
He shut the border down
By doing what?
day 1.
By doing what?
The border patrol didn't let people in. During the other administration, there was no you can't come in. It was come this way, come to this place, get your papers, sign your asylum, whereas now they literally put up barbed wire and stood there and said no. I don't know what policy that was, but that is what
Okay, so
happened,
what you
and
were
you can't
what
deny
you're
that.
referencing under the Biden-Harris administration was the state policy counteracting the federal policy that limited federal border agents' ability to do their own like job at the border. So I don't know what you're referencing. That's literally like the federal as a state violating the federal law. But okay,
No,
in
I'm
terms of
saying
Donald
in
Trump, there's no policy you specifically mentioned. So I don't even know what you're referencing. Like did you say there was an open
yeah,
border
I
under
don't.
did you say there was an open border in the Biden-Harris administration?
I mean, open border is kind of like a politically, you know, it's a political term that tries
I just
to
asked if you
insinuate that the border is completely open.
I understand. I just asked if you used the term. Did you?
Open border?
Yeah.
I probably used that before, but
Did you
well,
just use it?
no, I haven't. No, I didn't just say that.
Okay.
I said I mean, I didn't say that those words. What I said was that they were letting people in. Like, yeah, I could use the term open border, but it wasn't open to everybody. It was
Okay.
open to the majority of the people that got there. And I'm not saying these
Not
people
even.
and their asylum claims are bullshit. I'm
Asylum's a
just
legal
saying you
process.
can't I know, but you can't. We are not gonna. It's not. It's not gonna be going on forever. We add all these people. A lot of these people contribute to the economy. They pay taxes, but a lot of people do not, and they take money from Medicare. They take money from these different
Undocumented
cities that are.
immigrants? Is that what you're saying? Undocumented immigrants do not.
That's not what I said. I said people who come in here and have legal asylum.
Oh, okay. So I apologize. So the legal asylum process, you're saying they qualify for all of these specific. You said they qualify for Medicaid. Can you give me a single in Medicare? Can you give me a single source indicating that? Because you
I
have to
mean,
be a
you can
U.S.
look it up.
citizen. You have to be a
I
U.S.
can't
citizen.
change apps right now, but no, there's. Are you saying that they have no healthcare when they go into the hospitals or they get in a car accident?
Anyone gets access to emergency care. I'm saying there isn't explicit federal protections that they get. There are state protections based upon the state that they're in, but federal
Well,
protections.
that's what I
I'm
was
not actually.
saying in the beginning.
I'm actually
Is
not
I'm not talking
familiar.
about the federal, the federal policies or whatever. I'm talking about in the states, they were taking money, whether that was allocated one place or another. They sucked billions of dollars out of those states, out of those cities. If you look at Chicago, go look
Okay.
at the
Okay. So
city council
if you're
meetings where they
referencing the
had.
asylum seekers, right, getting care, right, in terms of that particular area. One, I thought you were all for states' rights because you voted for Donald Trump and states' rights for access to abortion, right? But if you specifically want to reference these states' policies, specifically when it comes to asylum seekers who are here on a legal process, right, I would just ask, right, why?
Say that again.
Why? What is the reason why you're against, right, policies for legal immigrants?
You mean legal under asylum?
Yes.
Well, I would state that asylum was not made for the millions and millions of people who came in on it. Yes, if I was somebody who lived in one of those countries and I wanted a
So
better
too many
life and I
people?
wanted a better.
So too many people.
Too many people. Too many
Okay.
people.
Okay. I have a question. Are you okay with
But
1 to 3% population growth per year?
I would be, but not through asylum seekers like that. There's
So
people
to
who are
clarify,
waiting in
he
line
would
for
be
10
okay with.
years.
So to clarify, he'd be okay with 1 to 3% population growth per year, which would be
Me or
around
Donald Trump?
you. I'm talking to you right now. It would be
Yeah.
It'd be 3 to 10 million, right? People per year that you just said you'd be okay
Yes,
with.
but
If you're okay with
well,
3 to 10
no,
million
you
people per
didn't
year,
add what I said after. I'm not talking about the asylum seekers. I'm talking about the people who have been. I have an aunt who's been trying to
we'll give them a different
get
pathway to
here
citizenship
for.
other than asylum if it is the case that you don't want to let them in through asylum.
Well, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I would be okay with that growth, but you got to start with the people who have been doing it I don't want to say the right way because that sounds, whatever, but they have been going through the process for years and years. I feel like those people should come first.
So, okay, you can make the process faster for people who have already been in the system. You can say that, sure, whatever. I understand, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't make the process fast for everyone. We can do that for everyone. So let's make a bill to do that for everyone. Are you okay with that?
Yeah, I mean, if it's a legitimate asylum claim,
Yes.
like they're actually in danger in their country,
Even
you
if it's
know?
not in that context, you'd be okay with legal immigration.
Yeah,
Okay, but making the legal process go quicker, correct?
yeah.
Okay. How quick do you think it should go?
I mean, I don't know like how quick it normally goes, but not the years and years that my family has been waiting. That doesn't seem to go anywhere.
So months, right? At least months or even less, right?
I mean, yeah, like maybe
Okay.
a year, I would understand a year, but 10 years, 5 years,
A
and
year is even
I,
too much to me. But like, here's my point. Yeah, that process doesn't exist now. Now we can understand why people come to the country undocumented to the degrees they do, specifically just for a better life, because it takes years to get through the legal process. So like, if we made the
um,
process go quicker from a legal standpoint, doesn't that incentivize more people to go through the legal processes?
yeah, I agree with that. And look, I told you in the beginning that I voted for Donald Trump. That's what you asked, but I do not in any way agree with all his policies or, think he's a good man. What I said is I had family who was getting bombed, and there was a choice to either continue what's been going on for a year or take a chance and get something else. And I would not say I regret it completely. I do think a lot of the stuff he's done in 3 months is dumb and bullshit and not helping people like me. But I do think that there are good things that have come from this or will come from this in regards to what affects me personally. And I'm not trying to be selfish, but when I went and I voted, I'm not thinking about everybody in this country. I'm thinking about me and my kids. And, in regards to, I know we don't have to talk about RFK, but in regards to the changes that will come in the HHS job, what's been going on for the last 20 years are people who are in these positions are going to work for pharmaceutical companies and then coming back to work for the government, going back and forth. The regular lobbying that's been going on for over 20 years. And that's not who RFK is. Specifically, against that among other candidates. I mean, would you agree that all of the HHS secretaries and the heads of CDC have either previously worked for a pharmaceutical company or went to work for a pharmaceutical company after?
How did we even get to this conversation? What the fuck just happened? What did I just talk to you
Uh,
about? What were we just talking about?
you were asking me if I regretted voting for Donald Trump, and I was telling you I
That's
took
not the
a
question I just
chance.
asked you. All right, I'm done with that guy. That's definitely not what I just asked him. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay. What month?
October.
Okay. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, I don't really agree with a lot of the things he says, but my family, I wasn't born in America, but I'm an American citizen because my family went through the legal process and got green cards. And I think that, like, the immigration now, like, I wanted to come on and talk about the guy in Boulder because he overstayed his tourist visa when Biden was in term, and somehow, instead of being kicked out, he got a work visa and a driver's license and a work permit, and he was allowed to stay. some guy, like, why was he allowed in? Why was he allowed to stay? If he literally violated the terms of his visa, it's stuff like that. We need, like, the visa process to be way more draconian.
What year
and-
was it? You said way more draconian is crazy. What year?
What do you mean, what year?
What year did this happen?
I don't know. I think he came over, like, a few years ago. You could probably look it up. I don't know exactly.
What was their name?
The terrorists that just, like, attacked that, like, rally in Boulder just, like, this week.
I got
You know, that big terrorist attack with the guy with the Molotov cocktails? He came in.
I know.
He's an immigrant from Egypt. He came in with a tourist visa, and he overstayed it. And somehow,
Wait,
instead
so-
of being kicked out,
Hold up.
he got a
Hold up.
work visa.
Hold up. So then here would be my question. Hold up. I'm just going over it right now. Give me 1 second.
How is that allowed? How does that happen?
Hold up. Hold up. You have to tell me, when did his visa expire? Is the relevant question. Did his visa expire under the Biden-Harris administration or under the
Yeah,
Trump
I
administration?
think it was like 2 years ago.
Okay, where'd you see that?
I don't know. I just heard it in conversation, but
Just make that up.
well, Google it. Let's see. You're welcome to fact check that.
Yeah, I am. Don't worry. I don't even see visa written down, so I'd have to go check. A lot of people are saying under Trump. Give me 1 second. I'm looking at PBS. Give me one more sec. Where's 16 Kuwait filed for asylum? Okay. Since his visa expired February 2023, it did expire under Biden. Okay. So, yeah, here would be my question. Why would you say that that's because of any Biden's policies? Can you tell me what he specifically did to cause that?
Oh, I'm just confused how with
People are saying
policy like-
are you 16 years old?
No, I'm 18.
Then why are people saying your Instagram says you're 16?
What Instagram? I don't have any Instagram connected. Like, my profile has nothing. How would they know that I'm 18? I can post. I have posts from like AP exams that I can I can post. They're privated on my account, but I can post them if you want to prove that.
No, you don't.
My
have
physics
to.
AP exam.
Someone said your Instagram's on your TikTok. Let me go through.
It's not.
Okay, just give me 1 second. Let me find that real quick. And by the way, chat, if I swear, like, if I go and look and there's nothing, like, I'm gonna start banning people that do shit like that. Like, it's so frustrating. Like, I'm like mid debate and there's like so many people spamming that in the comment section. If it's not true, it's just really annoying to deal with. What Instagram are they talking about?
My name isn't even Maggie. Like this. There's no Instagram.
Well, yeah, what Instagram are you talking about, chat? Okay. All right,
And-
continue with what you were saying.
Well, also, you're talking about the last guy, like how we need to make it quicker and easier. My family went through the process and we did it legally. And yeah, like it sucks. Sometimes it's literally just when you go to the visa appointments at the
Hold up,
embassy.
I just want to clarify. What did the Biden-Harris administration do to cause this?
Well, if he had an expired visa, then shouldn't he be told to leave? How did he get a work permit?
Yeah, because
from
he was
from
living in the
overstaying?
country illegally. So
Yeah.
he was.
So how do you get a
you're
visa
supposed
from
to
being
you're
illegal?
supposed to leave once the visa expires, but he didn't leave.
Yeah, and then he got a work permit. How did he get a work permit?
Where do you see that?
Well, he was working for like 2 years
You
after
mean,
his visa
you mean
expired.
he worked as an Uber driver? And
Yeah,
he
you have
passed
to
the
be-
company's eligibility requirements, which included a criminal background check,
You
according
have
to
to
Uber.
be sanctioned to be paid by Uber. You have to have like a W-2 or whatever.
An online resume under his name says he was employed by a Denver area healthcare company working in accounting and inventory control with prior employers listed as companies in Egypt.
Yeah, well, you need a
So
work
what you
permit
just said.
to hold a job.
Okay, I understand, but like I don't see what you're saying like the Biden-Harris administration could have done relating to this.
Well, they allowed someone to stay in the country illegally and then get a work permit and a driver's license. He
So
owns a
you're
house.
acting like
He should be-
you're acting like
he should be
you're
deported.
acting like they intentionally knew everything about this happening and they intentionally allowed that person to stay in the country.
Well,
Could you
but
provide
the
me any
fact that-
source of that?
Well, but that's what Trump's.
Is
That's
it just
exactly
because
what
they
Trump-
weren't deported?
Yeah. And
Okay,
Trump's
so you
getting
understand there
people
are
shouldn't be
people in the
first
country.
place.
You know, understand there are people in the country that are undocumented that haven't been deported, right?
Yeah.
There are millions of people in the country undocumented that haven't been deported. So what's your point?
Just like this guy should not have been allowed to stay in our country. And under
I
Trump, he
understand,
would
but
not
what
have
Biden
been.
policy caused them to be in this set of conditions?
I'm not exactly sure, but just that it happened, and it shouldn't be happening.
Okay, so but like, how is that relating to the Biden-Harris administration? Soros, thank you for the
Because
$10.
they're
Thank you so
letting
much,
people like
Soros.
this slip through the cracks, whereas Trump, he's not letting. There is no cracks to slip through. He's saying no. We're
And,
not
and
going to let this
Soros,
happen.
I did not see that. Sorry, repeat what you just said. What did you say?
Well, he's saying like Biden Harris, they're letting people slip through the cracks like this, and Trump, that's not an option. Like he's saying no, we're not going to take chances like this because we don't know who's coming into our country, and it needs to be more severe who we're letting in, or like stricter.
I understand your. Okay, so here I'll ask you this question: if someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, right, and they were trying to legally immigrate into the country, would you let them legally immigrate into the country if you had the ability to determine?
No.
No? Well, then why would you let them be president?
Well, because it's not like when someone's immigrating, you have thousands and thousands and millions of options. President, we've got two options. Yeah, I don't like everything that Trump does, but what was happening under Biden Harris?
But
just wasn't
think
happening.
of it this way, right? Kamala Harris, did she do that? No, she didn't. So then clearly you should have picked her. Okay, that's one thing. Two, as it relates to this, you understand that if we have like harsh qualifications for people who are able to immigrate, we should have harsher qualifications for who's allowed to be president because we don't think that all immigrants are qualified to be president. There are plenty of people I think should be able to immigrate to the country that I don't think would be qualified to be president. For example, children.
Okay, well, it's like saying, oh, like this person is qualified, like this person's passed the bar, and
No,
like
what
this
we're
person-
saying,
this
what we're
other
saying is
person
that you need
is-
higher qualifications.
But it's like the qualification for being an immigrant isn't the same qualification for being the president.
Exactly.
Like,
The qualifications for being president should be harder to get through. Because it's
not-
a job that requires more qualifications than just being a citizen or just being a member
yeah,
of this
so
country.
he has just because he has some like minuses that he's less than
Some
immigrants, he
minuses
has
being
a
held
lot-
civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman is a pretty big negative.
Well, it didn't outweigh everything.
To you, why not? What did Kamala Harris do that was so bad that makes it worse than what Donald Trump did?
They allowed people like this terrorist.
You have no evidence.
stay in
They
the country.
intentionally allowed them. I can give you evidence. Donald Trump explicitly
Okay,
and
but the
intentionally.
fact-
Wait, I can give you evidence. Donald Trump explicitly and intentionally pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. But
That's
you
like
cannot
saying-
give me explicit examples of the Biden-Harris administration doing the very same thing. Not a single
I had-
example.
That's like saying, oh, I had a kid in my classroom that was like starting fires in the back corner, but I didn't like explicitly give them permission to start fires in the back corner, so it's not my fault, even though I was supposed to be watching over the entire classroom.
What is that a comparison to?
You're saying that they didn't intentionally like want this person to stay, yeah, but they allowed him
Oh,
to stay.
okay. Well, then I'll
anyway.
ask you this question: do you blame Donald Trump for Molly Tibbetts being killed by an undocumented immigrant under Donald Trump's presidency?
Sure, yeah.
Do you blame Donald Trump for the 65 service members that died in conflict under his administration in the military?
I'm not familiar with that event.
Well, comparative to the 16 service members that died in conflict under the Biden-Harris administration, there were 65 service members that died in conflict under Trump's first administration. Do you blame Trump for those 65 service members that died in conflict?
I mean, if it was his fault, then yeah.
Wait, no, you said just because it happened under the administration, it's his fault. Do you also blame Donald Trump for the 14.8% unemployment that happened under his administration or the net loss of jobs?
But see, that's like, you can take it, it's like making an educated guess. Like, the people that were, the amount of
Wait, do
people
you
coming
blame
into our
Trump for
country-
do you blame Trump for losing jobs? There were more jobs in the economy when Donald Trump became president than when he left.
Yeah, well, what about COVID?
Oh,
Extenuating
wait.
circumstance.
Are you saying now you can identify something else that could have happened that could have
Okay,
caused
so
it to
what
happen?
was the
Other wait,
extenuating- okay, well, no, wait, you're gonna let me speak, though.
wait, no, because now you're able to identify something else that would have caused this to happen, and it's not just the president. So then why do you attribute everything that happens under Biden-Harris's administration to the president, but you don't do that specifically under Donald Trump's administration?
I didn't say everything. I said this specific instance because, like, if you look at the numbers, there's an record high number of undocumented immigrants and people, flow of people into this country, and you just can't be checking all of them. And then once they're here, how can you continue checking and hold them that their status is legal? You can't, because there's too many people.
Well, you
and
can't because there's not a
grab
quick
them.
legal process, and there's not a quick legal process because Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that explicitly had everything Donald Trump wanted. It would have built more wall than Trump ever built under his administration. It would have capped the amount of encounters that people can come to the country, where it explicitly would have allowed after a certain amount of encounters for the president to shut down the border. Right? We can also mention it would have increased the amount of immigration judges, making the asylum process go faster, so that for people who are going through the asylum process, it is quicker. And for people who have invalid asylum claims, it disincentivizes them to come to the country through the asylum process because they would just get deported quickly because the asylum process would go so quickly.
So wait, you kind of lost me there, but it should
Where?
It's not. Well, you said everything should go so quickly,
No, I'm saying the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine would have done everything Donald Trump wanted. It would have capped the amount of encounters at the border on a daily basis. It would have literally built more wall than Donald Trump ever built under his administration, and it would have increased the amount of immigration judges, making the asylum process go faster. Everything conservatives wanted. It was a long-term border bill, the largest border bill in the past 30 years.
Well, you keep saying that it all these processes should be quicker. With the last guy, you said it should take a few months. I've been through it. It takes years. After you get your green card, you just have to wait 5 years to be a citizen.
That's ridiculous.
And it's for a reason.
No, it's
I did not
ridiculous
get-
for the legal process of immigration to take so long, especially for people to be able to get into the country. Oftentimes, they have to spend upwards of $10,000.
Yeah, well, it's there for a reason.
Why? What's
We
the reason?
can't
Tell
just-
me. Give me a reason.
Well, because we want the best people coming into the country.
How does that indicate the best people coming to the country?
Well, that's why you need thorough vetting. You need to research.
You
who
do
they
need
are
thorough
and-
vetting, but given the age of social media and given the age of everything that we have, digitally speaking, you're telling me we couldn't do it in a quicker process? That's ridiculous.
Well,
We're the richest country in the history of the world. We can run immigration in a few months, right? Easily. We used to run immigration in this country through Ellis Island in days and hours. Hours people would get through this country legally through
Yeah,
Ellis
that-
Island, and it was
okay,
completely
do you know-
okay. Want to know why? Because immigrants
you
were
just said
disproportionate.
border.
I just want to clarify. You want to
You
know
just
why?
said Ellis Island was completely okay. Do you know how?
Ellis Island explicitly, I'm saying it was okay to people who are in this country who are allowing immigration. You want to know why it was okay to people in this country who are allowing immigration? Because it is the case. I'm talking specifically to people today, right? It is the case that they are disproportionately white. That's why. Because immigrants today are not disproportionately white, it is the case a lot of conservatives are against it because they want to keep a majority of the population in this country white. Because they're racist pieces of shit. And I'm not saying it's everyone on the conservative side that specifically has that perspective, but it's a hell of a lot of people. A hell of a lot.
I cannot believe that you said that Ellis Island is a good example of immigration. That's what we, you know.
I said it's an example that people accept, right, who are on the right wing, that at the same time don't like the immigration today, because it is the case that this country is allowing in immigrants from all around the world, not just countries that have white populations. You can unmute your mic. I can't do it until you do it yourself.
Ellis Island was literally so bad because it was so quick, and they go, oh, you're pregnant, you're bad, I'm going to send you back on the boat. Oh, you look healthy, you're fine, I'm going to get you this way. Their standards were nothing. It was way too quick. You just passed the line, got like a medical inspection, and then you were through. How
Okay,
is that
so
proper
Maggie's different than a lot of these other Republicans, because she specifically advocates that the immigration even in the past was bad. Okay, so are you saying you basically disagree with all immigration throughout history?
Well, I guess in the Ellis Island time, like we needed people here.
Oh, okay,
But
now it's
that-
okay.
That process
We need
was
people
not
now.
a fair process. It was a bad process.
Yeah, because we should have restricted people held civilly liable of sexually abusing women. Oh wait, but you didn't
Probably.
do that with the position of presidency.
Well, because I had like slim pickings, man.
It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. What was so bad about Kamala Harris? That was so much worse than Donald Trump.
All the people that were crossing the border and
Again,
like
what
just
policy
mess
did she
over-
pass that caused that?
I'm not sure, but it doesn't take.
Okay, so then
like,
why
a
don't you
scientist-
blame it on COVID, saying that inflation around the world generated because of COVID led to more people immigrating to the United States for economic insecurity, or for economic security? Sorry.
Well, maybe it did, but then Biden and Harris just made it so much easier for people. They gave them cell phones, put them up in hotels.
That's not
gave 'em-
federal policy. You're talking about state policy.
Well, they allowed
That's
it to
nothing-
happen. Trump's not.
Wait,
Trump's
the federal
stopping it.
government can't prevent states from doing that.
Well, Trump is.
And those are asylum seekers, by the way. No, where? How? And even
He's-
if wait, I thought he was so pro states' rights.
Well, he's stopping all of the people coming in.
You're saying he's limiting all of the states from providing social services to asylum seekers?
I did not say that at all. I just said he's limiting people
That's
coming
exactly
in.
what you were just referring to. But okay.
No, I did not say that every single state is limiting at like their resources for asylum seekers. I just said he's stopping the people coming in. And he's like tightening up on like keeping track of all the people that we do have here. Because as of right now, we have so many undocumented people that we just have no idea who's in our country. And that's not a way to run a country.
I feel like, can you tell me like what my response would be to that?
Like, we probably pull the line, like, if they're not violent and they haven't done anything wrong, then, like, why is it so bad that they're here? But it's just the fact that they, like, if they're here and we don't, like, have them with status, then how can
Here's
we...
my response to this. You need to listen, right?
Yeah.
My response to this is that if we made the legal process go quicker, there are less people going through the undocumented process. Therefore, we know who more people are. If you also want
Well,
to know who
that
more
wasn't
people are,
happening under
listen,
Biden
hold
Harris.
up. If you also want to know where more people are, right? Because Republicans limit policy. If you also want to know, limit people specifically from that to go more through the legal process, well, we can also give a pathway to citizenship for people who are in the country who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Yeah, well, but how do we know that they should, like, that guy with the Molotov cocktails? Like, we let him in and then he did that. Like...
Okay, so people can come to the country and they can commit violent crimes, and we would, in that circumstance, then put them in prison. In the same way any other citizen we would put them in prison. Did you know undocumented immigrants and documented immigrants are less likely to commit violent crimes and normal crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens? Did you know that? So why are you attributing this greater likelihood of immigrants or undocumented immigrants coming to the country to commit crimes?
Well, if you come in even with a tourist visa and then overstay it, that's technically a crime. So you are a criminal. And if you commit crimes like that, then what's
You
to
know
say
who
you're not
also is
gonna
a criminal?
continue committing
You know
crimes?
who's also a criminal? Take a guess. The person you fucking voted for. The person you're supporting right now is a criminal, a convicted criminal held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Given the same set of conditions for an immigrant trying to get into the country, you wouldn't let them in the country, but you want him to be president of the United States. Would you let Kamala Harris into the country? Yes. There's nothing about Kamala Harris that would mean you would disallow her from the country. But there are things about Donald Trump that would mean that you would disallow him from the country. So why is it the case that you want him as president and not her, given it is the case that you would allow her to be a citizen, but not him?
I don't know, man. Just something I guess I gotta live with at night.
Hypocrisy. That's what it is. Hypocrisy. That's just hypocrisy. You have no reason. You have no good evidence. You have no good position. It's just hypocrisy.
Well, it's just the fact that that's like it's not like actually affecting like how he's running the country. But
Being
but,
held
like,
civilly liable of
Biden-Harris-
sexually abusing a woman doesn't affect his ability to, potentially pass policy that could harm women. Or like,
Okay, how many
specifically like him.
like literally everyone in DC is like some kind of like nasty man.
Oh, really? So Kamala Harris? Kamala Harris is a nasty man? No, she's
No?
not. She's not at all. So please tell me how you're going to particularly portray her as that when it is the case that Donald Trump literally is that and you voted for him
No,
over
well,
Kamala
I'm
Harris.
just saying like it's like everyone's a nasty man, so it's not that big of a deal.
What?
Like,
Everyone is
you-
not a nasty man. What?
a lot of people, like there's a lot of gross people that like politicians that do all that, like sexually abuse women.
Well, yeah, and they shouldn't be politicians. They shouldn't be in positions of power.
Well, that's
They should be in
how it
prison.
works.
Yeah, they should be in prison. They shouldn't be in positions of power.
Well,
They
why
shouldn't.
isn't
They,
he
our
running if he
kids should.
if he-
Our kids damn well shouldn't be looking up to them. They should be behind bars, and that's exactly where Donald Trump should be. Yet you still continue to support him, even though you can acknowledge that people in the country, young children especially, are going to look up to Donald Trump. Are going to think that this behavior is more acceptable because the president got away with it. Because the president still got into a position of power, even though this is true. So that's what you've made true in this country. You've made it true that now we live in a country that is more accepting of this behavior. Instead of standing on our fucking values that we should have, that sexually abusing women is bad, and that we should believe women, right, who have been sexually abused, who have held their abusers accountable in a civil court with a unanimous decision from a jury. If you don't believe women who have met that set of conditions of holding their abusers accountable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people, right, then you won't believe practically any women who have been assaulted.
we believe it, and that's why he got convicted because like
You
people
believe it, yet
listen
you
to the
still
rules.
support him. You believe that he raped a woman, yet you still support him. Is that your view?
Well, I mean, like you keep saying he should be in jail. The court didn't think he
Wait.
should be in jail. So then,
no. The reason why no, that's not what the court said. The court was in a civil court, and the reason why it wasn't in a criminal court was because of statute of limitations, meaning it's been too many years since the event happened that they couldn't try it in a criminal court. But that's a really fucked up law because this is the case that most essay victims take many years to come out. Hell of a lot more than the 5 years that they specifically allowed, right, in the context of New York specifically to hold them accountable in a criminal court. And that's why specifically things like the Adult Survivors Act and the Child Survivors Act in the context of New York for civil cases extended the statute of limitations specifically for civil courts that allowed thousands of other victims, specifically in the context of New York, children and adults, to hold their abusers accountable for the vile and disgusting things that they did to them.
yeah. Well, I mean, we can keep arguing about this forever. It's not like
It's not
just
about arguing
wasn't-
about this is forever. It's about you acknowledging the guy you support is a horrible guy and you shouldn't support him.
Well,
And you can
yeah,
you
I
can
know he
actively
did.
right now admit that, and we'll accept you. We seriously, genuinely, we will
What do you mean?
accept
Like,
you
I
as
don't wanna
we
be
will.
accepted by you. I don't like.
I'm saying liberals will accept you, given that you acknowledge that you supported him wrongly, that you shouldn't have supported him, that you changed your mind on things, in the same way that liberals have accepted me. I used to be a Trump supporter. I grew up in a conservative Christian household. In high school, I was one of the only Trump supporters at my school, at a liberal high school. Okay?
Why would I be concerned about like being accepted?
I've changed my
by
mind, and I
you?
think you can change your mind as well. I think you should watch back this conversation. I think you should engage with these conversational points. Because if you're willing to accept a person held civilly liable of sexual abuse of a woman that you literally believe raped a woman over Kamala Harris, just because it is the case that you disagree with her immigration policy, that you can't even mention specifically what it is, right? There's an issue.
like I said before, I don't like everything he does, and yes, I think that's terrible and disgusting. And in a perfect world, I would not vote for somebody who's been civilly held liable of all that and whatever.
You don't need to be in a perfect world. It's Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump in the previous election. You should at least be able to regret your vote for Donald Trump and realize that Kamala Harris would have been a better option than Donald Trump. So that in future elections, so that when we get to that point, when we get to the primaries, you don't support horrible candidates like Donald Trump.
Yeah, but like just because he did a horrible thing in his personal life doesn't mean that that's gonna.
Okay, I'll ask you this question: if Donald Trump raped a child, would you? Oh, okay. If Donald Trump raped a child, would you still have voted for him over Kamala Harris?
If Kamala continued the country the way Biden did, then it's not the way I want the country to go. I want the country to turn around. I didn't even.
So tell me that answer. You'd still vote for Donald Trump if he raped a child?
I wasn't really listening to the question. No, not if you raped a child.
Okay, so you believe that he raped a woman. The only difference between these two scenarios is the age of the victim. You're saying that it's not excessively bad to rape a woman insofar as that you wouldn't vote for him, but it is excessively bad to rape a child insofar as you wouldn't vote for him? I say this. It's excessively bad in both scenarios that you shouldn't have voted for either, and you should have voted for Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris didn't do those things. That is disgusting and despicable, right? Rape is bad in all circumstances, right? And you should be able to say it's excessively bad insofar as that you shouldn't vote for someone, especially given the case that the other candidate hasn't done that.
So what if it was Trump versus me? Because I've never raped anyone. Like, you think I should be president just because he's raped someone and I haven't?
Yes. Genuinely. I would pick you.
That's silly.
No, it's not. I would pick you over Donald Trump. I'm serious.
Like, what if I was just wanted to be a dictator and had terrible policy just because I haven't raped
Donald
someone?
Trump said he wants to be a dictator on day one. Donald Trump is a wannabe dictator. If he could be a dictator, he would be a dictator. Donald Trump brought up being in a third term and only went back on it because of the backlash that he got from his own side.
Yeah.
He's a wannabe dictator. So you're going to bring up all these things about oh, what if a candidate was like this? Well, it's probably fucking true about Trump. He's so despicably bad as a fucking human being. He's villainously bad that anything you fucking bring up, try. He's probably fucking done it. I'm serious.
Probably.
If you're a Christian, he's violated practically every one of the 10 commandments. If you're a Republican and you have core values, he's practically violated every single one of those. He's a horrible human being. And that horrible human being carries over into the policy that they support.
One thing
the position of presidency and character is incredibly important. We want the president to have good character because what are they going to do in situations where there is the case that they have to either put their ego or their morals first? Are they going to put their ego or their morals first? Donald Trump, every single time, he'll put his ego first. He'll put himself first. You know what? That's not what we want for the country. That's not what we want for the country. We want people that put their morals first. And until you vote for people who are more likely to put their morals first rather than their ego first, we're going to continue to get politicians like Donald Trump that continuously put their ego first and exemplify every bad characteristic of old-time politicians that he claimed he wasn't of. And he claimed that he was so anti-establishment and anti when he was originally running in 2016. Oh, he's not the typical politician. Yeah, that's ridiculous. He exemplifies everything bad that we see in old politicians that we typically are not happy about within the political realm, right? And people act like just because he's a different font on it, just because the font's orange, right? It makes it okay.
Leading with morals doesn't get you to win, though. Like, Trump is a winner because he leads with his ego, and he's big and he's confident, and he's like, nah, I don't care. I'm going to, win. I'm going to take what I want.
Yeah, but he takes his ego too far where it becomes a flaw. So having some level of, there's golden values for certain characteristics, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Well, what do you mean by golden values?
You can be confident, but you can also be overly confident where it becomes egotistical, right? Mm-hmm. So the point that we're saying is that there's a golden mean of plenty of these characteristics where you want some of it, but you don't want it so much where it becomes too much, right? And Donald Trump has these characteristics, but at the point where it's so much, where it's so bad that you don't want it.
Like, give me an example.
Incredibly narcissistic, self-serving. He cares way
Yes,
more
and
about
what-
himself and about his rich buddies than he cares about the American people.
So how does that like? How is him leading with his ego? Give me an example.
Yeah, the
when
big, the
that's
big beautiful
negative.
bill. The big beautiful bill. It will add trillions of dollars to the debt while cutting $800 billion for Medicaid, right? And $300 billion for food stamps, right? Along with massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, while increasing taxes for the bottom 80% of the country, disproportionately negatively impacting you as the lower the income you gets. The lower the income you have, I mean.
That seems pretty backwards.
What do you mean?
Like his policy seems backwards. To
Yeah, it does, right? It seems backwards, but that's the guy that you supported because you didn't do the research, because you didn't know this was what his policy was. It led to you supporting a candidate that you see as harmful, given that you have the information now. And that's why I think these lives are so important. These conversations are so important, is to get that information out there, because a lot of people don't know this information and they wouldn't have supported it given that they knew the information. And I
Well, I
think that's
still-
probably true about you. You just haven't heard a lot of the information, right? In most circumstances.
I don't know. I still wouldn't say that I regret my vote. Like, just
But you're
all the-
moving closer to that, right? Given the information that you have now.
Like, what about all the free handouts under Biden?
Under
Trump,
Donald
and,
Trump to massive millionaires and billionaires?
Biden Harris.
Oh,
Like,
they didn't give out free handouts. Did you know that Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, 4.3 trillion overall, 2.2 trillion non-COVID related. Hell, there would be more debt-related spending from the big beautiful bill that Donald Trump's about to pass than the entirety of non-COVID related debt spending that was signed into law under the Biden-Harris administration.
well, I'm thinking of a specific example. My dad works a lot with the like rural redneck farming community, and they're like really ruby red. But the farmers, for the longest times, they've been able to just coast off of like so much government funding and government handouts. And now that Trump has come in, he's like axed it all, and all these people that supported him are like, wait, you just took away all my free money.
Oh, so
And-
you just said he hurt farmers, right?
Yeah, but it's
So
the
you think that's good?
freeloading
You think that's
farmers.
good?
I think that the farmers need to like realize that they need to stop freeloading off the government.
Oh, okay. So fuck subsidizing food so that we can have better conditions for, the people who are feeding us, right? Instead, you're like, you know what? Fuck them. Let's cause shortages. Because who makes our food? Or wait,
They
no,
don't
oh no,
need
no, 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 no.
That's-
We're gonna
no,
get,
unless you
instead of
worked with the
instead of
farmers.
getting the food from farmers here in America, let's get the food from other countries around the world. Oh wait, Donald Trump put a tariff on the countries from other, countries around the world. So now those goods are more expensive. Fuck, what do we do?
That's the whole point, is that the farmers, they don't need these like all
Yes,
these
they
handouts
do.
that they were
Yes, they
getting.
do. That causes an increase in the supply of agricultural goods in the United States available to American consumers. That helps American farmers. You're saying you want to harm American farmers?
It doesn't though. Like I
It literally
my dad
does.
works with the farming community. I
Wait.
know,
You,
like,
you just denied, right? You just denied the supply curve. As it is the case that there's a higher price for a good, you deny that there's a greater supply.
What?
Yeah, there is more quantity supplied, given that there's a higher price. If you subsidize, right, farmers, that means they get a higher price for each good, meaning that they are now incentivized to produce more goods and distribute more goods. That's how the market functions. That's
But
basic
they're,
economics.
like,
Economics
there was
101.
more handouts beyond that they were getting. They were just getting like free
What
money.
handouts specifically do you disagree with? Hopefully, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the 20 schmeckles. Thank you.
I guess I'm getting a bit ahead of myself because I don't know specifically, but it's just
You don't know anything? You were just saying it was? Sage,
Well,
thank you for the
I
$5.
mean,
Thank you so much.
that is the way that it is.
Sage said,
but
I also live in the farming community. I want her to get out there 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, starting at sunrise.
yeah, I would.
You
Do
would?
real work. Yeah.
Why don't you? Go ahead. Then you won't
I
be
mean, it's
yapping
not-
on the internet spreading misinformation.
Well, what have I like misinformed you about?
I
I
think you,
haven't been
you know
wrong.
what, Maggie, I think you should go back and watch this video on my YouTube channel, this live stream of me debating you. And I want you to count the times you did that.
I didn't though. Like, tell me what I lied about.
Well, I want you to go back. I don't want to tell you. I want you to go watch it for yourself. Because that would just be so much. That would just be so much better for you to go back and watch it yourself and to see yourself doing it.
Nah. It's the MAGA mindset. I can't learn from myself.
Alphabet, thank you for the $2. You can learn. You're just stuck in a hole right now where you're not allowing yourself to learn because of your cult-like mentality in support of Donald Trump. Like I genuinely think that's true. Like I'm serious. I am not being hyperbolic. I'm not just saying shit for the live stream. That is what I genuinely believe.
Okay, well,
And I
it's
think that's
just,
true.
like, I really don't like Trump and a lot of the things that he's done. It's just the immigration, and as someone who's been through the legal process and done all the right things, it's not fair that people just get to walk across the border, get handed a cell phone.
So
and
think
a
about it
court
this
date,
way.
and
Think
then
about it
you
this way.
never
You're
see them.
referencing the asylum process. So this is a completely different process. But here, think about it this way. Are you saying you don't want conditions to be better for people in the future just because conditions were worse in the past? Because this is the same thing as saying, like the meme of, in order to be able to get to work, had to go in negative 50-degree weather with absolutely only a t-shirt and shorts on, right? Up 3 hills just to be able to get to work every single day in the morning, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's the meme. That's literally the meme. You just did the meme.
That's extreme and unfair circumstances. That's like saying I'm complaining. But I
So
don't think
listen,
that
wait, hold on.
Wait, no, you're not even letting me finish.
The process of immigration is unjustified, and it takes way too long. Do you agree?
No.
When it takes multiple years long, you don't think that's too long?
Why is it too long?
You think multiple years? Okay, so
Yeah,
if
I
you
do.
wanted it, so if you wanted to immigrate to the country, right? You think that you
I
should
did immigrate to the country.
well, okay, sure. So then you're saying that you should have had to wait multiple years.
Yes, that's why it's like you're you keep saying it should be quicker. Like, do you think that the process for adopting a child should be quicker because more children? It'd be better if more children got adopted. Like, it's long for a reason because people need to be vetted thoroughly. Like, yes, it'd be great if
you
more children got
understand
adopted, but-
that it's the reason why it takes so long is not just because of the need for vetting, right? In terms of making sure people are vetted properly, but it's because of certain things that were created in the system to make it take longer unnecessarily.
I do actually remember that first term because that was when we were coming around to get our green cards and stuff, and then everything got really slowed
Like
down.
the
because of Trump.
system unnecessarily takes long. It's not. It's
Yeah.
like if I agree that we need to do the proper vetting processes, make sure that it is the case that someone hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime. I agree that we need to do that vetting process. Where we disagree is saying that where you think that it needs to take so long for people to be able to get into the country. Because I don't think that it takes that long. I think that you'd have to provide me evidence that it would take that long in order to be able to get to that point. Because I don't think that it requires that given the level of technology that we have today. Especially when, historically speaking, we can go back 30 years ago and we can see it took half as long.
Yeah, and it was also completely unjust.
I'm serious. It literally took half as long 30 years ago.
Yeah, it took half as long because it was completely unjust.
So you think that the immigration process throughout all of history has been unjustified?
Not unjustified, but
Name me a point in
not
time.
fair.
Name to me a point in time where it was.
Where it was not fair.
Where it was fair.
I don't know that I can.
Well, okay. So then what's the point of your statement? We're then just trying to make it
You
as
need
fair
to
as we
try some.
So then
Yeah,
we're
we
trying to
need
make it as fair as we possibly can. And the person who was actually trying to make it fair was not Donald Trump. It was Kamala Harris.
Well, it wasn't fair when Biden was president, and
Because
Harris said she
Republicans didn't want to pass a bipartisan border bill. Because Republicans didn't want to fund faster border legislation.
That was
because
Biden's fault because Republicans didn't want to do it.
I'm not saying it was Biden's fault. I was saying that we couldn't get people in Congress to go and compromise on something because it is the case that Republicans didn't want to support any policy. And because in the Senate you need 60 votes in order to be able to get past the filibuster, it is the case that we didn't have the necessary votes specifically to be able to get that elected. right? Even in the circumstances where we'd be able to get up to 51, right? Oftentimes there are even Democrats that specifically won't go far enough on these particular policies. So it's not just a Republican issue. Sometimes it's an issue with certain moderate Democrats.
So then, if Harris was elected, how would she change it from what was going on under Biden?
With what?
The unjustness.
So that would be based on Congress. So she would still be advocating for this policy, but it would rely on whenever Congress comes to a compromise specifically on the bill.
So it's not even up to her. So that's why
She would be able to sign it into law, given it is a case that it was passed. And there would also be greater incentive specifically for it to be passed, given that the case that she would be the president, as she would have a lot more influence.
Well, I don't know. I saw it was under Biden. It was just like running rampant of all the people undocumented coming into our country and then getting lost in our country. And I know that under Trump, that's not happening.
Okay.
So.
Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, Arad? Because I've already addressed this multiple times. I would like you to watch back the conversation that we've had, and I think that maybe it would open up your mind.
Fair enough.
All right. Appreciate you coming up.
Nice.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as in the description of the YouTube. If you want to also support me, make sure to like the stream on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. For the people who are on TikTok, we're currently on Dean's account. We're just testing out algorithms, so you can support me through like those sort of areas. But I don't know if I'll be on this account in the future. We'll see. We'll see. Alrighty. I'd recommend everyone who's on TikTok right now to go over to my YouTube. YouTube is Parker Get a Job. It's also in the link tree in the bio. I would recommend that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
Late 20s. How old are you?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I sure did.
Okay, why so?
What do you think?
Well, I don't know. That's why I asked you.
Who do you vote for?
Kamala Harris.
Why?
Because she wasn't held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. She didn't brag about walking into the changing rooms of girls at Miss TMSA because he quote-unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. She didn't say she would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years.
So who's Lily Tino? Lily Tino.
What relevance does that have to the live at all? We're talking about Donald Trump. Why'd you just randomly bring up Lily Tino?
Because you brought up Kamala.
We're talking about politics. That's relative.
Okay, continue.
That's relative.
Continue.
That is literally relative to who you voted for. So what?
Do you have kids?
Yeah, I have 10 children.
So really,
Yeah.
do you have kids?
Yes, I have 10 children.
Do you have family that have kids?
Yeah.
Make that make sense. So let me ask you something. The recent videos of Lily.
What do you mean make that make sense? I'm confused. Are you denying the
Yeah.
existence of my 10 children?
Make that make sense because you're sarcastic, dumbass.
I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being serious. I literally have 10 children.
Show them 10 children.
I'm not gonna show my children on the live. What the fuck is wrong with you?
How old are you? Yeah.
How old am I?
How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay, heard.
I started having children very early.
Oh, okay, that sounds wonderful.
It was, yeah. I'm completely fine too.
Okay, listen here. I'll actually take your side right now. There's gays, right? I don't have a problem with gays, right? But Lily Tino has taken it
Wait,
to the maximum
I'm sorry.
capacity.
I have a question. Do you know what being gay is?
Yes.
What is it?
Let me see. I have gay friends, right?
What does it mean to be gay?
A guy and a guy and a girl and a girl. And guess what?
Okay.
Gays are born to be born. I was raised.
Gay people.
Listen here. Okay, don't interrupt me. I grew up with a guy.
Don't worry, I didn't interrupt you. I made sure to mute you before I spoke, so I didn't interrupt you. But you may speak now. You got to unmute your mic. In the bottom right, you got to click the mute button, the little microphone in the bottom right.
There, can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up?
Okay. So this guy, like, I love gays. Like, nothing's
Gay
wrong with
people?
that.
Gay
I'm not-
people?
Yeah, gay people. Whatever. Shut up. Let me finish. I went to preschool with this guy, and he was gay. And his older brother was not gay. They pleaded and got this guy into baseball, all that stuff. He ended up being gay. He was still gay. What I'm saying is, on this topic, really randomly, the whole, what do you call it? Switching and transforming yourself and taking your body parts, switching it off is so wrong.
What the
Especially
hell
on
are we
younger-
talking? What are we talking? Where are we? What reality are we in? Hello?
Hello?
What did we just move from? We were talking about sexuality, right?
I mean,
Someone being
listen,
gay, and then
okay.
you just like,
So, do you want to talk about? Let's see. Wait. What do you call it? Hang on a second.
I have a question. Do you think that being gay is being pushed onto children?
People, yes.
Yeah. Okay, how so?
So I saw this video recently on TikTok specifically, and is this chick. She had short hair and baggy clothes, and she said, "Hey, listen, there's this mother that had I'm hearing myself echo right now, which is really annoying, but I don't think we can change that. Anyways,
That's
she had
terribly unfortunate.
Yeah. Anyways, I'll get on that. She had a son and a daughter. That daughter questioned that chick and was like, hey, mommy, is that a boy or a girl? She crouched down to her level and said, hey, I'm a girl. I like boy clothes. I'm a tomboy, and it's okay. I'm a girl. I've been born as a girl, and that's okay. And she's like, oh my gosh. She gave her a high five and everything. And she's like, oh, look, mommy.
Wait, I
have a
asked you.
brother.
I asked you, how is being gay being pushed on children? I'm explicitly referencing sexual attraction. So, like, can you please explain to me how being gay is being pushed onto children?
Society.
Society? Oh,
Yeah.
how so? Like, what about society?
Bullying.
What bullying? You mean bullying against?
Sucking
like,
up to.
You mean people who are gay
being
getting
in a
bullied?
tribe. So let me ask you something. Were you ever
Wait,
bullied in life?
Yes, but
No.
Yes.
Were you ever bullied?
Yes.
Okay, I was bullied too.
Were you bullied?
I was bullied too.
Wait, are you saying people are bullied into being gay?
I wouldn't say that necessarily. No.
No,
Why?
people are bullied into being straight. So I don't know what your point is.
Bullying and to be straight. Okay, so I believe in my deal. I don't know. Are you a Christian? Can I ask you that?
I'm not a Christian.
So what are you?
I'm an agnostic atheist.
Well, God is good all the time, and I really pray for you right now. But I'll get to this in a second. So what's your next question?
What were we just talking about?
I don't know. You tell me.
Fuck is going on? When I
No.
clicked the live, you're talking about how you went to preschool with somebody that was gay, and I don't even okay.
Okay, ask me a question.
In like 2 sentences or less, sum up the relevance of gay people in your argument insofar as why you support Trump.
So I don't dislike gay people. I like gay people. If you're gay, you're gay. Like, don't fucking be pressing that shit on innocent children.
Okay, how are they doing that?
Do you not get that?
Yeah, how are they doing that?
So this Tino.
Explain it to us.
This,
and
listen here.
listen.
Stop.
No.
Stop.
Explain it to
No.
us like
You
we're
had your
5.
second. Okay, I'll explain this like you're 5. If you saw this fucking video, you'd know. I'm going to say it very calmly and shortly. Okay. Hang on a second. I got to get my composure together because I'm really fucking pissed off because I have a child. So let me get this straight.
Explain it to us like we're 5. Take it away.
Okay. God is good all the time. If you're born a girl, you are a girl. If you're born
Wait,
a boy,
I'm sorry.
you're born.
User.
No,
This
let
is
me
not
continue.
sexuality. This is
No,
not sexuality.
Okay,
Honestly, like
okay, you're
obviously she's
interrupting
not
me.
talking about
You're interrupting
sexuality,
me.
but it's like
You're
let's just see what
interrupting
the
me.
point is. You know what I mean?
Let me continue. Let me continue.
No, please continue.
Do I need to
yeah.
continue? Okay.
No, please.
Listen, and think deep. I really pray. If you're born a boy, you're born a boy. If you're born a girl, you're born a girl. If you want to be gay, you could be fucking gay, by all means. If you want to be like a lesbian, be a lesbian. If you like women, that's okay. If you want to be gay, like a guy. It's okay. I don't see the whole transform deal with this Lily Tino because look at all the research. Tell me, the people that cut off their, you know what?
Okay, real
Or,
quick.
or
okay,
if they
you said
transform,
Lily Tino,
it does a lot of shit when
listen,
you're 18 and plus. No,
You
listen
said
here.
Lily Tino.
I wasn't
No,
done yet.
no. You've said Lily Tino like 5 times. Why the fuck do you keep saying Lily Tino's name?
Because it's disgusting. He, it, her, went to a-
She.
Oh, she.
Yeah,
No,
so,
it's a
wait,
he.
she.
Went
So,
into the
hold up,
women's
hold up, hold up,
restroom. Okay,
hold up,
listen here.
Hold up. Okay, did my okay, that was her just got cut out. Okay. So again, when you're referencing being gay, I want to be very clear. I appreciate the glowing jellyfish. Thank you so much. You're referencing men who are attracted to men, right? Is that what you're referencing?
And then I also just wanted to bring this up real quick while they're on pause. You know, obviously this person is misgendering Lily Tino. I do see some people on the left do that too, just because like a lot of people perceive Lily Tino to be a shit person. Now, like correctly gendering somebody isn't like a reward for good behavior. So even if you like think that Lily Tino's a shit person, still like address her by her proper pronouns.
Mm-hmm.
Do you hear me? Both of
Yes,
you.
We hear you now.
Okay, yeah, thanks. So he, she, whatever,
No,
anyone
no,
who
no, no,
has
no, no,
kids,
no, no, no,
shut
no,
up.
no,
Let
no,
me
no.
let me finish.
No.
Let me finish.
No. No. You're gonna use your correct pronouns. Point blank period. Unmute your mic, and if you don't, I'll mute you until you do. Unmute your mic. Come on, user. Aaron, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You gonna unmute your mic, user? Are you there?
Hello.
Yeah. What's up?
Okay. So tell me what's the proper pronouns for Lily.
She, her. But
She,
listen,
her.
Will you give me the mic for 30 seconds here,
Yes,
if
yeah.
you will? So the question that Parker had asked of you is, how are people pressing being gay onto young children? Like
Correct.
Lily Tino and trans people shouldn't have any like relevance in the answer to that question. Now, a lot of people will like confuse trans people and gay people that just
Okay.
simply like lack
Stop.
no.
I'll let you finish and you'll let me talk because I'm really pissed
Well,
off.
if you gotta
I'll
let
let you
me
finish.
Okay, thank you.
Finish.
Thank you. So
Absolutely.
A lot
My
of
pleasure.
People, a lot of people with like no critical thought and zero education on the LGBTQ plus community will
Okay.
confuse trans people and gay people simply because they exist under the same umbrella LGBTQ plus community. However,
Okay.
being trans bears no relevance on being gay, and being gay bears no relevance on being trans.
Okay.
For instance, you could be trans and straight. You could be trans and gay.
Sure.
You could be
Sure.
straight and cis. You could be
I-
gay and cis. Right? So the
this
question
is
asked of you is, why do you think that being gay is pressed on
Okay.
young children?
Okay. Listen. This is my time to shine. Okay. You can be gay.
I'm sorry. I had to do it. I just had to, Chad. I just had to. You gotta unmute now, user.
The corn dog deal. Hello.
Go ahead.
Okay, you're still here.
Sorry, that was the last time. I'm not gonna do that anymore. I'm done. I'm actually done now. I promise I'm done. I promise I'm done. Randy, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Randy. User, you gotta unmute. That was my last time. I'm serious. I won't do it anymore. I'm seriously done. Hello? Are you gonna unmute? You gotta unmute. You gotta like click the microphone in the bottom right. Oh, they left. Fuck. I got him to leave. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate, I tell you. That's really unfortunate. Coral, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Happy Pride, everyone. Absolutely. Happy Pride. Happy Pride. Absolutely. Beth, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I appreciate it, Beth. Thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. Amber with the $10. Thank you so much for Trinity. Parker's #1 fan. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. From Tony on TikTok. Thank you so much. Ember, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Ember. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. As well as Ember, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. As well as Reagan, thank you for the $5. And Mark, thank you for the $10. Dean, are you free or did you just come because that person was saying some crazy stuff?
I actually got a little bit. Is it okay if I hang out?
Yeah, absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
Weird.
Let's get this next person up here real quick. Tap that screen, everyone. Share the live. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. We got Dean for a little bit longer here. Penny, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Rick, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh boy.
I sure did.
Why'd you do that, sir?
Oh boy.
Well, I did have a lot to say, but I got to be honest with you. After what I just heard from her, I fucking love watching you guys fucking squirm like babies. Because now you know exactly how you fucking sound when you talk to people.
Oh, Rick. Listen, Rick, I got to level
Fuck
with
you,
you, man.
pussy
No.
boy.
No, Rick.
You're
please.
both pussy boys. Where's your little
Please.
butt buddy fucking Harry?
Okay,
Yeah,
yo,
fuck
hold
you.
on. Rick,
Raping some bitches.
Rick, hold up. Can
No,
I ask you a question, Rick?
No.
Why
I
not?
don't. I just want to tell you how fucking stupid
Rick,
you are.
Rick, do you think I'm a
You
grifter?
You gotta.
Do you think I have
why
a real
don't you
job?
Watch your own video and see how fucking
Hey,
stupid
Rick,
you are.
do you think I have a real job, Rick?
You're a dumb motherfucker.
Do I have a real
Rick,
job?
Please. Wait,
No,
Rick,
you
don't run away like a beta male. I'm sensing that
Oh,
you're
I'm
better
not
than-
running away. I'm here.
I'm sensing
I'm
beta
here.
male. I'm sensing beta male, and that you're gonna run away here pretty soon. So
No,
you
no,
better
not a
stay
beta
to
male,
prove
not
that
at
you're
all.
not a beta male. Okay.
Just tired of listening to you guys fucking just endlessly
Yo,
lie
Rick,
about shit.
can
What did we lie?
level with you?
What did we lie about?
Every fucking thing that
Like
comes
what?
out of your mouth is bullshit.
Like what?
Everything.
Beth,
What part of everything don't you understand?
Donation on Venmo. Can we get some double you
Yeah,
bets?
why don't
Down
you come
below the
visit me and we'll see
comment
how bad you really
Brian,
are.
thank you for the $2 for money from Rick.
Yeah,
donation
go
over
get
on Venmo.
Harry, Mr.
Chaos,
Boxer
thank you for the
Boy.
$2
I'll
for
kick
love the
his ass
stream so
too.
far. Thank you so much, Chaos. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Go get the pussies.
What are you saying, bro? You're so
Come
weird.
on, pussies.
What are you saying, bro?
You're a little fucking baby. That's what you are.
Okay. Well, I have a question. If
You're
I'm
a cureless fucking baby.
wait, if I'm a baby, well then did
You
Donald
don't know jack
wait, I have a
shit.
question. If I'm a baby, did Donald Trump try to date a baby when he said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years?
Couldn't tell you.
Wait, real quick. Yo, you said that I was like a what kind of baby did you say I was, Rick?
You're a little pussy baby.
You're a hairless baby.
Pussy
Bald.
baby.
You're bald, Rick.
That's right.
You're bald,
And
Rick.
I've been on this earth a hell of a lot longer than your pussy ass will be.
Hairless baby. Hairless baby. Rick.
Chad, YouTube. Oh my God, I wish I could show you right now. Come on, please, bro.
Why don't you come out of mommy's basement and meet me somewhere?
Please, Chad, I gotta show you. Oh my God, hold up. I have window
Yeah.
capture right now. Don't worry. I have window capture, Chad.
60-year-old man beat your fucking living ass to death.
Please. Would you just threaten to violently assault him?
Oh wait,
Meet
are
me.
you trying to like
Meet me.
Where?
Rick, calm down, bro.
What part of that don't you understand there, smart boy?
What? Calm the
Obviously,
fuck. Okay,
you don't
Rick,
understand any of it.
Rick, can I level with you, man?
Dumbass.
No, calm down, old man. Okay, listen.
No.
Real quick. Okay, here's what I'm asking of you, Rick.
No, I've
I'm-
listened to you
I'm
dumb
gonna
motherfuckers
level.
for way too long.
I'm gonna level with you here, Rick. Here's
give
what I
a
don't
fuck
get.
What you want?
Oh, bad boy.
You're a
Rick.
pussy.
Bad bald boy. Bad boy. Come
Why
on.
don't you
calm
come
down.
find out?
Here, hold up. Rick,
Because you're a chicken
Rick,
shit.
Rick, I have a question. Rick, I have a question. Can I ask you a few
No.
questions?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So, like, you said that like we don't have real jobs. Like, what do you think a real job is, Rick?
You don't have a real job because you get paid to sit and fucking lie by the fucking DNC. We all know it.
Wait,
We've seen it.
So I'm paid by the DNC. Isn't that a job?
What,
Why
wait, what
would
about
you,
me?
Why would
Am
you
I also
still be
paid by the
sitting there
DNC?
doing it if you weren't?
Wait, so I have a job at the
'Cause you're a
DNC where I
fucking
get paid
moron.
and then I don't have a job at the same time?
No, that's not really a job.
How's it
Try
not a job?
actually
What is a
working
job?
for a living.
What is a job, Rick?
Not that.
Not that.
Okay, so what
You
is it?
go
You
to a
define it?
place of business, you do a task, and
Oh,
you receive
wait.
a paycheck.
Wait,
Oh, that's
Rick,
You're
exactly what we're
sitting in
doing.
Grammy's basement.
That's
Rick,
it.
let
Wait,
me-
this is my office. I'm currently
You're
in my
sitting
office right now.
Grammy's basement.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm
Rick, I wanna
currently in my own
Little-
office right
Little
now.
pussies in
I
Grammy's basement.
want to show Rick something real quick.
Did she bring you a juice box?
Rick, I gotta talk to you real quick, man. You said that
All
a
you
job.
do is go fucking try to tear people down, make yourself feel better about yourself.
Rick,
Isn't that what you're doing right now?
let me
No,
talk to you.
I'm
real
not.
quick. Rick,
I already know what you are.
Rick, listen.
I've seen
to
motherfuckers like you my entire life.
baby, please.
You don't last long. Trust me.
Oh well, that's what your wife said to you.
Yeah, I don't have a wife.
Surprising.
I've never gotten married. I don't want
Surprising,
to.
surprising, very
I don't
surprising.
want
I
to.
tell you, very surprising. Said every woman ever in your life. Then I got you there, buddy.
Just like you got 10 kids, you lying fuck.
I do have 10 children. Well, you're
No, you
denying the
don't.
existence. You are denying the
you
existence.
don't.
How dare you deny the existence
You're so
of
fucking
my
stupid.
10 children? My 10
You're a
children.
lying
I put them on this planet, and I will keep them here, and I will
Put
take care
them
of
on
them
your
every
list
single
of
day.
fucking
I take care of my 10 children. How dare you deny the existence of my 10 children? Don't you ever do
You're a
that
fucking
again.
liar.
They
You
are
don't
real
have kids.
human beings with lives, experiences,
Nobody be
dignity,
stupid
and the
enough to
fact that
have
you
kids
sit
with
here right
you.
now and you deny the existence
Pussy.
of my 10
Pussy.
children is absolutely disgusting and despicable of you. How fucking
Grandma
dare
gave me
you
a juice box.
treat my
Grandma
10
gave me
children
a box.
with that level of
Bring me
disrespect?
some Oreos. You little faggot. You need a juice
Oh,
box.
use a slur. Get the fuck off my live. Get the fuck
You're
off
a
my live.
faggot.
Get the fuck off my live, you disgusting piece of shit. Happy Pride Month to everyone, by the way. That disgusting piece of shit is absolutely a horrible person and does not deserve our time of fucking day. That is disgusting. Holy shit. He denies the existence of my 10 children. How fucking dare he? How fucking dare he? Let me say thank you to a few gifters real quick. Thank you so much. Brian, I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Sid with the $20. Thank you so much. Coral with the $20. Thank you so much. Randy, thank you for the $20. Penny with the $2. Chaos, thank you for the $2. I really appreciate it. Julia with the $2. Canadian, thank you. Hyped, I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much, Hyped. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Juliet, thank you so much for the $2. Stacy with the $11.11. Thank you. Lauren with the $26. Thank you so much on PayPal. Reagan, thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. Darling with the $1. Megan with the $2. Amber with the $7.25 for the DNC paycheck for 1 hour. Angolia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Keith with the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you. Beth with the $50. Thank you so much again. I really appreciate it, Beth. Thank you. Gianna, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much, Gianna. Nisi, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3. Mark with the $10. Thank you so much. And with the $20. Thank you so much, Mark. Benjamin with the $5. And Michaela, thank you for the $1.75. Thank you so much. Holy shit.
I posted a dinner of the ribeye I cooked for dinner. I posted a picture of the ribeye I cooked for dinner on X, and I have a bunch of really angry old Republican men, probably a lot like Rick, saying that I staged the post to pander to Republican men. How do you feel about this?
That's kind of funny, dude. That's really funny, actually. I think that's completely ridiculous. Yeah, it's actually insane. Actually, you did that on live though. You literally literally made it on live before. So
It was all staged. Anna, thank you for the $10 Venmo donation for showing Rick's bald head.
that was diabolical, dude. Lindsay, thank you for the $5.
Listen,
Gabby, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10.
I could
Thank
do
you.
that. I could do that since it's my own future. Okay, I'm destined for a bald head. Okay, it's coming at me.
Yeah, you can do
very
that.
fast, and it's bound to happen. That will be me one day, Chad. It will be me. Unfortunately.
TJ with the $5. Thank you. Gabby, thank you for the $10 though. They said early Father's Day for Parker's 10 children. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Erica, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, how dare he deny the existence of my 10 children? Like, seriously, I will never allow that again on my life. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, why so?
So let's not beat around the bush. You're gonna say I voted for Donald Trump and he was a bad person and stuff, and I agree that SA is bad, even though you're saying that he raped when not all SA is rape. It's two different things.
Oh,
But
wait,
I want,
do you think forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will is grape?
yeah.
Okay, well then that was forceful penetration of a woman's vagina against her will, so you acknowledge that it was grape.
I don't think that's what happened.
That's
but-
exactly what happened in the case.
Well, that's
so
not what it
Brendan-
was found out in court. That's not what it was found in court.
Actually, yes. So Brendan, let me clarify.
So why
for
isn't
you.
he in jail?
Brendan, if I could clarify for you, that'd be great. So the specific action that the jury determined that Donald Trump was more likely than not to have done to E. Jean Carroll was forcefully inserting his fingers into her female member without her consent. Now, the reason why the court did not consider this to be grape, but rather classified it as SA, was because of New York State's very outdated and terrible definition of grape that they upheld in their legal standards, which only considered the penetration of one's female member with a male member without consent to be grape. Now, both you and I and Parker have all now agreed that we do indeed colloquially understand the action in which the jury found Donald Trump liable for doing to E. Jean Carroll as grape. So will you concede that when you said it wasn't grape that the jury held him liable for, you were wrong?
Okay. Well, maybe you're right. He did. Either way, it's wrong. That's what I believe.
So then would you vote for a candidate held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Well, what I was going to ask you is, would you vote for a candidate that believes segregation is okay?
So one, Biden didn't advocate for segregation in the quote that you're specifically referencing. He was actually advocating for integration. But no,
Well,
given
he said, "I don't
given that
want
the
my
other side
kids-
doesn't support that.
I don't want my kids to go to a jungle, comma, a racial jungle," is what he said.
So
Is that not
actually
supporting
so-
segregation?
so although I think how the way he said it was definitely incredibly fucked up, right? I think that we can acknowledge explicitly that in that context, he was explicitly advocating, right, that we integrate communities, so there are integrated school systems, right? That's explicitly what he was advocating for, and he was in that circumstance trying to say that it is the case that like there would be a system where you would have segregated communities while having integrated school systems, and he was saying in that circumstance there would be an issue.
Also, Brendan, like seemingly, because like your first argument joining the live is, you know, condemning Biden for racism, which, by the way, I agree with. I think that we should condemn all racist individuals for their racism. This would mean that you care about racism. So I guess my question to you would be, if you care about racism, how come you voted for a man who's on record calling all black people lazy in the 90s, as well as in the late aughts and early 10s, trying to convince people to not vote for Obama because he's black, by saying that must mean he was born in Africa?
Well, this is honestly a touchy topic to talk about, honestly, but because I'm white and you're white, so. But I believe what he said was the community can be lazy, and that has been true in the past.
Okay,
but
get the fuck off my live, dude. He actually, I just want to be clear. He said black people have a trait of laziness. Okay, that is so fucking weird. That is so fucking weird. Jessica, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jessica. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Kayla,
I'm gonna
thank
go
you
and
for
hop
$2.
off for the night.
All right, have a good night, man.
Of course, everybody watching, have a good rest of y'all's evenings. Peace out.
Appreciate you, man. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Erica, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Ethan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You are actually, Ethan. Did you know that? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Are you driving?
Yeah.
You got to not be driving on the live TikTok rules. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It seriously helps send it out to more people, so I would really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Type MAGA in the comment section if you want to be brought up. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates.
Well, I parked so I can debate.
Bro, you're still in the car. And he lied already, so I don't even know if he's telling the truth. So, yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
This other person, did you vote for Donald Trump? What is your name?
No, I supported Adolf Hitler. Fuck all you niggers and faggot.
What the fuck?
John, did you vote for Donald Trump? You said yeah? Why so?
Yeah, yeah, I think if we have the same value, which is unity within America, I think the only coherent option is probably going to be Trump.
You said, what was your value?
Unity within America, so like relationships between different type of people, whether that's religion or race, ethnic groups.
Do you think that Donald Trump causes more unity?
I think in comparison to who he was running against, Kamala, yeah.
Kamala. Okay, so can you give me examples of how Donald Trump creates unity? Like, calling for like the termination of all rules, regulations, articles, even those found in the Constitution, calling the radical left Marxists that are trying to destroy the country because they hate everything that we are founded on and what we care about. Like things like that. Would those be examples of things that like reduce the divisiveness of our country?
Yeah. I mean, the framing of your question isn't really honest, though.
Well, then you would say no, right?
Right. But again, I said he's more unifying compared to Kamala, right?
How so?
That's what I
Can you give me examples?
Yeah, because I could be referencing I'm gonna appeal to what he appeals to, which is gonna be the Bible, and say within
Elliot,
the
think
Bible.
the $2. Okay, in order to be Christian, do you have to repent?
I think in order to be Christian, you need to believe in Christ.
You don't need to repent?
No, I don't think. Well, hold on. To be Christian, all you need to do is believe Christ died for your sins.
You
right?
don't need to repent.
That's not a metric we use to determine who's Christian.
So
right?
asking God for forgiveness is not a metric for Christianity?
Believing in him is. I could be a Christian and not do that. I'll just be like a sinner, right?
Oh, okay. So you typically would argue that as long as someone believes in Christ, they're Christian. Okay, so then do you think Mormons are Christian?
I concede.
That was real quick, huh?
Yeah, I concede. I got nothing else.
You got nothing else?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That was a quick concession, chat. Look at that. Quick concession. Let's get this next person up here. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I'm serious. I think we have like 1,000 likes on the stream right now. Let's try to get it up if we possibly can, everyone. I would really appreciate it. Really appreciate it.
What's up, Parker?
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
I just identify or align more with conservatives than I do liberals.
How so?
Any area in particular you want to talk about?
You can bring up what you'd like.
I think foreign policy is a good one.
Okay. What foreign policy?
I think everything, just getting respect for the U.S. more in general. I think that's important.
Okay. Did you know that Donald Trump was less respected around the world according to people that were put on his administration appointed by Donald Trump?
What do you mean? Can you clarify?
Yeah, Donald Trump appointed into positions of power within his own administration, right, said that he was a laughing fool to foreign leaders around the world, that he's a fascist, that he's a threat to democracy, that he's unfit to be president of the United States.
I think it's the people that you're referring to, are they publicly saying that?
Yes.
Who are you referring to? Are these people that were, he fired, I assume?
Yes, yes. Given that it is the case that they weren't going with his particular, steal the election sort of mantra. Like people like Mike Pence, McMaster, people like it's been a minute since I've said the general's name.
Yeah, so I think for me,
Yeah.
generally, like just being proud to be American, both, domestically and abroad, I am very proud to be an American. I'm not white.
General
I'm
Milley,
very
sorry.
proud.
I wanted to clarify.
It's right. So, like, me personally, I value this country a ton. Going back to the country that my parents are from, I'd rather be here every day of the week. I know the US gets a lot of flack for being racist. The truth, every other country is 10 times more racist than this country ever will be.
I don't.
We
think
have the biggest
I don't
challenge.
think you can say that. That's a bit ridiculous.
A lot of my friends, I mean, I'm not white, like I said. I have a lot of non-white friends everywhere, and everybody paints himself to be non-racist, but the truth is, if everyone's conversations were made public, everybody would be canceled overnight. I think the US gets a lot of flack
wouldn't.
again for being racist, but realistically, I think we're one of the least racist countries out there. It's
Okay.
the truth.
Okay, so
That's how I feel in my heart.
So it's just a feeling. So there's no good evidence of this, no good empirics, just a feeling.
No, there isn't, and realistically, that's going to be. It's impossible to quantify that.
Okay,
I just base it off of
you're
my own experiences.
Mhm.
My own experiences. Like I said, I'm non-white. I get to hear what non-white people say without, any worry of being judged. And the pattern I see is the non-white people are the most racist, which is the funniest part. Like, and I know we hear a lot, hey, you can't be racist
I think
towards
that's a
white people.
ridiculous.
I
That's a ridiculous
disagree.
statement. That is such a ridiculous statement to say that like the white people like generally in America are like less racist or something. Like, come on, bro.
I think so for the most part.
I think that's insane.
It's
Okay,
actually.
do you want to debate on the topics, or do you just want to like keep making the anecdotal claims that you
No.
believe
So like I said,
specifically,
I think a big.
racism isn't a problem or
I think
something?
I think to me in general, restoring the American power in general for what we are, for what we once were, like coming out of World War II, the U.S. is amazing. Everything we've built, everything we've
Because we were
stood for.
anti-fascist, right?
I'm just saying that in general, no country is
You were
perfect.
saying we did good in World War II because we were anti-fascist, right? We were fighting
No,
against
not
fascism.
necessarily. Not necessarily. We're the only superpower in recorded history that after coming out militarily on top did not seek to expand territory. The US is the model example
Donald Trump
of what a
explicitly
superpower should
wanted
and
to
could
do that.
do.
Donald Trump wanted to annex Canada, Panama, Greenland, and Gaza, and to turn it into Trump Gaza because he sees Gaza as real estate development after ethnically cleansing the Palestinian people, right? And specifically giving them no right to return. Hi, Phantom. Thank you so much
I
for the $10.
agree.
Thank you.
I agree. Trump says some dumb stuff. I'll be the first one to say that. Majority of it is funny. And I think people don't realize that the more you repeat this rhetoric that he says jokingly, the more popular you're really making him. People still haven't realized that,
You think
what
I'm
is it
making
now?
Donald Trump more popular?
I think when you repeat the things that he
And
says that are
funny?
clearly a joke,
You think they're funny?
yes.
You think pedophilic jokes are funny? You think trying to
I,
take
I
over
heard that.
countries around the world and annexing the countries as president of the United States, by the way, is funny?
I don't think he's taken any concrete steps to annex any of those
Would you
countries
take
that
it
you
would you
mentioned.
take it as a joke for Xi Jinping to like joke about, taking the United States? or Putin to joke about taking the United States or nuking the United States? Do you
I
think
don't
that's
think
okay
anybody
to
would
joke
really. I, I don't think anybody would really say those things, right? Like I
about?
said,
I'm
and
asking, is it okay to
a
joke
lot of it
about?
has to do with the U.S.'s position in the global order. It depends.
On what?
It depends what relationship those world leaders have with each other. I don't know.
I'm asking you if you think it's wrong, dude.
In general, I would prefer not to see that.
Okay.
Personally, I would prefer not to see it. But like I said, my end point is I do like seeing the position that Trump is trying to put the US in the global order. I am a strong proponent of that. Every president in the past, both Democratic and Republican, we've seen our global influence decline every year, every year. I'm not a fan of that. I think we insert ourselves into way too many wars abroad. We think everybody's problem is our problem to fix.
That's Donald
I am
Trump.
not a fan of any of those things.
That's Donald Trump.
What do you mean?
Donald Trump is the one explicitly doing that. He's the one who wants to increase military spending, right? While increasing the debt, while cutting Medicaid and food stamps to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires alongside it. That's horrible.
I don't think the comments you made necessarily mean he's trying to fix other people's problems abroad. That I don't see how those two things are connected. My comment was there's chaos
repeat your
going
statement.
abroad.
Repeat your statement.
Currently, there's a lot going on abroad. The war in Ukraine, the war, Israel's war. For a little bit, India and Pakistan, right? China and Taiwan. There's so much chaos going on abroad. It is not the US's responsibility to play peacekeeper and fund every single war out there. It's not
Then
our
why is
responsibility.
Donald Trump increasing money going to the military?
Increasing money to the military does not imply we want to fund other people's wars. I don't think the two things are true.
You understand that it is the
And
case that the
realistically,
money is
and
oftentimes going
realistically,
to do that. What is it specifically going to do?
realistically, yes, we spend more than I don't know how many of the next
The next 14
top 10
nations
countries
combined,
combined.
yeah, most of them being our allies.
Yeah, realistically, we don't get the same ROI per dollar spent. So it's an unfair comparison, right? It costs us $1 for us does not go as far as $1 for China. So those two numbers are always going to be impossible to compare. But at the end of the day,
Hold on,
unfortunately,
one
we've
second,
made
real
so
quickly.
many.
Brittany, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure. How old are you?
Oh my God, 37?
Okay, for sure. Just making sure. All right, I'm gonna finish a little bit with Lee real quick, and then I'll get back to you. Go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've made so many enemies over the last 75 years or whatever it is. Now we're at a point that we need a military as strong as it is. Unfortunately, that's a fact. We have so many countries out there that wish death on us. It's the truth.
Okay, so we don't need $900 billion a year in order to be able to fund like our defense. That's just ridiculous. So
Yeah,
I don't see why
would
we
be in
need
favor
that.
of reducing. I would be in favor of reducing military spending in addition
Massively.
to other industries as well. I
Massively.
agree.
All right.
I agree, but I wouldn't want.
EL, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Jay, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $30. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. For contributing to your fake job. I really appreciate it, Jay. Thank you so much. Here's some W's for Jay in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Jay.
Yeah, but in general, like I said, I'm not that old, mid-30s, where we were even when I was coming of age as an 18-year-old to where we are now. It's been a huge decline just from what you see out in the world. We aren't respected.
Okay.
We're trending
can
to.
you, can you tell me specifically, like, instead of like a problem, tell me something you think Donald Trump is going to do to better it?
I think another big part where I stand very strongly on, and again, maybe this is just my generation's problem, putting more emphasis on the nuclear family. I don't care if it's
what is a
mom and
nuclear
a dad.
family?
I don't care if it's a mom and a dad, two dads, two moms. I personally don't care.
So you just want
But
families, right? Sure. Like
a
one
nuclear family, right?
It doesn't have to specifically be nuclear because you can have more than two, right?
No, two
No?
parents. I mean, sure, divorced parents if that's what you're referring
No,
to,
but you
but I
could
am
have.
not for plural.
Why?
I am not for plural.
Wait,
No, not at
if
all.
there's a 3-person relationship and they want to raise children, what's the issue with that?
I am as anti that as it gets.
Why?
Children need stability.
That
Children need
how is that
stability. It's
not
only a
stability?
matter.
Isn't that more stability because there's more income?
Are you into physics?
Wait, by the way, I
Astrophysics?
just want to clarify to you. I myself am monogamous. I'm in a monogamous relationship, but I see nothing wrong with people being right in polygamous relationships. Right? I see nothing wrong with that. So can you please?
And to me,
Parker, that's weird.
What? What's wrong with that?
Okay, so it's a proven fact that people that are in those type of relationships are like predators. Like it's not.
That's
They're
a
not
fucking. You're
normally-
totally lying. You're totally lying.
Okay, you could literally look
Wait,
up. then
provide
look
me
it
a
up,
single
then look
source.
it up, then look it up.
Brittany, provide me
then
a
look it
single
up.
source. You just totally made that up.
Look it up.
Just because people are in a relationship with more than one person doesn't mean they're a predator. That's a fucking insane take.
No, I'm talking about people that are.
Where
in,
was this proven? Where did you see this information, Brittany?
I mean, I've lived a life. I've seen it in my own life. You have not.
Nope.
Hey, Parker.
Do
I don't know
you want to
about
go
that
provide me the
predator
source real quick?
business.
Do you want to go provide me
Okay,
that
I
source?
will
I don't know if it's-
literally look one up
Go ahead.
for you.
I don't know about predator business or any of that. To me, I believe in two parents who love each other and each other only, and dedicate the rest of their lives to bettering their family.
Yeah, you can
and
say
bettering
that's
the
the
lives of their kids.
Yeah, you can say that's the relationship you want specifically within your life, but
No.
to say that's how everyone else should live is a ridiculous statement. There are plenty of people that don't want to live in the same set of conditions you do, and as long as it's consensual, right? Specifically, them having 3 people in a relationship, what the fuck's wrong with that? Like, I seriously, like, what?
Okay.
What's your argument? Give me the argument.
Okay, so I guess there's 2. I'm not saying they shouldn't be allowed to do it. You misheard me.
Okay.
I'm saying putting an emphasis on the nuclear family. That's what I said.
Why?
And by emphasis, I mean everything from tax policy to school. Everything should revolve around the betterment of the nuclear family.
But why?
That can be expanded.
Why shouldn't we allow people to have 3-person relationships?
How do you even? All right, let's
Sorry, not
let's
allow.
approach
Sorry, not
that from
allow.
a tax standpoint.
Allow the 3-person relationships to be recognized by those tax structures. Sorry, my bad.
Let's look at it from a tax structure. Okay, we can do it that way. So in your typical federal taxes, I know there's state taxes. Federal taxes, you have filing single, filing married, filing head of household, filing married separately, and then the ranges that are in each one vary between if you're single versus if you're married. How would you do the math if it's 3 people, 4 people, 5 people, 6 people? How do you do the math? Can you explain that to me?
For bills or for like?
No, for tax purposes.
How do you do taxes? Like, you just do it normally, like how you all have it under the same tax structure if you'd like, or you can have it separated
Parker,
depending on how you'd like it.
So Parker, I think, and I'm going out on a limb here.
You know that
you probably
3-person
haven't done your
relationships.
taxes too much.
I have.
Hold on.
You know 3-person relationships don't require you to be married, right?
You're not hearing what I'm telling you. I'm saying putting an emphasis on nuclear family as it relates to laws to encourage nuclear structure. I'm not saying people shouldn't be allowed to do that. If they want to do that about their business, go for it. I actually
Parker.
don't care what people do.
Go ahead, Brady. Did you find the source?
Parker,
I
you
do care about.
saying that you don't understand how a nuclear family would be bad for the child? Like, you don't understand that concept?
What?
Oh, hell yeah, it would be.
So
Parker, real
No,
quick.
but he's saying that he doesn't
Lee,
understand.
can I please speak
how
on my own life?
that- What?
I was asking if I could speak on my own life because Lee was cutting me off.
Yeah.
So, go ahead. You were saying?
Go ahead. I want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, so I wasn't saying nuclear families are bad, right? It is the case that I was claiming, right, you have to define what you mean by nuclear families because typically people will mean something that I would consider bad. I never even said that explicitly, though.
Oh, I thought that's what you were asking me.
No.
So here's
no,
what
I was
think
asking.
one
I was
big
asking.
reason
I was
why-
asking you for evidence to indicate that people are "quote unquote" predators because it is the case that they're in ethically non-monogamous
No, I'm
relationships
saying that they're
where there
more
are 3
prone
people.
to be predators.
How? Can you give me any evidence of that?
So I have an example of where it could be personally. So the biggest source of sexual assault or for young kids is someone in the family, like a step parent, an uncle, a cousin, something of that nature. I'm willing to bet if you have 3 or more parents, the
Wait,
non-bio
wait. To
parents are going
clarify,
to be significant.
wait. To
Go ahead.
clarify, you're using step parents or uncles to then justify like why 3-parent relationships don't make any
No,
sense. That one doesn't
I'm
make any
uh,
sense. Two,
I'm trying to tell you
are
that
you
the further removed you
are
are
you
from.
saying that we should get rid of uncles or something?
No, I'm saying that the further removed someone is from being a parent to someone, like blood relation, the more likely that adult is to molest a child. It's true.
That's
Yeah, I
fucking
That's
agree.
where
totally
Yeah.
wrong, right? For
that's where
example,
majority of that
you're
stuff
lying.
happens.
You're
Come on,
lying.
Parker.
You're just totally lying. Listen. So explicitly, for example, gay relationships where they adopt children, right, actually tend to have the same outcomes in terms of children's development, or actually a little bit better according to the data. If you want to look at the bibliography in my bio, you can look at the evidence specifically there. It's in my bibliography set up by my friend Matt, who's a librarian, who set up all those particular sources that go across the entirety, right, of the spectrum to include, right, a factual basis, right? So that's very clear that the evidence indicates that you don't have to have any type of biological relation to a child in order for the child to have good developmental patterns. There's no need for that. You just made that up. You just totally made that up. You whipped it right out of your ass. Star, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Star. Thank you for the $20. By the way, if you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio as always. You already know the deal. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I think right now we still just have like 1.3 thousand likes. Let's try to get to 2,000, everyone. Kendall, thank you for the $3. Thank you. I do not.
Parker, this is the real issue. I know plenty of people that are close to me that when you look at where that abuse happened, it's near the family.
Wait.
Parker.
I need stop, Lee. I don't like the
Go
way that
ahead.
you look for sources. I'm about to kick you off my live because I've already told you on this live today, right, that you don't get things just from anecdotal experiences. You need actual fucking studies to make claims
Okay.
about people in general. If you
Parker,
now again, I'm just gonna
if
say this
you
one more
look
time,
it up,
Lee.
I just
If you
looked
hold
it
up,
up.
Brittany, I'm
I
speaking.
just
I'm
looked it up,
speaking,
and
Brittany, I'm speaking. Right? If you one more time give me an anecdotal claim with absolutely no other evidence, I'm gonna kick you from the stream because I think it's useless to engage with at this point.
Sounds good.
Brittany, go ahead. Just unmute your mic real quick, Brittany.
Yeah, just look it up real quick. I just did, cause like I'm not
What was
running
your
on
source?
that.
What did you
I
see?
literally
I can't hear you when you swipe out of the app. You gotta go out of the app, look at the title, remember the title, and then come back.
National Institute of Health.
Well, that's not a title. That's like the NIH.
No, that's an organization that published
I
it. Oh,
understand,
you
but
want the title?
I need the title. Yes. Can't wait for this, chat.
Comparative data of childhood, adolescent molestation in, can I say it, gay
Yeah.
families.
And gay what?
Families.
Okay, let's see. Comparative data of
Listen, I'm not running on this. I agree with what he's saying, and I looked it up.
this isn't in comparison to straight relationships. I don't see anything. It's just an
I
abstract.
wasn't comparing to straight relationships.
I'm not talking
first
to
of
you,
all.
Lee. Shut up.
All right, Parker. Just saying.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to someone else. I don't know why you just randomly butted in. So the abstract that you just gave doesn't provide any evidence of what you just referenced.
That's literally what I looked up, though.
What are you talking about?
Like that. Like I looked that up, and that's what came up.
Okay. I'm confused what your point is. Like this is specifically relating to non-clinical adult participants. Are you're just relating to specifically wait, so this is nothing. This is what the hell
What
is
do you
this?
mean?
This isn't even like a study.
How is it not a study when it's like one of the biggest
It's
like
just
health
it's wait.
organizations?
You understand? It's just a publisher, right? The publisher has different studies. If you go to the studies in my bio, there's stuff from NIH. But you have to look at the NIH to see specifically at the studies that you look at, which ones are going to be reputable, which ones have the information that you're relating to, and which ones don't.
So
The
what
one
are
that you're
you
relating to,
saying that
literally,
you're
it's
reading
not.
then?
It's barely a paragraph. This doesn't
So
even have
what are you
anything
saying
else.
that you're reading
Wait,
then?
I'm sorry. What did you read? This is from 2001. What I'm specific.
No, I'm asking you. What are you
Wait,
reading?
when was it published?
Hang on. 2001.
Okay. So that's one. Two, can you see anything more than just one what's it called? One title. Or just the
No,
abstract.
but what are you taking from that is what I'm asking
Oh,
you.
wait, hold up. There's an updated source of it from 2023.
Okay, good. Then talk to
That
me.
does have an entire,
Sure.
or actually no, it doesn't have an entire link. It has about 3 paragraphs, and here it says, did not correspond to the discussion. Numerous arrows.
Why is your eyebrow
Identify-
like that?
What about my eyebrow?
It's like really up. Your one on your right is like really high
That's
when
just
you're reading. Sorry, I'm just trying to feel funny.
okay. I'm confused. None of this relates to the comparison between
Why?
based on the likelihood of molestation.
Okay, tell me why.
You can because it doesn't relate to that.
Tell me why it doesn't.
Nothing within the particular study that you're referencing, the few paragraphs, does it specifically compare, right? Just on the basis of just molestation in general, right? Or just sexual abuse in general, right? And it doesn't say specifically people who are gay are more likely to do this. It says people who are gay are more likely to be assaulted, right?
So you're telling me that you
it was
don't-
just saying assaulted in the context of homosexual molestation, but given that it is the case that that it's referencing that, it doesn't at all mean anything about like whether or not people who are right in multiple person
Oh.
relationships are more likely to be predators. This is again
Yeah.
just an example of how people who literally are gay would just be at a greater likelihood of being assaulted. That's all the claim is. So do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure,
Your study there was not at all related
Listen,
to.
this wasn't even my argument. It was what you call it.
No,
The
you
guy that was
wait,
already
wait.
on.
You claimed, by the way, this is relating to being gay. This has nothing to do with 3-person relationships. Okay? You said people who are non-monogamous, right? Ethical non-monogamous relationships, right, are somehow, right, predators, right? Or more likely to be
And I
predators.
just gave you a source, and
didn't
you
provide
are
me anything.
looking confused, buddy. Sorry.
I'm looking confused. I just proved how your
Yeah.
particular source doesn't even relate
No,
to.
you're trying to find a way to get out of it.
Brittany, respond to what I said then.
Listen, I'm not Charlie Kirk, Parker.
I know. You're surprisingly
So
dumb.
you don't have to be scared of me.
Would you like to now respond to my point?
I did respond to your point.
I'm waiting. This is not relating to 3-person relationships.
Do you want me to look up another source?
Yeah, literally. You look
No, I'm not like really.
for people who
First
are in
off, this wasn't
3-person
even-
relationships being more likely
This
to be
was
predators.
not
You
even
claim
my
they're predators.
argument. Again,
That
this
was your
is not even
argument.
my
How about you just concede? You say there aren't predators.
There definitely are predators,
So,
and I would
no.
Well,
You are saying
wait a minute, you're
people
gonna
in
tell me if
3-person
there aren't?
relationships are more likely to be predators. You have no good evidence of that.
Okay, but I still feel like they are.
I still
I'm
feel
not-
like they are. So trust me, please trust me.
I joined up here for Trump.
Okay, what is the reason why you support Donald Trump?
So I think that he fights for America. I think that he has a lot of great policies.
What policies?
Hang on, Parker. Okay.
Okay.
I also think that in regards to the Gaza Israel thing, he's fighting more than your administration did.
Jessica, thank you for
You're
the
over here.
$10.
You're over here fighting for an administration that literally started this war.
You
This
understand
war
that Donald
was in
Trump?
place for
Wait, hold up. I'm sorry. This is
what,
just all
for
ridiculous.
over a year.
This is
It was
all
no,
ridiculous.
no, it's not all ridiculous.
Can I respond real quick?
Okay, it happened in October. Over
No,
a
no,
year
it's
ago.
ridiculous because you're not acknowledging specifically Donald Trump literally saying that he wanted to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian people with no right to
No,
return,
I will
right, and turn it into
acknowledge
Trump
that. I
Gaza
will
because he saw it as real.
acknowledge
So she's not listening. So explicitly, Donald Trump said that he wanted to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian population with no right to return, right, because he sees Gaza as real estate development.
Yeah, sure.
He wanted to turn it into Trump Gaza. That's what he said.
No.
Okay. Yeah,
Because
sure.
you guys already
Ridiculous.
cleansed them. You guys
Wait,
already
by the way,
cleansed them. There's no
not-
one there
no,
anymore.
that's not true.
So
that-
you're saying that
wait,
your administration that
That-
allowed
you
for
said there was no one there.
all of these people to
Listen,
pass away.
You said there was no one there. Not every single Palestinian was ethnically cleansed from the land. Okay, was there ethnic cleansing of some Palestinians? Absolutely.
Parker, I don't know if you remember, but we talk. Well, me and Dean talk a lot, but
Have I ever talked to you?
yes,
And you're still this insane.
yeah, I am.
What the fuck? When's the last time I talked to you?
A couple months ago, and guess what you told me?
So before the election.
I actually think it was after the election. You told me that there was no anti-Semitic crimes going on in America, and I had to
That's
pull
not
them
what
out.
I said to you.
You did, and you
Not
had
true.
what you call it, Covey on here, and or whatever the hell her name is,
You
and I
just
had to
totally
argue
lied.
with you.
You just totally lied.
No,
I-
I'm not lying. I'm not
You
lying.
think I argued there's no anti-Semitic
You
crimes in
literally
America?
told me. Yes, you did, and I literally had to name them off to you, and then Covey was like, "Oh, that's not true either," and I had to bring up all of them, and now look what what is happening.
So I'll be clear with you. I absolutely do believe there are anti-Semitic crimes in America. Taka, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally though, like, okay, so are you in support of Israel, the state of Israel?
I'm Jewish.
I mean, but that doesn't mean you have to be in support. There are anti-Zionist.
No, I
Jews.
am in support because my family's from there. I know what's happened there
Do
for
you
like my
agree with
entire
the
life.
ethnic cleansing of Palestinians?
It's not an ethnic cleansing.
Okay.
And if it is
What
an
is what is ethnic
then
cleansing?
your administration did that.
What is ethnic cleansing?
Removing people from the land that they belong to.
Yeah, with no right to return. That's what Donald Trump is advocating for. He said he wants to remove Palestinians forcefully from the land, and he wants to make it so that they have
So
no.
how come you're in
He wants to make it so that they have no.
administration didn't do
Can I?
anything to
Can you
prevent the
listen?
war?
Make it so they have no right to return. I just want to let you know, I disagree with the Democratic position on Israel. I think they are pro-Israel, and I disagree with the position on it because I think it's bad for Palestinians.
So you think that Israel never existed?
Israel exists. I don't dispute
No,
Israel
but I'm saying like
existence.
you're saying like Palestine existed prior to Israel, and we actually stole their land. That's what you're saying.
It's like
That's-
Palestinians.
okay, you could literally look
Palestinians
back
have
in
had their
history
land.
books.
Listen, Palestinians have had their land stolen from them. Or this is objectively true, especially within the West Bank. Stolen from them. There are literally illegal settlers within the West Bank right now, as defined by international law. This is actually not even disputed much. This is literally known. Okay, and also we can reference prior, right? The stealing
don't
of
fight with
land,
people
specifically
in
of
the West Bank.
Palestinians. You denying this, right, is actually ridiculous, and it shows how propaganda can go so
ridiculous?
far. You denying that Palestinians have been getting their land stolen, and
Oh no, they have land. They have land there.
that's been stolen from them.
But no,
Yes.
Israel won that
One?
land.
One?
It was given to them.
By
it
who?
Was given to them.
By who?
I believe Britain,
Why did they have control over the land?
because it was right after the Holocaust, and the Jews had nowhere to go.
What? Okay, so you understand? Oh, wait, that's the wasn't,
You could literally
no.
look it
Oh
up,
my god.
Parker. It takes 5 seconds.
Yeah, okay. So again, you're
Can
talking.
you look it
You're
up?
talking about.
Can you look it up?
You're talking about the creation state.
Can you fact check me, please?
I have. You're talking about the creation.
No, look it up.
You're talking about the creation of the state of Israel, right? You're talking about the British Mandate of Palestine, right? Doesn't that prior to the point of the Holocaust?
No, it does not.
Let me see the beginning of the British Mandate. I might be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure I'm right.
No, it was after the Holocaust, and it happened after the Holocaust because of everything that bad that happened to the Jews.
No,
They
it
gave
was
us land.
before. It was 1920 to 1948. The 1948 specifically after the Holocaust was the creation of the state of Israel.
So how
So the
did
British
we
Mandate for
steal
Palestine was
the
1920
Palestinians'
1948.
land?
What's up? Because there were Palestinians living on the land that literally had their houses stolen from them. They were
do you
ethnically
know what
cleansed from the land through the Nakba, right?
Do you know
and
what
they were murdered
happened?
at mass.
Do you know what happened in Gaza in 2005 or no?
So yes, I do know what you're gonna reference. I also I just want to acknowledge you specifically use this to pivot away from what we were addressing earlier. Do you remember what you were
What were
pivoting
we
it away?
addressing?
What, do you,
Oh,
do-
no,
I
no,
asked you.
because
Do you
now you're
remember?
trying to pivot.
Do you remember what you were pivoting it away from originally?
No, I was telling you why I like Trump.
What were we talking about right prior?
You asked me why I support Trump.
And you brought up reasons that I was responding to before you specifically talked about Gaza, right? I asked you specifically what policy Donald Trump influenced to get passed that you like, and you didn't mention any of the policy. So could we go back to that real quick?
Policy. Why do I have to name like an actual policy?
Do you know a single one?
What's the 3 branches of the government, Parker?
Executive, legislative, and judicial.
Thank God.
Really? Can you tell me the 2 main aspects of the legislative branch?
Can you tell me the definition of blah, blah, blah?
Can you tell me
How
the
many states are there in America?
50? Can you tell me the 2 main aspects of the legislative branch?
Hey
Say
guys,
it
I
Hold up, Lee.
appreciate the
Who the hell
educational
is that?
government. I'm still here. I just realized it.
Oh my God, he's still there.
Brittany, what are the 2 main aspects of the legislative branch?
I think when you say aspect, it's throwing me off.
Really?
Yeah, can you phrase that a different way?
I don't know why it would. I actually genuinely
No.
don't know why it would be confusing to you.
Can you ask it a different way?
Mm-hmm. What are the
I
two,
mean, I'm
what are
dumb.
what are the 2 main parts of the legislative branch?
The judicial and the legislative.
I said of the legislative branch.
Oh, the Republican and Democratic Party.
No,
Yes.
it's within
You're
Congress.
dumb.
So, okay, really? Yes? You really think that? I think I'm
You
dumb.
don't know.
You think I'm dumb?
Yes. Go ahead, Parker. Tell me. Oh, you.
Brittany, okay? The legislative branch, right, is made up of Congress, and Congress is separated by the House of Representatives and the Senate.
Oh,
Okay.
so I should have said the House of Representatives and the Senate.
Yes.
Oh, okay. You sound like my husband.
You mean sick of you?
He's not sick of me. We talk all the time.
Well,
Just like me and Dean.
I was
Me and
just
Dean have a
saying I'm sick of you. If I sound
No,
like your
you're not.
husband
No,
and
you're
I'm
not.
sick
No,
of
you're
you,
not.
well then are you saying that your husband is sick of you?
No, but it's like so particular. Like you have to answer the question like verbatim.
Verbatim? You mean like I answer the question?
Yeah, whatever.
Well, I can give you the
Whatever.
$5. Do you have an
Talk
issue with
to
an-
Lee.
do
He's
you have an
talking to
issue with
you.
answering questions?
Yeah, if they're not. If
Hey,
you're trying
Parker,
to
I could
trap
talk
me.
if we're doing a quiz on
Hey
you
Lee,
know,
hey Lee.
the government.
I'm about to just kick you from the live. Respectfully. I'm
He didn't
having
do anything
I'm
to
literally
you.
having a conversation with someone. You're just like cutting us
No,
off.
but this was his fight from the beginning.
Well,
Parker.
it's not anymore. He's not in the live anymore. So that's very
Oh my
unfortunate, Brittany. You see
God.
what just happened? You see what you just did to him? Now he's gone.
Oh my God. You took him out.
Yeah, I did. He's out of the live now.
I'm calling the FBI.
You better. So do you want to respond to my point there?
What?
By the way, Lee, you can re-request. I'll add you up. I just didn't want to. I just honestly just didn't want to deal with it. Go for it.
Why would you do that to him?
I'm about to do it to you.
That shows the
Noah,
character
thank
of
you for the
the
dollar.
person
Thank
that
you so
you
much.
are.
Megan with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Megan. Can we get some W's from Megan in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Megan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amber, thank you for the dollar. Chelsea, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then Kendall, thank you for the $3. Is it like, let me see.
Parker,
Be
if you
quiet.
tell Dean that you kicked me out, he's gonna be real mad at you.
One second, chat. Some people were saying to look at our like 9th post or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. My dog sleeps with one of his stuffed animals every night. I'm confused.
What'd you have for dinner?
Me?
Yeah. What did you have for dinner? Why won't you answer my question? Parker. What the hell?
The comments on the post. Did you say infants can't be graped?
Me?
Yeah.
No?
Then why are people saying that on your thing?
I have no idea.
It's from literally a year ago.
Definitely not. Did not ever say that.
Then why does it have 26 likes?
Likes about what? Where?
It's on one of your. Have you been on like a different live
Me
before
and
and you
Dean
said
talk
that?
like often. We debate, but the only thing that we got into an argument about was
Did you say that on Dean's live?
So no, I never talked about that on Dean's live. Me and him got into
Then
an
what,
argument one time.
what live did you say it on?
No, I never talked about that at all, about an infant. That's crazy. We were
So,
talking
so
about the
you agree
definition.
infants can be graped?
Yes, they can. We were talking about the definition of grape one time. And they just changed the law like maybe 3 years ago. But it used to be like a man's hoo-ha. You know what I'm saying? Going in a woman. That used to be the definition of a
Wait, is
of
that the way?
grape.
Is that the way that you define it?
So that's what I knew it as because that's all I've ever known.
So
it as.
you did say that.
I did say that the definition of so they were talking about
You see how originally it was that, oh, I never said this, and then it's, oh, I said this, but I did it for this reason. Bro, you did it for that reason? Are you kidding? Bro, that's crazy. Conceded to that. That's crazy. That was crazy. The truth comes out. Jesus Christ, bro. Jesus Christ. All right, we're bringing Lee back. Welcome back, man.
Oh, I'm back from the dead.
You
How
are.
are you doing?
Welcome back. What were we arguing?
I think what we're doing quick, lesson on government structure. I mean, that's a good segue into, I guess, the next point if you want to debate it.
Yeah, could I ask you about like economics? Like, could you name an economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like that he influenced get passed?
I mean, I haven't read too much into the big beautiful bill. I got to look into it a little bit more. I haven't done my research on it yet beyond what I hear on the news. I can't speak on that right now, and I think it would be unfair to jump given that it's barely going to pass. I don't know what's in there yet. I gotta wait and see it pass the House, the Senate, and go to the the Oval Office for signature. I'll wait till
Can
that
I
happens.
tell you a few things that are in it that are bad?
Sure.
He wants to cut Medicaid by $800 billion over 10 years.
Okay.
Cut food stamps by $300 billion. It's going to add multiple trillions of dollars to the debt. It's going to increase taxes for 80% of Americans, the bottom 80%. It will decrease taxes for the top 20% disproportionately more for the more rich you are, and disproportionately more in terms of taxes for the less you make.
Yeah, like I said, I have to wait and see. I don't know where, that summary came from. I actually look at the details, not just what is told to me in a summary. I actually like taxes and tax structures, and until I read it, I'll make up my mind.
Okay. Do you want to go read
But
it and
in
come back
general,
another time?
uh, yeah, but let's talk about here's where I stand on, whether it's Trump or Biden or Kamala or any other presidential candidate when it relates to tax policy. I think we're at the point where we just need something big, something different. Unfortunately, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I think the Democratic Party is too divided. And realistically, unless you control the Senate, the House, and the presidency, no large promises that any of those candidates was making was ever going to happen. I think people give the president way too much credit for everything that happens. I think a good president is one that could whip their respective parties into shape and get change through those legislative branches, right? That's the reality.
So like
And
the bipartisan infrastructure bill that he claimed he would get that he never got that Biden got.
I think the infrastructure bill was filled with a bunch of, handouts, including the electric car stuff. I don't think that was great. Is that what you're referring to? That was the highlight of that particular tax bill, wasn't it?
No, the
The energy
infrastructure,
credits.
the infrastructure bill, although it had stuff specifically to build renewable energy in America, which is incredibly important, and we can talk about that more in depth if you'd like, because Donald Trump doesn't even acknowledge that climate change is caused by humans. He says the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. So he just actively denies science. But in relation to the bipartisan infrastructure bill, we can reference the taking out of lead out of drinking pipes for clean drinking water, the moving high-speed broadband to rural communities for high-speed internet around the entire United States, which helps people in terms of social mobility. We can reference plenty of things. The funding for roads and bridges, right? Like
Yeah, no, and there's some great stuff in there, and I think when it comes to infrastructure, it's great, but there's also a lot of endless projects where you just dump money. I'm from California, and we've been trying to build a high-speed rail system for I don't know how many years now. We're probably 50 billion plus into it. Infrastructure is good if it's done efficiently, on time, and on budget. I'm not for just throwing money into projects.
Yeah, we didn't just throw money. We literally gave the time, and it's built infrastructure across the entire United States. It was much needed infrastructure. Everyone agreed we needed infrastructure. It was just talking about how much infrastructure we would get. And the one who actually got the bill done was Joe Biden. Donald Trump never got that bill done. Jessica, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Jessica.
So on that particular, bill, again, going to, for example, the vehicle tax credits for, electric cars, they didn't build any of the damn charging stations. We have entire swaths of the US that can't even support clean energy vehicles. When we talk about infrastructure,
until 2030, and also like the EV not being built yet doesn't mean that it's not going to be built, as there's a timeline for it to be built.
yeah, but a lot of the reality is a lot of that progress so far, ironically, has been done by Elon Musk. How much of their
Wait,
grid
do you like Elon?
I think he stretched himself way too thin. I'm not for anybody thinking they can opine on everything. I think if you're in a position like his or anybody that's that rich or that, political influence, you got to pick 4 or 5 things and stick to those things.
So
He stretched himself way too thin.
So do you like Elon?
His private endeavors, sure. You can't deny with the companies he's built.
How about Doge?
I think SpaceX in particular.
How about Doge?
Doge had the potential to do good things. I think Elon ran into a lot more red tape than he was expecting, is the reality.
Okay, well then how do you feel that Elon explicitly said that Donald Trump and his big beautiful bill is a pork-filled, disgusting disgrace of a bill?
Yeah, and I believe him. I actually think it's most likely true. If the end goal was to reduce spending, I wouldn't doubt that there's a ton of pork-filled juice in there. I'm sure there is. And like I said, I haven't read the bill yet. It hasn't passed. there's a million different versions that are still going to happen. And until that happens, that's when I'll go in and read it.
Okay. Taco, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. All right. Well, I appreciate you coming on, man.
All right. Hey, Parker, can I just one quick thing? If that's all right.
Go ahead.
So in general, I think what you're doing is good. Just advice, if you're trying to promote more dialogue, I I came on before once, and at times it feels like you guys attack for, voting for Trump. And I think, it's fun. Sure, there's a lot of idiots, and I heard a bunch of them on your channel earlier, and I cringe when I hear them. But when, be a little bit more open-minded. You have a lot of followers that attack people like me and a lot of other people who are probably scared to come forward. If it's more of an open dialogue where people can just debate like this, I think it'll go a lot further. That's just my general take.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Why can I barely? I can't hear you.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
But first, I wanted to talk about abortion, if that was all right.
Yeah, but you did.
But first,
you,
could I
you,
ask?
you do support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Is abortion the reason why you support Donald Trump?
Many reasons. But
Is
could I lead us in
Is
prayer?
it the reason? If it's not, if it was the case that his abortion position was the same as Kamala Harris's abortion position, would you still have voted for Donald Trump?
Charlie Kirk, if you can hear me, help me to beat Parker in a debate. Amen. Nick Fuentes, if you can hear me.
Yeah, I hear you. Are you a white supremacist too? You follow Nick Fuentes?
I love Nick Fuentes.
You really do? You fucking weirdo. You know that guy's a white supremacist, right? That guy literally believes and said to Dean that he would prefer Hitler as a leader over any woman on the planet, including his significant other. Just to clarify. If he would have one, because he still doesn't have one and he's an incel, so just need to be clear about that. I wonder why. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, give it a second, everyone. All right, if you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It should help get out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. You already know the deal. Josh, thank you for the $5. Happy Pride Month to all. You're loved by more people than hated. Always remember that, even if it doesn't seem that way. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Josh. Great message. I love that. Thank you so much, Josh. W's for Josh in that comment section right now. Let's get some W's for Josh. Someone said I don't debate, I preach, bro. That's actually hilarious. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Okay. Do you support him?
No.
Why'd you send a guest request?
Because I felt like it. I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dude, Nick,
22, but Nick is not a.
Are you about to say Nick Fuentes is not a white supremacist? Are you really about to make that argument? That's a fucking insane claim to take. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35, Andrew. But real quick,
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
no, man, I already know you're gonna drop me, but I do have a question for you.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not taking questions right now, friend. I am just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's see if we can get like a debate up here. Give it a second, everyone. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate if we can get up to 2,000 likes. That would be incredible. That would be incredible. That would be incredible, I tell you. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Huh? Oh, sorry. Hi, Dad. I'm one of your 10 children.
Oh, they spoke as soon as I kicked them. They were not supposed to join. Get back to your room right now. I'm serious. That was ridiculous, dude. I told them they're not supposed to join the live. My children are not supposed to join my live, ever. That is diabolical. You know what's up, how old are you? They are so grounded. Like, it is unbelievable. That is, I'm serious. Like, that is timeout for at least the next 6 years. I'm serious. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did. I think I actually had a conversation with you the other day. I don't know if
Why
you
so?
remember me or not. Say that again?
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
So I think in terms of, and people kind of brought it up earlier. Y'all were talking about racism and how you brought up the point that President Trump has called black people lazy. I think we should. Yeah, and I think we should hold that same standard to Joe Biden.
Yeah, I agree. I will acknowledge the racist history that Joe Biden is engaged in. One thing I can say that's distinct with Joe Biden and Donald Trump that is at least relevant to bring up, at least when we were voting for him, was that it is the case that Joe Biden acknowledges these types of things, addresses them, takes accountability, and tries to do better as a human being, whereas Donald Trump has never acknowledged any of these behaviors, never addressed them as bad, and never tried to change as a human being. And those are very, very important distinctions. But, I mean, that's not even necessarily something we would have to point to. I mean, we could point to 2024 explicitly where Kamala Harris was the other candidate. So if you care about racism, like you say you do explicitly, well, then why would you vote for a candidate like Donald Trump who explicitly is racist, whereas Kamala Harris is not?
So I think in terms of when we kind of have to look at, especially Kamala Harris, you have to also understand she's Joe Biden's right-hand man or right-hand woman in this case. And so you have to pretty much follow what your boss says, and you can also put in your own, your own version like Joe Biden did with Barack Obama during the whole Osama bin Laden incident. But I also think you have to, I don't think I've ever heard Kamala Harris ever say anything about Joe Biden's statements regarding you can't walk into a 7-Eleven without a slight Indian accent. If you vote for Trump, then you ain't black. She's never talked about those things.
Well, are you saying that because she hasn't talked about the fact that Joe Biden has done racist things, that means it is the case that Donald Trump is a better candidate to pick, even though he's never acknowledged his past racist behaviors?
Absolutely not. But I think it's a factor to play into. Like, why do you think she
Do you want to
not,
answer my question? I asked you, why did you vote for a racist over a non-racist? Real question. You came on my live saying you care about racism. Answer it. Very simple. Do you have an answer, man?
No.
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 Isn't that kind of an issue?
Sure, absolutely. But let me ask you this question. In your perfect, and I'm actually trying to like understand where you're coming from as well. So if it's your ideal world, actually, let me ask you this. Who would you want the next Republican nominee to be for president of the United States, genuinely?
Who would I like the next nominee for president for the Republicans?
Yes.
I don't have any like preferred Republican candidates off the top of my head.
I hear this is the problem though. Like Democrats, like
Would
to
I
give you
just
example-
can I say like a Democrat in place of a Republican or something?
No, but the problem is like I could give you a recommendation for who I think would be a great nominee for the Democratic Party, but
Go ahead.
Democrats don't want to. But Democrats don't want to bring.
Can you give me an
any-
example?
Well, especially in modern day, I think Andy Beshear, governor of Kentucky, would be a pretty good pick. I would also say Shapiro.
Isn't
governor
that just to say that there's more overlap specifically with Democrats than there is specifically with like Republicans? As I wouldn't be able to mention any Republicans. I'm like, that's a good candidate. I would be like is good for president, but you'd be able to mention multiple Democrats that you think meet that set of criteria. I don't think that's necessarily something bad on my behalf. I think that's something bad on behalf of the people that you support.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, I think that the fact that I can't mention a Republican specifically that I would think is like preferable, right, in a genuine sense, right, is probably reason to believe that it is the case that the Republicans are pretty fucking shitty to begin with, right? And maybe instead of blaming me for not being able to mention specifically who it is, maybe blame the Republican Party for not providing a particular person that meets that set of criteria.
I agree, but then again, like you're also bringing up unity, and a part of unity is actually working in a bipartisan way. So I'm generally curious who you think would actually be a bipartisan Republican president, because without you finding
Like seriously, where did that Republican Party go? Seriously, like I actually don't know. Like it's mostly MAGA now.
Present. It's still present.
Where?
Mitt Romney.
I mean, I have huge critiques of Mitt Romney. I have huge critiques of Liz Cheney. I don't think that they would be good candidates. There are plenty of critiques of them. Would you say that they're better than someone like Donald Trump? Sure, but like, I like for specifically Mitt Romney, like, sure, but like, I just don't think that makes them a preferable candidate. Where I'm like, that's a good candidate for president, you know. Like Romney still has his big issues, you know.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, but every politician does. The problem is,
and wait, don't Republicans like disown Mitt Romney as he like doesn't like Trump?
I would not all Republicans. You're talking about, and you're talking about MAGA. You're also forgetting that not every single Republican in the Republican Party is a MAGA Republican.
I understand. Most of the Republican Party is MAGA now. Didn't like 70% of the Republican Party believe the election was stolen in 2020? I think that's a very clear indicator of being MAGA. Do you believe that?
That the election was
stolen in 2020?
Absolutely not. I think Biden won fair and square.
WC, think of the $5. Don't you think it's kind of like a huge, big threat that Donald Trump threatened to terminate the entirety of the Constitution, all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, explicitly because he thinks that he won the election, which you agree was bullshit?
I agree it was bullshit.
So then, like,
but then again, say that again.
So I'm like, what? Then what? Why don't you apply that? Go ahead, though.
Like, what kind of question are you asking me here? I'm confused.
Like, why don't you apply that?
Why don't I apply that? Why don't I apply that to why I voted for him in 2025 or 2024?
Why don't you apply that to like determining how you vote?
I would also say that there were certain aspects, especially in 2018, that we have to look at, and I brought a couple of those issues up a couple of days ago with you.
So I've already
The
talked to you
V-
recently.
Yeah, I believe I talked to you 2 days ago.
All right. I am going to go talk to someone who I haven't talked to yet because I do want to
Okay.
make sure to get to new people. I do
Yeah,
appreciate
you're
you
good,
coming
man.
up. Thank you for letting me
Yeah,
know,
no
too.
problem.
Appreciate you.
Uh huh. Mhm.
It's a better conversation than a lot of the other conversations, but he has been on before. I want to make sure to get on some more people. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I think right now, let me check on YouTube how many likes we're at. Right now, are we at 1.2? 1.3 thousand likes, everyone? Oh my gosh, let's try to get to 2,000. We have 30 more minutes, everyone. If some people from fucking TikTok could go over to the YouTube and like it, I would appreciate that. I'd appreciate that so much. But I doubt people will. It's a very sad day. It's a very sad day, I tell you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yep.
Why so?
So mainly I kind of just wanted to like differentiate myself from like the Democratic Party.
Why?
I just think they've kind of been like bringing up some like dangerous like viewpoints and
Really?
different stuff.
Really? And Trump hasn't?
Well, I don't think he's like completely flawless, but I don't agree with like the victim-based mindsets a lot of the Democrats have.
Or like how Trump does specifically with the results of the 2020 election. I mean, he still believes that he won the 2020 election. That's ridiculous, right?
I mean, I don't think he won.
Yeah. So like he has such a victim mindset, thinking that like he lost, he the election rigged, right? Because he fucking lost, right? Isn't that insane to believe? Like it's incredibly
agree with you
ridiculous,
on
right?
that.
There's no way you should support someone like that, right? Like that has that much of a victim mindset.
Still better than Kamala, though.
How so?
I mean, I agree. Well, especially in like press conferences, Kamala cannot
Kamala.
navigate questions.
How so? Can you give me an example?
I think, I don't know if I can give, wait, let me think for a second.
Because I think
Oh
I
yeah,
think
when
that.
asked
Go ahead.
when asked about how she would differentiate her campaign from Biden's, she couldn't like she couldn't like find a way to like move around the question and like come up with new ideas in her campaign.
She did. She specifically had new policies. You just made that up.
Like what?
Yeah, like the expansion to the child tax credit, which would have added specifically $6,000 to the first year of a child's life, $25,000 tax credit for first-time homebuyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, getting rid of the effective medical debt on your credit, right? All of these type of things.
Well, you still haven't answered my question about how the Democrats have had this victim-based mindset.
Really? Because I just flipped it back on you and showed you how Donald Trump actually has the victim-based mindset, and then you failed to provide me any example specifically how Kamala Harris has a quote-unquote victim-based mindset.
Yeah, but so do the Democrats. I'm not
Explain.
saying
How?
Trump is flawless.
I'm asking how
Well,
specifically. And if the same
all
problem
the
exists with Donald Trump, why are you bringing it up about the Democrats as some reason as to why you voted for Donald Trump? If it's present on both sides, that wouldn't be a specific unique reason as to why you like Donald Trump, as it's present on both sides.
it's more present on the Democratic side.
Well, then give the
And I'll
give
give
the
you an
argument for that.
example.
Yeah.
So with DEI, always complain I can't get a job. It's because of my race or the gender. Like maybe it's because he didn't work hard enough.
Oh, really? No, it's because we can specifically look at studies that overlook particular cases where they explicitly have people who are white and people who are black with the exact same set of characteristics when they are going to look for jobs that have differences in specifically how many whether or not like those jobs are accepted or the applications are accepted simply just based upon right their name, right, or the fact that they are not white. Right. So that's what you're not acknowledging in that context. So that's apparently not what you're going to relate to. That's called statistics, right? Based upon studies.
What statistic?
What did I just say?
We didn't actually list a source.
Can
We
you,
just,
can you
said an
repeat to me? Can
opinion.
you repeat to me what I just said?
You said something about like there's statistics that they don't get hired as much based upon their race and gender, but that's not an actual statistic.
Would you like me to provide
Well,
a
maybe
source,
it
or would you
is.
like to look at my
Yeah, well,
bibliography?
yeah. You should probably provide a source.
Oh, okay. So you would like a source explicitly that demonstrates. Would you like to bet on it too?
No,
Why not?
'cause I don't have any money.
But you'll easily win, right? Because you know you're right.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well, then take the bet, right?
No. Well,
Why not?
actually, yeah, sure.
Why not?
Yeah,
Because
sure,
R&D,
sure.
thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for. I know you are, but what am I? Awesome debate tactic. Color needs to get off the shallow talking points. Very unfortunate. Hold on, you want to speak about something while I go to get this?
Another thing I don't like about what the Democratic Party has pushed is cancel culture and trying to limit freedom of speech. I think that's been really, really present on the like liberal side.
Okay.
Do you want me to give an example?
Hold up. I have stuff for you that is an article that cites specific information about it. Would you like to read that article from Harvard Business Review?
Yeah, sure.
Hiring discrimination against Black Americans hasn't declined in 25 years. That's from 2017 from Harvard Business Review. You can also go to the University of Chicago Booth School of Business, right? That goes over racial bias in hiring, right? I can also provide further resources if you'd like. There's also a study specifically race in the workplace that goes over that. I can go over that specifically if you'd like.
I mean, I believe you, but what I was going to say is I don't think Harvard's also this like almighty source, to be honest.
Okay, so I mean, are you not going to accept any of what I just provided?
No, I believe you. I think it's a good source, but
Okay.
I think a lot of people just think it's like this almighty source that outweighs
Sure.
any other source.
That's fine.
Well, could we go back to the what did I just say before upon like the like freedom of speech stuff? I think a lot of Democrats and people on the liberal side have been trying to limit freedom of speech. And I
Really?
think that's a
Really?
dangerous
Can you
thing
give me
for
can
the
you give me an
country.
explicit example where Kamala Harris wants to limit free speech?
I didn't say Kamala Harris. I said the liberal side, and I
Okay, give me
told
an
you I want to
explicit example where
differentiate.
liberals do.
All right, so I don't know if you follow. Well, it doesn't matter, but so a couple of years ago, John Gruden, the former coach of the Raiders, was canceled because he tweeted something from like 15 years ago, and he was canceled in 2021. I think he said the N-word or maybe the F slur, and he was canceled online because of it. Do you think that's bad? That he got canceled because of that?
What were we just talking about?
Freedom of speech.
What is freedom? Freedom of speech is legality, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm asking, can you give me an example of liberals being for using the government to restrict people using their speech? You
Yeah, they're
literally
trying to restrict him from
MAGA
his speech.
canceled Bud Light, right? Because they had an association with someone who's trans. That's it.
I'm talking about cancel culture. I didn't say like
Yeah, MAGA has cancel
directly.
culture. Christianity has cancel culture, and that same respect
Not
that you're
really.
using cancel culture.
Not really.
Yeah, it does. What
Well, I
happened?
just
Do you
showed you
not
an
know all of the Christian infighting that's exists throughout history that's led to war? The Crusades. Hello. Do you not understand history? They literally
Never
fought.
said
They literally would kill
Never
people.
said I was Christian. I'm an
Well,
atheist, so
I'm-
I don't know what the point of that was.
I'm giving examples of how on the right that's also present.
Not everybody
Y'all,
on the
thank you
right
so
is
much for the
Christian, though.
$5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
So are
I don't
you,
specifically do anything off the live though. Jeffrey, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. They said, happy Pride. I am a gay elected official in LA County and really admire and respect you or what you're doing on your live. Yo, let's fucking go. Happy Pride. I'm so fucking happy to hear that. Great fucking work. Great fucking work. That's amazing to hear. That's so fucking amazing. W's for Jeffrey in the comment section right now. We love that. We love that. Fucking W's for Jeffrey in the comment section. That's so sick. That's so sick. Samantha, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much thank you for spreading the truth. Even though drunken idiots come up to talk to you, there's hundreds of others listening and learning. You're doing great. Thank you so much, Samantha. That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Samantha. Rhea, thank you for the $2. Happy graduation. Happy graduation. Oh, I'm so happy you got into NYU. That's so cool. That's so cool. Kaylee, thank you so much for pushing the $1 for L Trump. Thank you so much. Megan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so kind of you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Megan. Don't worry about it. Thank you, Megan. All right, go for it. You were saying?
Here, I'll give you another example when Tony Hinchcliffe at one of Trump's rallies.
Yeah,
said
that guy,
Puerto
yeah.
Rico is garbage.
Yeah, that's fucking disgusting. That's not, again, you don't know what free speech is.
Okay, why is it disgusting?
What? Because it is the case
Like,
that he
it's
said
not
that.
that big of a deal.
What?
This is what I'm talking about. Like,
What's not that big? Wait,
liberals
what do you
promoting
mean it's
this,
not
like-
that big of a deal? He literally explicitly said that Puerto Rico is a floating island of garbage.
yeah, why is that so bad?
Do you think
People
that?
watch South Park and Family Guy with jokes way worse.
Do you think that's
I've
an
seen-
acceptable joke to make?
Well, where do you draw the line at an acceptable joke then? You want to just
Clearly,
ban everything?
clearly, I don't think that joke is in good taste.
Okay,
Because I
then
think
where
that
do
it's
you
punching
draw the
down
line?
when you're harming marginalized communities explicitly from a position of power, right, and
You
privilege
harm
in the United States.
marginalized groups literally anytime you make a joke. You can stretch that
What?
and connect it back.
You can make a joke without harming marginalized communities.
I don't think you can. You can connect it back.
What are you talking about? What?
Like, no, like, where do you
I'm sorry.
draw
I'm
the
sorry.
line? 'Cause you can...
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. You're a fucking idiot. That's a joke. I just made a joke. You're an idiot. That's a joke.
Yeah, but
And
you can connect that back to...
and that's totally acceptable. And like, you're confused, buddy.
All right, so here, can I make my point off that? I think I have something good. So then you could connect that back to some people who are it's genetically harder for somebody to be smart. Maybe they're disabled or they're slower mentally. You could connect that back and say you're insulting people who aren't as smart or people.
No, I'm insulting you specifically for being willfully ignorant. That's why.
And why? Maybe that's because I have a disability or a learning disability. What if I was
What's
special
willful? What
needs?
is willful ignorance?
Not
Wait.
answering a question well or not being as smart? What if I was special
I would
needs?
not
You don't
make
know
fun
that.
of. I would not make fun of someone who has a learning disability. Like that's
How do
not
you
what
know
I
I
would
don't
do.
have a learning disability?
I didn't have any information indicating that.
Exactly. How do you didn't know?
Okay, well, if you would indicate that to me, I wouldn't say that. But
Okay, but not everybody indicates that. Usually you don't know.
Jerry, are you really using a victim mindset right now?
No, I'm not. I'm not special
Because you
needs. I'm not
didn't you
saying I
just
have a
didn't you
problem.
wait no didn't you just come on the live, right, and like say that that's an issue, and then now use it against me?
No, I'm trying to prove the point. That's what you're doing.
No, it's not.
Because you're the one that's getting mad at and using this victim-based mindset. I'm trying to show you that you're
No, I'm calling
complaining
out
about
the
conservatives
hypocrisy.
doing the same
I'm
thing
only
that you're doing.
I'm only calling out the hypocrisy explicitly because you called it victim mentality.
Because you're getting mad at people making jokes. And then you made a joke at me.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't
yeah.
get the point.
Yeah. I'm not mad at someone making a joke. I'm mad at the type of joke that they made because it was harmful. And I gave
How
you
is
an
it
example
harmful?
of you can also give jokes, plenty of jokes that I wouldn't think meet that particular threshold of harm.
Okay, but how is the joke harmful? You've never even explained that.
Yeah, for you to say that Puerto
a
Rico is a
joke.
floating island of garbage.
Yeah, why
in
is
front of
that
an
bad?
entire political community, correct? That's in front of
Yeah.
hundreds of thousands, millions of people. Do
hmm
you think
Why
that's
is that
okay?
so bad?
So you're totally okay with calling someone's country where they grew up, right, a floating island of garbage?
Well, I mean, you just called me like an idiot or whatever, sounding so
How is
really
that
that much worse.
comparable? How is that comparable?
Exactly. How is it comparable? So that's why you don't draw a line with jokes.
No, I'm saying how is that comparable and saying that it's bad because you're trying to claim that me, right, making a joke about you was bad just for it being a joke. I'm not claiming just because something's a joke, right, it's bad. I'm claiming the type of joke that you engaged in, or that not you engaged in, that Tony Hinchcliffe engaged in specifically at the Madison Square Garden rally, right, was fucked up. That's explicitly what I said.
Okay, and I could argue the same thing of what you said to me.
What do you mean?
So I don't get the point.
Would you be okay
'Cause
with,
like I
wait, I
said-
have a question. Would you be okay with someone making that joke about the United States?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would?
Yeah, absolutely. I literally don't care. I swear to God.
What about your mom's house?
Sure, I don't care.
Okay, so what about your significant other's room?
Don't care. I know.
You don't care about people
I-
just to clarify, you don't care about people disrespecting your mom and significant other. You're probably an incel.
No, my whole thing is I try my best to like not let like words like affect me, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, so you don't think that any words will affect you?
No, I'm not. I say I try to not let them affect me. I'll do my best, but maybe they will. Hopefully not.
So you admit that some words do, correct?
Maybe, but they shouldn't.
Oh, really? So if someone
shouldn't.
Okay, so you think it's acceptable for someone to make a grape joke about your mom?
I mean, unless it's a threat, then sure.
I didn't think he would concede to that. That's so fucking crazy. That is so fucking crazy. Holy shit. Holy shit, that's so crazy. Did I kick Brittany earlier, chat? Did I kick Brittany? I can't remember. My memory is fading. Yes? Okay. Or did she leave? Don't let Brittany up? Okay, I won't. I only have let me check. I only have 15 minutes left on the live. I have one more debate, everyone. One more debate. I have one more thing to say for tonight, everyone. I want everyone on the TikTok live to go over to my YouTube right now. I would really appreciate if you like the stream. If you go over and like the stream, seriously, it'd mean a lot. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. I'm currently on Dean's account right now on TikTok, as it is the case that I was testing out the algorithm. Seemingly, it's not that much better. I think it's totally like IP or like device oriented. Like I think that they totally do it based upon that. That makes a lot more sense. But I'll make sure to check the algorithm after. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty. The YouTube is Parker Get a Job, everyone. If you want to go over to YouTube, Parker Get a Job on YouTube. Parker Get a Job on YouTube. You can make sure to subscribe there. I literally post every single day. I'm going to get to 2 videos every single day here pretty soon. And I'm going to try to be posting more reaction content. I just have to, get the time to sit down and like post to record more reaction type content. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 37.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Well, pretty much he was promising a lot of things. The no tax on overtime. He said he was going to get rid of a lot of things from the schools, like this LGBT awareness, which I wasn't approved. Like I didn't approve that. There was a lot of things that they were trying to do in public schools that I didn't like, that I didn't think it was cool. Because me as a father, I say whatever goes to my kid to learn, and I
Soul,
just
thank
felt
you
like
for $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I got you. Don't worry. I got you, Soul. I do have one thing here. You said you want to get rid of LGBTQ awareness on Pride Month?
whatever. They don't need to teach that. They don't teach like
What's wrong with that?
everything's wrong with that. Well,
What?
they don't teach
Like
anything
what?
about God.
Like what?
I don't see them teaching anything about God in schools, in public schools. You
What
don't
is
like
that? What does LGBTQ awareness have anything to do with God?
Okay, so what does that have to do anything with public schools?
Because we want anti-bullying specifically, so that we can actually ensure that gay students are treated properly in school systems.
Because this is for only gay people, not for just any kid.
You understand that anti-bullying mechanisms can have specific aspects of anti-bullying that could relate to certain communities that are disenfranchised or negatively impacted. For example, right, we could do this in the context of like the LGBTQ plus community, right? That is an example of how we could address that. Like, why wouldn't we want anti-bullying mechanisms specifically targeted at addressing, right, like homophobia?
I mean,
Josh,
when
thank
I
you
was
for $2. Thank you so much.
I mean, when I was young, I never saw any of that. Like, if somebody was gay, like they were gay, nobody cared. When my time, when I was in like junior high school, nobody cared about that. If that kid was gay, we didn't get involved with him. We left him alone. Everybody got bullied. Everybody got bullied in school. That's how you got strong with that. I don't know how is it.
Yeah. People getting
issue now.
bullied is not good. It's not good that people got bullied. I think it's bad that people got bullied, right? And if you justify people getting bullied, that's really bad. There are plenty of people that I know who, especially if you go to rural communities, and especially you go around the entire United States, especially in Middle America, right, where people, right, have to go through immense levels of homophobia. Everywhere, right? Homophobia is incredibly prevalent. So I think that when people don't acknowledge like the real aspects of homophobia that impact people in this country, I think it's ridiculous. One, because it's so prevalent, and two, because it's not talked about enough, right? So having things like pride and LGBTQ awareness within the context of school systems to ensure that gay and trans children go through less bullying for being gay and trans is incredibly important and fundamental, right, for any anti-bullying mechanism within the context of the United States. So if you care about anti-bullying awareness, then that includes LGBTQ awareness because it's inherently anti-bullying.
But why make it around them and not just make it in general?
Because that allows for us to address specific types of homophobia that exists as a society.
So you feel like that's more of that's more like a priority. They're bullying than other people's bullying. Like they're more important than us, like the regular people.
What do you mean? What do you mean regular people? As if gay people and trans people are not regular people?
Bro, that started as the gender dysphoria.
Being trans and gender dysphoria are not the same thing. There are people who are trans who have gender dysphoria, and there are people who are trans who don't have gender dysphoria. There are people who are cis that have gender dysphoria, and there are people who are cis that do not have gender dysphoria.
So can you explain why all of a sudden all of this started becoming like a big thing, and before, like in my times, like this didn't even
big
exist?
Thing? You mean that there was just more people talking about things? Well, you have supercomputer in your pocket where more people are able to communicate, and society as a whole is able to address issues that have existed, historically speaking, for a very long time. But many gay and trans people have existed, and it is the case that you just didn't hear about them. So actually, oftentimes, gay and trans people are brought up, particularly within the media, because homophobic and transphobic people bring them up explicitly, right, to harm them. That's an example.
Okay. I don't know what else to tell you about that, but I mean, like, I just feel like it shouldn't be in schools. Like, like
what shouldn't be? Be explicit. Like, what specifically?
Well, I just feel like if you need to respect somebody, like like my son, he was getting bullied by this kid in school, right? And I told him, don't hit him, just leave him alone, tell the teacher. But it comes to a point when obviously sometimes the bully doesn't stop. He just keeps going. He keeps pushing and keeps pushing. And that me as a father, I have to pretty much tell him what to do if he doesn't stop. Because if the teacher doesn't listen, then I gotta go talk to his father. And if his father doesn't listen, then I gotta talk to the principal. And it just keeps spiraling from there. So like, what do you do there? You think you're gonna prevent every kid from bullying with this thing you guys are doing?
You want to limit as much bullying as possible, and this will limit bullying. So obviously, if you agree that this will limit bullying, well, then wouldn't you want to do it? You don't want kids to go through less bullying? Or do you want kids to go through more bullying?
I mean, I went through bullying a lot when I was a kid. I'm not going to tell you. And
Yeah,
that
so
came out
you
fine.
went through bullying. You think that other people should have to?
I mean, we all went through it.
That's
That's
disgusting.
kinda hard.
That's
That's
so
like- that's
fucking
like- that's-
disgusting.
that's like-
no,
that's
that
like
no, no, no,
stopping
no, no,
people
no.
from
I do
eating.
not. I do not
You
want to
can't
sit
stop
there.
the whole world from
how
not eating.
how fucking dare you? How fucking dare you advocate for children to be fucking bullied? You disgusting piece of shit. Fuck you. Genuinely, fuck you. Like, actually, you're advocating for children to be
So you're
harmed
cursing
more.
at me 'cause I'm
Yes,
just having a
yes.
civil
I'm gonna be
conversation?
fucking mad at you because you're advocating for children to be bullied. These are children, right? You understand that, right?
But you're saying that you're going to stop everybody from getting bullying. That's never going to happen.
No, I never fucking said that. I said we can decrease how many people are bullied. This is an easy thing we can do to decrease how many people are bullied. You don't want to do it, given that it can easily decrease how many people who are bullied? Because that to me sounds fucking inhumane. That to me sounds fucking cruel. To children. To fucking children, dude. Where's your humanity at? Literally, it's fucking nowhere. And this is basic empathy.
I know what you're saying, but what I'm telling you, I mean, I just feel like that's never going to stop. Bullying is always going to exist. I just feel like you're saying
Wait,
that.
do you want to reduce bullying?
Okay, we can reduce bullying, but you make it seem
No.
like it's gonna go away.
I asked, do you want to reduce bullying?
I will want them to reduce bullying,
Yes,
but
you
with
do.
parents. But with parents, not with kids.
Okay, so you don't want in school systems and public school systems to try to
No,
reduce
that
bullying?
happens in the house. That happens at home.
Oh, okay.
Your father is the one who showed you how to respect other kids and not
this
bully
is
them.
this
Right? Correct?
Wait, both your parents do.
Oh, both your mom and your father. Yeah, correct. All right.
Okay.
Both of them have to teach you how to respect one another, right? We don't tell schools to do that for us.
You
right?
understand schools do as well, right? You understand. Wait, you don't think there should be any anti-bullying awareness in the context of schools?
Anti-bullying, yeah, but now with LGBT awareness, no.
Okay. So anti-bullying inherently would have to address bullying targeted towards gay students and trans students.
You see, this is when you're prioritizing them over other kids.
Wait,
other
no,
kids
no,
being
it's,
like,
it's addressing it alongside other kids.
but why on top of that? Like, why not just say
Why?
anti-bullying?
Because it's something
That's
that
it.
needs to be addressed.
Yeah, but we can also say just anti-bullying and that's it. Leave it at that.
Well, because it is the case that you specifically have to address specific things in order to be able to address these issues as a whole. You can't just address anti-bullying by saying don't bully. You have to do things explicitly, right, to address certain aspects or things that lead to bullying, right? And oftentimes if it's specifically bigotry that leads to bullying, well, then we want to decrease bigotry by telling people, right, that you shouldn't be homophobic. Right? We want to tell people that it's okay to be gay. It's okay to be trans. You shouldn't be transphobic. Those are types of things that we want to teach children. And if you're Christian, right, or if you are religious, right, don't you care about loving others?
No, yeah.
Okay, well then love thy neighbor inherently is a message that we are teaching to children when we're teaching them you should love gay people and you should love trans people the same way that you love straight people and cis people.
No, yeah. I mean, I teach my son he doesn't bully anybody and he never gets in trouble. If anything, he's the one who gets bullied. And, but that's how it is. Like, I can't do anything about that. Like, I just tell him.
You would want to, okay, so would you want your kid to go through more bullying or less bullying?
No, less bullying. Just, I want him to go to school, not to go through shit like that.
So you want him to go through less bullying. So then you can acknowledge that as a society, we should address things so that we can mitigate bullying. And if there's a certain thing you can do specifically to prevent bullying, would you do it?
Yes, but not through
There you
that.
go.
Not through that agenda. I'm just saying that.
Because you're homophobic. Kathy, thank you for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Can we some W's for Kathy in the comment section for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Kathy. I really appreciate it. Coral, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Said so this guy just wants to trust that parents will teach their kids not to bully when most of them usually learn the behavior from home in one way or another. As well as
Parker.
Eli, go for it. I only have a few more minutes. I just want to let you know.
Yeah, no, you're good. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Cool. Hey, I just wanted to come up and really quick introduce myself because you keep bringing up back in your day, and I'm 32 years old, maybe like a little bit uh, closer to the 33 line now. I am trans. I am queer. Happy Pride Month to everybody in the chat. And I was severely bullied in school, so much so that I stayed in the closet for a very long time. I was ashamed of who I was. I was terrified to tell anybody. I told one person my senior year, and I didn't get to authentically live my childhood at all, not in any degree or any capacity of like who I am. Sorry, just had to mute my. And so when you're talking about this not wanting anti-bullying just for the queer community, it doesn't harm straight or cisgender people to teach anti-bullying for the queer community. So it's not like it doesn't it's not like prioritizing queer people, but the reality is, yes, there are straight people and cisgender people that are bullied, but not because they're straight and cis. They're bullied for other reasons that are also gross. And I don't think bullying should exist at all. But what we can do to reduce the harm for the queer community, because we are bullied specifically because we are in the queer community, is normalize the queer community, just so that you don't have this Freudian slip of regular people that comes out when you're talking about straight people and cisgender people. Because the only reason why you said regular people earlier is because you don't see people like me and like the people that I'm representing as normal. You see us as different. And that is the exact, like, your exact language right now is the language that you don't want to have spoken to your child about. And I ask you, just to like land my plane, how would you want your kid to feel around you if your kid realized, wow, I'm queer, or wow, I'm trans? I'm a little bit nervous to know the answer to that. I hope that you wouldn't be your kid's first bully. I hope that you wouldn't be your child's first bully. Because if you think that the bullies at school are your kid's first bully, and your kid already knows that he's queer, he already had his first bully long before he met the ones at school. So yeah, I think that's where I'll land that, and I'll sit and let you respond to me, and you can ask me a question. But I also want to remind you that we got to respect Parker's time.
Well, all I can tell you is that bullying is bullying. Doesn't matter who's getting bullied. Bullying is bullying no matter what. You know, it almost seems like you're trying to prioritize, you know, whatever you're for, and less the other part. You know, but I just think bullying is bullying just in general. Just like a punch will be a punch, a light punch or a strong punch. At the end of the day, it's still a punch. But to me, it feels like you guys are just prioritizing just like only your people.
I'm sorry, Eli. You said that like he said the same thing that he said to me over again. It's so ridiculous. It's like actually like literally no new response. Said the same thing that he said to me. That's it.
Well, all he just told me was, I didn't listen to anything that came out of your mouth. That's all he just said. But you know who did? All the people in the chat that are saying that was so well spoken. So once again, if all that my words did was just heal a little bit of the adults in the chat that were bullied, or if it maybe opened the mind of somebody else who was listening, don't be your kid's first bully. Like, let your kid be a kid. authentically as themselves without you telling them who they are. Let them have the authentic childhood that I didn't get to have, that other adults like myself didn't get to have. Like, there's nothing wrong with like telling people that it's okay to be who they are. So,
Exactly.
anyways,
And you know
oh,
what the crazy thing is that they try to perpetuate this narrative that we're trying to like push children to be a certain way when it's actually the inverse, right? We're saying that we're not trying to push children to be in a heteronormative particular way. We're trying to push children to be who they are within those particular respects. So it's like,
yeah.
I don't understand what they're saying at all.
Yeah, yeah. You had the most interesting like guests tonight,
Oh,
and
they were.
you.
It was an interesting. It was a really interesting night. It was a really interesting. I had two guests back to back that were just like diabolically insane. Like it was
I
like
thought it was it the one that I maybe I hope that it wasn't like a substance use of some sort, but it seemed like one came up and like the very next guest was like her husband. That like like they
like
were
they
like
were.
the
Yeah, maybe
same.
that's true. Maybe
They were like the same person.
Yeah,
But
that would
yeah.
make sense. That would make sense. All right. Well, I appreciate you. It was good seeing you.
Yeah, for sure. It's good to see you. See you later, Parker.
Have a good night, bro. All right, everyone. All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off for tonight. I love y'all so much. I love y'all. We had 6 hours today. I recommend everyone go over to my YouTube. I posted some videos today, or I posted a video today. Go check out the video that I posted today. You can like the stream on YouTube. I would really appreciate it. Wacky, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it so much. It was a really good night. I had a good time. Good to see everyone, as always. Hello, think of it, $2. All right, everyone. Happy Pride. Love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. I will see y'all tomorrow. Go check out my YouTube. Love y'all. Like the stream. Bye. Love y'all.